This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents We March Against England. Operation Sea Lion, 1940 to 1941, by Robert Forczyk. Narrated by Paul Bamer. Introduction. After winning a stunning victory in France in June 1940, Adolf Hitler issued Führer Directive No. 16, which initiated preparations for a potential invasion of England, designated as Unternehmen Seelöwe, Operation Sea Lion. Consequently, the German Kriegsmarine, Navy, and Heer, Army, began improvising an invasion fleet, initially by gathering large numbers of river barges and small motor vessels and assembling them in the occupied Channel ports. Regarding air superiority as a sine qua non to ensure the success of any amphibious operation, Hitler ordered the Luftwaffe to crush the Royal Air Force, RAF, and obtain air superiority over the English Channel. Yet, despite 2 months of intensive air operations in August to September 1940, the Luftwaffe could not defeat the RAF, and Hitler became uneasy about the Kriegsmarine's ability to conduct Seelöwe without adequate air cover. Furthermore, the RAF began bombing the invasion barges in the Channel ports, inflicting considerable damage. Unnerved by the prospect of failure, on the 17th of September, Hitler decided to postpone Seelöwe. By standing firm against the Luftwaffe, the few of RAF fighter command frustrated Hitler's plans to invade England and thereby inflicted the first major defeat upon the Third Reich. In short, this is the standard orthodoxy about Operation Sea Lion and the Battle of Britain. England saved as a result of the RAF winning a 2-month air battle, and the Third Reich chastised by its first strategic defeat. This heroic orthodoxy was promoted first by Winston Churchill and British wartime propaganda, then in the official post-war histories. The 15th of September was officially made a day to commemorate the Battle of Britain and, implicitly, the day the battle was decided. The British film The Battle of Britain, 1969, reaffirmed this thesis for the general public by promoting the notion that the German threat to England essentially ended after the climactic air battles on the 15th of September, 1940. In a memorable scene at the film's conclusion, ostensibly depicting the day after, RAF fighter pilots are shown sitting in lawn chairs for raids that no longer come, while, over in France, German soldiers are shown throwing their life preservers into a huge pile, representing the cancellation of Sea Lion. Some modern historians, such as John Keegan, have continued to endorse the heroic orthodoxy. Keegan stated that, by defeating the Luftwaffe over England, Great Britain remained in the war, and this outcome determined the downfall of Hitler's Germany. Leo McKinstry, another adherent of the orthodox theory, absurdly concluded that the deterrence of Operation Sea Lion was the beginning of the end for the Reich. As if to add insult to injury, the standard orthodoxy usually includes some mention that Hitler was never really serious about invading England, and that Sea Lion was something of a Potemkin village-type fraud. Former members of the Luftwaffe, such as fighter ace Adolf Galland and Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring, are particularly dismissive of Sea Lion and have been used to lend credence to the idea that the invasion preparations were nothing more than a bluff intended to intimidate Great Britain into considering a negotiated peace. Although Sea Lion remains an item of historical curiosity in Britain, British historians have generally treated Sea Lion with contempt and in absolutist terms. Peter Fleming stated that Operation Sea Lion, as planned and mounted, was doomed to failure and, had it been launched, could only have ended in disaster. Ergo, the threat of invasion was never really a threat. Yet, the standard orthodoxy has been under attack since the 1950s, particularly on the active role played by Fighter Command versus the deterrent role played by the Royal Navy. Hubert R. Allen, one of the few, and author of Who Won the Battle of Britain, 1976, was one of the first to openly criticize the RAF's performance in the campaign. Newer accounts of the Battle of Britain, such as Derek Robinson's Invasion, 1940, 2005, and Anthony J. Cummings' The Royal Navy and the Battle of Britain, 2010, have tried to acknowledge that Hitler's fear of the Royal Navy played an equally important role in frustrating Operation Sea Lion, but still tend to fall into the trap of evaluating events in an overly narrow and deterministic context. Max Hastings noted that Britain might have defied the Luftwaffe impact upon Germany's overall ability to inflict pain upon Britain and its people. The mythology of the Battle of Britain and the few conveniently avoided mentioning that Fighter Command was virtually impotent to stop the Luftwaffe's night raids during the Blitz, which killed another 14,715 civilians in the next 3 months, or to prevent German long-range FW-200 Condors from mauling convoys west of Ireland. Nor could the few do anything to prevent U-boats or surface raiders from savaging British convoys during 1940 to 1941. Curiously, the Blitz receives far less attention in English-language historiography than the Battle of Britain, even though it lasted 3 times as long. While it is true that the presence of the home fleet did help to deter Hitler from attempting an invasion in 1940, it was also relatively impotent to prevent the growing menace of U-boat wolfpack attacks on convoys or disguised commerce raiders, Hilfskreuzer, from threatening British trade in the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans. Even the more clever analyses, such as Stephen Bungay's The Most Dangerous Enemy, 2001, remain entrenched in parochial interpretations that deny a priori, that is, before examining alternative analysis, that Germany had any chance of achieving its objectives against Great Britain. Claims of victory in the skies over England notwithstanding, Fighter Command's efforts did not deprive Hitler of the overall strategic initiative any more than the Royal Navy did. When all was said and done, at the end of September 1940, Hitler decided what was going to come next, not Churchill. Hitler had allies. Churchill had refugees. Without powerful allies or significant offensive capabilities, Great Britain had no potential for achieving its war aims on its own, whereas Hitler had multiple options to try to pressure Great Britain into a negotiated peace. Despite the RAF's impressive defense of Britain's airspace, Hitler still held the strategic initiative going into 1941, not Churchill. Another troubling aspect of the standard orthodoxy about this period is the manner in which many post-war historians have segregated the Battle of Britain, the Blitz, and the Battle of the Atlantic into discrete and non-contiguous boxes, which is rather bizarre, given that these were concurrent campaigns and were all part of Hitler's effort to force Great Britain to submit to a negotiated peace. From the point of view of Führer Directives Numbers 9, 16, and 17, these actions were all part of the same campaign. As an example of this kind of historical de-linking, most standard histories count Luftwaffe bomber losses over Britain in 1940, but ignore British bomber losses over Germany and occupied France, occurring during the same period. The fact that both the British and German strategic bombing offensives and other air-sea actions were involved in the kind of action-reaction cycle characteristic of schismogenesis, where the action of one actor drives the actions of the other, has been ignored because of this artificial compartmentalization scheme. Rather than the iconic Bf-109 versus Spitfire model, Great Britain was in fact being assailed by everything from U-boats and disguised merchant raiders to precision night bombing and delayed action bombs. Britain's ability to withstand this ferocious onslaught, which stressed the nation's defenses to their limits, was due to the active efforts of the many, that is, the scientists, the photo-interpreters, the WAFs, the merchant seamen, and many others. The problem for historiography has been that the truth of Britain's salvation in the World War II has been too eclectic to fit well into narratives written primarily for general audiences. Tales of Spitfire aces sold books, but the other details were too obscure. There have been many books about Sea Lion. Why another? My approach is intended to be different from previous histories that deal with Operation Sea Lion and the Battle of Britain, because it will holistically link a number of intrinsically related and concurrent activities into a coherent narrative and analysis, not as separate subjects. I also intend to demonstrate that Germany's efforts to coerce Britain to accept a ceasefire involved not just a simplistic daylight duel between fighters for air superiority, but a much larger air and sea campaign, as well as diplomatic efforts, which did not end in September 1940. During the period July 1940 to May 1941, Germany conducted 3 major interrelated campaigns intended to apply increasing pressure upon Britain. 1. An air-sea campaign against British commerce, involving U-boats, surface raiders, Hilfskreuzer, mines, long-range bombers, and S-boats. 2. A terror campaign against the British civilian population, involving precision night bombing and a new type of delayed action bombs. 3. Invasion preparations for an amphibious landing to be conducted in either September 1940 or May 1941. In addition to artificial compartmentalization, most previous works addressing Sea Lion have lacked balance and critical military analysis. Most books on this subject have been written either primarily from the British viewpoint or the German viewpoint, with little effort to integrate actions and intentions. Information about the inadequacies of British defenses has been glossed over. Topics such as the possible British use of chemical weapons to stop the invasion have been uncritically accepted at face value. Furthermore, I intend to demolish the long-cherished notion that the preparations for Sea Lion were a waste of time and resources for the Third Reich. In fact, the amphibious capabilities developed for the invasion of England proved to be of vital importance to sustaining the German war effort in 1942 to 1945 and contributed to several later Allied defeats. Sea Lion was not a chimera. As part of lending balance to the historical scales, I intend to demonstrate that the British made their share of mistakes and labored under misconceptions, just as the Germans did. While the German wartime leadership involved in planning Seelöwe has often been accused of substituting fantasy for reality, post-war British discussions of Operation Sea Lion have also been permeated by several recurring fantasies. 3, in particular, are intrinsic to the British dismissal of Sea Lion. 1. The idea that the Royal Navy would easily intercept German invasion convoys in mid-channel and destroy the bulk of them in a massive turkey shoot type scenario. 2. The idea that the Royal Navy could easily sever the sea lines of communications of any residual German landing force, causing that force to surrender within a matter of days. 3. The idea that the British Army could have contained, then quickly eliminated, any German beachheads. The famous war game on Sea Lion, conducted at Sandhurst in 1974, concluded that the Germans would have been able to establish a beachhead in southern England, but that the Royal Navy would have soon severed their sea lines of communication. The war games assessed that Once isolated, the trapped German troops in England would have surrendered within just 4 days. Little regard was given to the ability of the Luftwaffe to mount aerial resupply missions, or the fact that trapped German formations in places such as Stalingrad, Demyansk, and Korsun demonstrated a marked ability to fight on for weeks or months on minimal supplies. Unlike the Russian front, German troops in England would not be freezing to death or surrounded by an enemy with vastly superior numbers. In North Africa, even when Rommel's Deutsche Afrikakorps (DAK) troops were short on fuel and ammunition, they were repeatedly able to repulse British infantry and armor attacks. The idea that German forces in England would simply surrender because a number of supply ships had been sunk is preposterous and without any basis in wartime fact. The German soldier of the World War II repeatedly demonstrated an ability to fight through adversity, not wilting because of supply disruptions. Equally invalid is the commonly held fantasy about the British Army's ability to contain and quickly eliminate any German lodgment. British assessments of Sea Lion's prospects stressed that the British Army had recovered considerably by September 1940 and was capable of fighting on equal terms with German ground forces. It was reckoned that 30 British divisions ought to be able to defeat the 10 German divisions in Sea Lion's first wave. Yet, sober analysis of ground combat between German and British units in the period 1940 to 1943 indicates a significant disparity in tactical competence between the two opponents. In North Africa, German ground forces were often at a logistical disadvantage, but still managed to best their British opponents through superior leadership and tactics. While British troops demonstrated considerable prowess on defense, their ability to conduct successful attacks against German units remained poor until after the 1944 Normandy campaign. The record of failure in numerous attacks, which have great bearing upon the British Army's ability to defeat a German invasion, is often conveniently swept under the rug. While it is true that British troops would likely have fought very hard to defend their own soil, this patriotic fervor would do little to ameliorate consistently weak tactical leadership and lack of tactical agility. It is not my intent to present a counterfactual or conjectural history of an operation that did not occur. That exercise has already been conducted by others. I also intend to be very restrained in the use of "if" as a qualifier. Rather, my intent is to demonstrate that history at critical moments often has options. It is not predetermined to proceed down the path that it actually did move along. Anyone familiar with military planning process is aware of branches and sequels that are developed to provide senior leaders with a variety of options to meet various circumstances. In the case of Sea Lion, Hitler was not preordained to cancel the operation because the Luftwaffe failed to break the RAF's fighter command. In fact, he continued to have the same strategic options after the Battle of Britain that he had before. Nor was Hitler preordained to eschew Seelöwe in favor of Barbarossa, and a well-planned invasion attempt in spring 1941 might well have been the decisive moment of the World War II. This is intended to be a complex historical narrative, premised on the idea that the outcome of significant historical events, like Germany's efforts to force Britain to the peace table in 1940 to 1941, were driven by multiple factors, and that there was no single explanation. Chapter 1. Strategic Setting, June to July, 1940. The Legacy of Dunkirk. Britain had not begun to prepare seriously for war until after the 1938 Munich crisis, and then most of the resources were devoted to the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy, not the Army. At the start of the World War II, Britain had 224,000 trained personnel in its regular army, which formed the bedrock of its ground combat capability. Although much of the Army's equipment was of World War I vintage, new weapons like the Bren light machine gun and the 2-pounder anti-tank gun were modernizing the regular infantry divisions. However, the regulars could never provide more than a fraction of the manpower needed for a European war, and Britain relied upon 173,000 regular Army reservists and 200,000 personnel aligned with the Territorial Army, TA, to provide the necessary bulk. Yet both groups were virtually untrained. Conscription was enacted under the provisions of the National Services Act, which would enable the British Army to add another 600,000 personnel by spring 1940. In April 1939, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain's cabinet approved a plan to outfit 32 divisions, 6 regular and 26 TA, by September 1941. The decision was made to double the size of the Territorial Army to over 400,000 men. In addition, several armored divisions would be formed and all infantry divisions motorized. This ambitious plan envisioned increasing the size of the Army tenfold, as well as equipping them with over 200,000 motor vehicles and 7,000 tanks. 4 days after the British declaration of war, First Sea Lord Winston Churchill vehemently argued to increase the Army to 55 divisions, including 23 from the Commonwealth. But this suggestion was shelved. As it was, transforming over 1 million untrained recruits into an effective army of more than 30 divisions was a gargantuan task, and the War Ministry anticipated that 20 divisions would be ready by September 1940, and 12 more by September 1941. Chamberlain's Army program made no provisions for enemy action or losses, and training of the second-tier TA units was deferred. Thus, when the German Blitzkrieg opened in the West on the 10th of May 1940, the timetable for the British Army's expansion plan was completely wrecked. Instead, Britain went to war with an army that was intended more to demonstrate diplomatic resolve rather than to engage in large-scale combat against a skilled opponent. Prior to the war, Chamberlain's cabinet planned to equip 10 divisions for continental deployment in the event of war. On the 4th of September 1939, the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, under Lord Gort, began arriving in France and initially consisted of 2 corps, 1st and 2nd, each comprising 2 regular infantry divisions, 1, 2, 3, 4. In December 1939, a 5th regular infantry division was sent to France, followed by 5 TA divisions, 42, 44, 48, 50, 51, in January to April 1940. In late April, 3 second-line divisions, 12, 23, 46, were also sent to France, as well as the incomplete 1st Armored Division. By May 1940, the BEF, on paper, consisted of 394,165 troops in 13 infantry and 1 armored division. However, only the 5 regular infantry divisions were adequately trained and equipped, even though civilian vehicles were still being used until sufficient military lorries became available. The newly raised TA divisions were much further behind, and the equipment they were provided was obsolescent. Particularly egregious was the dearth of tactical radios at brigade level and below, which made command or control of mobile operations problematic. British training was also highly deficient in a number of regards, being still primarily geared towards 1918-style tactics and unconcerned with the possibility of air attack. British armored units were far from combat ready, with a mix of poorly designed tank types and saddled with an incoherent doctrine. Optimistically, the British leadership hoped that the much larger French army, which had 74 divisions facing Germany, would conduct the bulk of any ground operations until the BEF was fully trained and equipped. On the 18th of December, 1939, the lead elements of the 1st Canadian Infantry Division arrived at Aldershot, in England, the first major Commonwealth contribution to the British war effort. Prior to the war, Canada had a tiny regular army of only 4,500 personnel, backed by a 10,000-man militia. But the decision was made to send troops to Great Britain as soon as possible. The Canadian soldiers arrived without steel helmets, equipped with worn-out Lewis guns and 18-pounder artillery pieces. Britain would have to outfit them with virtually all their equipment, adding to the delay of outfitting the TA divisions. Furthermore, 3/4 of the Canadians were untrained recruits. By March 1940, the Canadian 1st Infantry Division grew to a 23,000-man force, and a 2nd Division was being readied in Canada. Australia also promised to send a corps with 2 infantry divisions to join the BEF in France, and New Zealand promised 1 division. But most of these troops were still training in Palestine or en route when France capitulated. When the German Western Offensive began on the 10th of May, most of the BEF moved into Belgium along with the best French divisions, intending to block any German turning movement into northern France, as had occurred in 1914. On the same day, Winston Churchill succeeded Neville Chamberlain as Prime Minister. Yet the German invasion of Belgium was not the main effort. That came further south, at Sedan, where Generaloberst Heinz Guderian's panzers from the 19th Armée Corps, motorized, smashed through second-rate French divisions and quickly achieved a major breakthrough. Guderian's panzers advanced westward to the coast, and as fate would have it, the only Allied formation in their path was the 12th Infantry Division, a second-line TA formation assigned to protect the BEF's lines of communications into Belgium. On the 20th of May, all 3 of Guderian's Panzerdivisionen overran the dispersed British territorials, completely demolishing the division. Its battalions suffered 80% losses, and the division was permanently disbanded. With that minor obstacle removed, the 2nd Panzer Division reached the English Channel near Abbeville and pivoted northward. Lord Gort's BEF and 3 French armies were now isolated. For a few days the Allies attempted to mount a counter-offensive to reopen land communications to the south. But these efforts failed. As France wilted under the German onslaught, Churchill made a number of hasty decisions. He quickly realized that the BEF was in serious danger, and that possession of the Channel ports was crucial to sustaining or evacuating Lord Gort's forces. The Royal Navy was already beginning to plan for an evacuation of the BEF, designated Operation Dynamo. But the Channel ports needed to be secured from Guderian's panzers, sweeping in from the south. In order to demonstrate British resolve, Churchill ordered British units sent to reinforce the French garrisons in the vital ports of Calais and Boulogne. On the morning of the 21st of May, Colonel William Fox Pitt's 20th Guards Brigade was dispatched from England by sea to Boulogne, where 2 battalions arrived the next morning. Fox Pitt's brigade was sent so quickly that his soldiers arrived in France with only 50 rounds of rifle ammunition each. No grenades, no anti-tank mines, and no vehicles. Only 8 hours after the Guardsmen began disembarking, the vanguard of the 2nd Panzer Division reached the outskirts of the city. Local French troops, equipped with anti-tank guns, knocked out a few German armored vehicles and gave time for the 20th Guards Brigade to deploy in a thin cordon around the city, which temporarily slowed the German advance. However, the 2nd Panzer Division attacked in full force on the 23rd of May, threatening to overrun both British battalions. Initially, a signal from the British War Office instructed Fox Pitt to stand fast and fight it out, while British destroyers stood off the port and were ordered not to evacuate troops. By the afternoon, the Germans were clearly pushing into Boulogne, and by 1800 hours, Fox Pitt was finally authorized to evacuate and avoid the destruction of his brigade. It was a near-run thing, with German tanks firing on the British destroyers entering the port, and the captain of HMS Vimy was killed by sniper fire. By 0240 hours on the 24th of May, the last British destroyers left Boulogne. Amazingly, 2/3 of the 20th Guards Brigade was saved, but 522 men were lost at Boulogne. 2 British battalions were badly mauled, each having lost 1/3 of their troops and many junior officers. Furthermore, the British did not notify the French garrison that they were evacuating their brigade from Boulogne, which elicited stinging criticisms from the French, who were still fighting in Boulogne. Churchill was personally offended by the criticism of French generals, who said that the British were being hypocritical and selfish, urging the French to stand and fight, while evacuating their own troops. While the action at Boulogne was developing, Churchill's War Cabinet ordered Brigadier Claude Nicholson's 30th Infantry Brigade, 2 regular and 1 TA infantry battalion, 1 tank regiment with 48 tanks, to proceed from Dover by ferry to stiffen the defense of Calais. Nicholson's brigade arrived on the 22nd of May and had barely disembarked its combat echelons when the 10th Panzer Division began attacking Calais from the south. Amazingly, Nicholson's brigade was able to hold off the 10th Panzer Division for 3 days, but, unlike Boulogne, Churchill ordered that the hard-pressed brigade would not be evacuated. He intended to demonstrate his cold-blooded resolve to his anxious French allies, vacillating members of his own war cabinet, and the remorseless German enemy. Nicholson's brigade made its last stand on the 26th of May and was overrun. About 300 British troops were killed and 2,900 captured. At the cost of an infantry brigade, Churchill had made his point to all. He intended Great Britain to fight on, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the headlong German advance was temporarily halted on the night of the 23rd to the 24th of May, when German troops were within 9.5 miles of Dunkirk. Generaloberst Gerd von Rundstedt, commander of Heeresgruppe A, had become nervous that his Panzerdivisionen were overextended and vulnerable to an Allied counterstroke, even though the trapped Allied armies were in fact conducting a fighting retreat to Dunkirk. Generaloberst Gunther von Kluge, commander of 4th Army, pressed hard to slow down the advance in order to let the infantry divisions catch up, and von Rundstedt agreed and ordered Guderian's panzers to halt. The next day, Hitler concurred and issued his own Haltbefehl, halt order, which was intended to conserve the panzers for the next phase of operations in France. It was not until the 26th of May that the halt order was rescinded, giving the BEF a vital 48-hour reprieve. Although some historians, such as B.H. Liddell Hart, have attempted to suggest that Hitler deliberately slowed the advance upon Dunkirk in order to allow part of the BEF to escape as a political gesture, this idea does not hold water. First, the halt order occurred before Operation Dynamo had actually begun. Hitler had no way of knowing that the British could evacuate so many troops off the beaches. Second, Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, head of the Luftwaffe, assured Hitler that his aircraft could prevent an evacuation, and, on the morning of the 27th of May, 300 of his bombers demolished the port facilities in a massive raid. In German minds, the BEF was now trapped and not going anywhere. Hitler intended to annihilate the BEF, not allow it to escape. British, French, and Belgian troops fought desperately to maintain a defensive perimeter around Dunkirk, while the Royal Navy began the evacuation using everything that could float. At first, Churchill and his War Cabinet believed that Operation Dynamo would rescue only about 50,000 troops before the Germans overran the perimeter. But the Herculean effort made by the Royal Navy greatly exceeded expectations. During the period of the 26th of May to the 4th of June, a total of between 315,000 and 338,000 Allied troops were evacuated from Dunkirk, of which approximately 186,581 were British troops. Another 35,000 British support troops had been evacuated prior to Operation Dynamo commencing. All 5 of the regular divisions were in poor condition after Dunkirk, but the evacuated TA divisions were in much worse shape. In order to pull off this miracle, the Royal Navy committed 40 of its destroyers, and these vessels suffered repeated enemy air and S-boat torpedo attacks, resulting in 6 destroyers sunk and 23 damaged. Although many of the destroyers were stationary or heavily loaded with troops, Dunkirk made it clear that the Luftwaffe was a serious threat to the Royal Navy in the English Channel. Finally, the Royal Air Force also made an all-out effort to protect the evacuation, committing well over 200 fighters per day, but suffered the loss of 83 fighters, 36 Spitfires, and 47 Hurricanes. Operation Dynamo saved the bulk of a disarmed BEF at the cost of heavy losses of the ships and planes that would be most needed to defend Britain's shores from the threat of German invasion. Even if re-equipped in Britain, the brief campaign in France and Belgium demonstrated that the British Army was fundamentally unprepared to conduct the kind of combined arms warfare as practiced by the Germans. Twice, the BEF mounted large-scale tank attacks, both of which were costly failures. The first attack was conducted by Frankforce, a jury-rigged team consisting of 4th and 7th Royal Tank Regiment, RTR, from the 1st Army Tank Brigade, 88 tanks, 2 battalions of infantry, and 2 artillery batteries, against the 7th Panzer Division at Arras on the 21st of May. Although the 2.5-hour-long counterattack gave the Germans a considerable fright, it ultimately failed, and the British lost 53 out of 88 tanks engaged, including 14 of 16 Matilda II tanks. Both tank regiment commanders were killed, and the 4th RTR was effectively destroyed. The second attack was launched by the 1st Armored Division against the 2nd Infanterie Division, south of Abbeville, on the 27th of May. The attack failed, with 65 British tanks knocked out and 55 inoperative due to mechanical faults. Thus, the combat experience accumulated by the British Army during the brief campaign in France did little to add to the development of an effective doctrine for mobile warfare. The dust had not even settled from the Dunkirk fiasco when Churchill decided to reinforce failure by organizing a second BEF to assist in the defense of France. Lieutenant General Alan Brooke, just rescued with his 2nd Corps from Dunkirk, was ordered back to France to take charge of the 51st Infantry Division, TA, and 1st Armored Division, which were south of the Somme River. In addition, Churchill decided to send the 52nd Infantry Division, TA, and the 1st Canadian Infantry Division to join Brooke's command. Brooke had no chance to organize his scattered forces before the second phase of the German offensive vaulted over the Somme. Most of Major General Victor Fortsch's 51st Infantry Division were cornered by German panzers near Saint-Valery on the 12th of June, resulting in the surrender of 2 brigades with 10,000 troops. 2 days later, the 1st Canadian Brigade arrived in Brest, just as the Germans were marching into Paris. Brooke recognized that the situation was rapidly unraveling, which Churchill finally accepted and agreed to evacuate the 2nd BEF from western French ports in Operation Ariel. The Canadian Brigade landed at Brest was forced to evacuate after just 48 hours in France. Although the Canadians saved their artillery, they abandoned all 216 of their vehicles, including brand-new Ford F-15 CMP trucks, due to lack of transport. It was a humiliating and costly debut for no military gain. British materiel losses in France were catastrophic. At Dunkirk alone, the British Army lost 2,347 artillery pieces, 55% of its total inventory, 509 2-pounder anti-tank guns, 60% of its total, and 615 tanks, 47% of its total. In addition, the British abandoned 63,879 vehicles, as well as 76,000 tons of ammunition and 165,000 tons of petrol. Much of this materiel was incorporated into the German inventory for their own use. The loss of military trucks was particularly crippling, since Britain only produced a total of 89,582 military trucks in 1940, and a similar amount in 1941. This meant that only a small portion of the British Army would be fully motorized for the next year. Some equipment was salvaged and returned to Britain, almost entirely from the 2nd BEF, including 322 artillery pieces, anti-tank guns, 22 tanks, and 4,739 vehicles. The 5th Royal Tank Regiment of 1st Armored Division was particularly fortunate and managed to ship 7 of its 52 tanks back to England. Altogether, the British Army lost 722 tanks in France. However, the important point here is that the only fully equipped divisions in the British Army had been in France, and now they were virtually denuded of equipment. The TA units left in England were, at best, partly equipped and trained. While Britain's production of aircraft was ramping up quickly in the summer of 1940, domestic production of weapons for the Army was still so anemic that it would take more than a year to re-equip the regular Army and outfit the territorials. The manufacture of tanks had not been a priority before Dunkirk, and only 392 tanks were built in July through September 1942, of which 147 were cruisers, 227 infantry tanks, and 18 light tanks. Regular units like the 5th Royal Tank Regiment were re-equipped with A9 and A13 cruiser tanks in July through August, but the territorial armored units had to make do with light tanks or armored cars until 1941. Manufacture of the Mark VI light tank ceased, and the new Mark III Valentine entered serial production in September 1940. Artillery and anti-tank production was a particular shortfall, with not enough of the new 25-pounder Mark II guns to go around until mid-1941. Even rifles were a problem, with an average of just 8,600 completed at the Birmingham plant each month. However, production of small arms ammunition, over 40 million rounds per month, was adequate, and 442 million rounds of .303 caliber ammunition were available by September. Likewise, the stockpile of artillery ammunition was adequate. The supply of uniforms was adequate even to outfit much of the Home Guard within a few months, but the quantity and quality of some items was substandard. Amazingly, the same nation that was able to mass-produce Spitfires was unable to provide its soldiers with more than one pair of socks, and they were of such poor quality that infantrymen found it difficult to march in them. In human terms, the British Army suffered about 17% losses in France, comprising 4,206 killed, 52,165 missing, and 16,815 wounded. A disproportionate share of these losses were in the infantry battalions, which had an authorized strength of 668 men, including 22 officers. Altogether, over 38,000 infantrymen, the equivalent of 57 battalions, were lost. The artillery also suffered 7,332 casualties, which left the British Army with very few trained artillerymen after Dunkirk. Likewise, the loss of almost 3,000 British officers severely impacted the ability of the British Army to train new recruits. Dunkirk decimated the regular British Army and the few trained territorial units. In the 2nd Infantry Division, a regular army formation, 4 of its infantry battalions were virtually destroyed. The 1st Battalion, Queen's Own Cameron Highlanders, only had 79 survivors. The 1st Battalion, Royal Welch Fusiliers, had about 150, and 2 of the battalions in the 4th Brigade, about 200 each. In the 3rd Infantry Division, the 4th Royal Berkshires suffered over 50% losses, and in the 48th Infantry Division, the 2nd Battalion, Royal Warwicks, only had 137 survivors. The 51st Highland Infantry Division, a territorial formation, lost 6 infantry battalions in toto. Once back in Britain, these divisions had to replace enormous gaps in their organizations, which often meant transferring support personnel into infantry billets. Replacing junior enlisted soldiers is one thing, but experienced NCOs and company commanders do not roll readily off assembly lines. Furthermore, the loss of so many regular soldiers in France meant that there were fewer skilled professionals to train the TA divisions. Consequently, it would take even longer to bring the TA divisions up to the standard of combat readiness that would enable them to successfully fight German divisions. British infantry units after Dunkirk were in poor shape for some time, and particularly lacked tactical radios, mortars, and transport. Some infantry battalions were given bicycles or civilian buses, but this did not solve the problem. In the 59th Staffordshire Infantry Division, a second-line territorial formation assigned to protect the northern coast, the unit was provided with lorries from Newcastle breweries. Since the vehicles were only on loan to the Army, they retained their commercial liveries and could not be painted as military vehicles. In essence, much of the post-Dunkirk British infantry was like the static German divisions defending the French coast in 1942 to 1944, bereft of first-line equipment and woefully short of experienced junior officers and NCOs. On top of this, Churchill made the decision, opposed by the Army leadership, to conscript another 324,000 men between June and August, but there was already a huge backlog in training and existing territorial forces recruited in the first 6 months of the war. These doubled the British Army, but the political decision to create the illusion of strength through numbers, which overburdened the system of training and equipping new units. Not all the British Army's regulars had been decimated by the French campaign. In mid-June, regular forces that had been deployed in India began returning to England. 5 battalions of regular infantry were formed into the 29th and 31st Independent Infantry Brigades, and provided with a battalion of new 25-pounder guns and Bren gun carriers. While these 2 brigades were a godsend to the depleted regular forces, these troops required considerable retraining after years of distant colonial service. In addition, a number of cavalry regiments returned and, along with yeomanry regiments, they were formed into 3 motor machine gun brigades. These formations were equipped with a motley mix of Bren gun carriers, armored cars, and lightly armored civilian vehicles known as beaverettes. In June 1940, the motor machine gun brigades were conceived as rapid reaction units, but it quickly became apparent that they had negligible combat capability. After Dunkirk, the British Army hastily put together a Blue Ribbon Commission under General Sir William H. Bartholomew to review doctrine, and in just 2 weeks it produced a report that acted as a doctrinal stopgap for the next 6 months. The hastily written Bartholomew report drew a number of incorrect conclusions, such as the belief that the brigade group would be the basic fighting unit, not the division, and that the Bren gun carrier would be used aggressively in the front line. British doctrine remained in a muddle after Dunkirk, and it would not be sorted out until 1944. Troops that were regarded as trained in 1940 often had little live-fire experience, and much of their instruction was rote learning from outdated manuals. In an odd footnote to Dunkirk, Hitler was interested in meeting some of the captured British prisoners and asked the OKH, Oberkommando des Heeres, to bring 1 officer and 1 NCO who could understand German to the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. It is likely that Hitler wanted to personally assess the morale of British soldiers. After talking with them for a while, Hitler said to them, "Well, boys, when you write home, you can write that this war is unnecessary." Churchill maneuvers to keep Britain in the war. Winston Churchill took over as Prime Minister on the 10th of May, 1940, just as the German invasion of neutral Belgium and Holland was beginning. At the same time, a battalion of British Royal Marines invaded the neutral Kingdom of Iceland, a sovereign nation of 125,000 people. Churchill used the excuse that German U-boats may have been violating Icelandic neutrality to seize Reykjavik, since it would greatly assist the Royal Navy in protecting the convoy routes. The Icelandic government protested, but then accepted British occupation. Like his earlier recommendations to violate Norwegian waters to lay mines to interdict German shipping, Churchill was demonstrating his willingness to violate neutral territory. Unlike his predecessors, Stanley Baldwin and Neville Chamberlain, Churchill was politically insecure. Chamberlain was still head of the Conservative Party, not Churchill, and he had no time to soberly consider preventative measures, but could only react to each succeeding crisis. In just 6 weeks, Churchill watched as France was beaten to its knees and defeated. Up to this point, all of Britain's strategy had been geared towards fighting a coalition war, with Britain focusing on naval and air operations against Germany, while France and other allies conducted any ground campaigns. Yet, not only did Britain lose its primary ally when France capitulated, but Italy joined the Axis side, thereby opening up a new theater of operations in the Mediterranean and North Africa. By the end of June, Britain's strategic situation had markedly deteriorated, and the only two game-changers, the United States and the Soviet Union, were waiting to see how events played out. 6 weeks before Hitler ordered preparations for an amphibious operation against Great Britain to begin, Churchill was speaking about the threat of enemy invasion in the House of Commons on the 4th of June. As Dunkirk was being overrun, Churchill famously stated that, "We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender." Yet not everyone in Britain's government was so confident. Josiah Clement Wedgwood, a Labour Member of Parliament for Newcastle-under-Lyme, had given a speech in the House of Commons on the 7th of May, 1940, pointing out that if the Royal Navy could not stop a German invasion of Norway, it was possible that the Navy might not prevent a landing in England either. Wedgwood was no wilting lily, but a veteran of the Boer War, Gallipoli, and Siberia in 1918. Like Churchill, he ardently opposed Chamberlain's appeasement strategy, and he was one of the first to join the Home Guard, though aged 68. If staunch defenders of the Empire like Wedgwood doubted the war effort, Churchill's rhetoric would not be enough. Churchill actually got on well with Wedgwood, who was cut from the same cloth as he was, but he could not afford doubt to be introduced into the British war effort. Instead, Churchill used his vaunted rhetoric as his primary weapon. He boldly proclaimed that "we shall not be content with a defensive war," letting both Hitler and the British people know that he intended to wage real war, not merely hold out on an island fortress. However, Churchill had inherited a cabinet that included men deeply involved with pre-war appeasement policies, as well as Labour politicians who viewed him with innate hostility. Initially, Churchill had no real political allies in his coalition cabinet, and the majority opinion among these men was psychologically at odds with Churchill's aggressive attitudes towards the war. Churchill also had to face the difficulty of waging protracted war in a modern democracy. The British population was infused with pacifist thinking, much like the French, and fearful of terror bombing. The civilian casualties caused by the Luftwaffe's attacks on the Spanish town of Guernica in April 1937 and the Dutch city of Rotterdam in May 1940 had left a particularly poignant impression. In early 1939, the British Ministry of Health estimated that there could be 1.8 million casualties in the first 6 months of enemy bombing, although these estimates were later proved to be wildly inaccurate. They seemed credible in July 1940. On top of this, Chamberlain's government had failed to properly articulate British war aims or a path to victory, so it was difficult for the population to accept sacrifices when the objectives being sought were ambiguous. How long would conscription and rationing go on? And to what end? Thus, Churchill was faced with steering Great Britain towards a commitment to all-out warfare, despite lack of political support within his own cabinet and an apprehensive, unmotivated population. Churchill's inner war cabinet consisted of himself, Neville Chamberlain, Lord Halifax, Clement Attlee, and Arthur Greenwood. It is unlikely that there has ever been a group in charge of making strategic decisions whose members held more divergent viewpoints. The War Cabinet met at least once daily, sometimes twice. Churchill's only real allies were in the Outer Cabinet, which included Secretary of State for War Anthony Eden. Essentially, Churchill was the hawk who had long opposed Chamberlain's appeasement policies and urged rearmament. The fact that he had been proved right about Hitler's intentions did not create much political capital among his own Conservative Party peers. Churchill's reputation for reckless behavior, highlighted by his connection to the 1915 Gallipoli fiasco, had stuck to him like glue throughout his career. While the cabinet may have grudgingly admitted that Churchill had been more prescient than they had been about the turn of events, that did not mean that he had a workable solution to lead them either to a military victory or an honorable peace. Apparently, on his own initiative, Lord Halifax met with the Italian ambassador in London, Giuseppe Bastianini, on the 25th of May. At this point, it looked as though much of the BEF would be lost in France. According to Halifax, Bastianini said that Italy was willing to broker peace negotiations between Germany and Great Britain, although the discussions were vague. On the 26th of May, Halifax presented the idea to the War Cabinet of using the Italians to open peace negotiations with Germany, claiming that Mussolini could persuade Herr Hitler to take a more reasonable attitude. But Churchill was adamantly opposed, at least in public, to negotiations with Hitler. Although Churchill had spoken about the possibility of negotiations with the enemy in September 1939, he was disinclined to negotiate from a position of weakness brought about by the defeats in Norway and France. Halifax drafted a memo to the Italians that said that Great Britain would consider any proposal that promised a secure and peaceful Europe, and argued within the cabinet that Britain should try to get the best peace deal that it could before the military situation grew worse. Churchill insisted that Hitler could not be trusted to honor any agreements, while Halifax spoke of a European equilibrium. For the next 3 days, the War Cabinet was plunged into crisis as Halifax aggressively pushed the other members to consider the possibility of a negotiated settlement, and Chamberlain supported this proposal as well. There was also some support within Parliament for negotiations, particularly from the 77-year-old David Lloyd George, a group of 30 Labour MPs led by Richard Stokes. Churchill argued that resistance to German aggression was the only viable course, since any settlement imposed as a result of German military victory in France would inevitably result in the destruction of our independence. In particular, Churchill stated that Hitler would force Britain to end its rearmament programs, which would keep Great Britain in a position of military inferiority. To be fair to Halifax and Chamberlain, Churchill had no idea what terms Hitler might offer, and provided no insight into how his policy of stubborn intransigence would lead Britain to a better situation, other than more sanguinary rhetoric about the conflict, only ending when each one of us lies choking in his own blood upon the ground. The outer cabinet applauded this speech, apparently thinking he was referring to someone else's blood. The very idea of Great Britain considering a negotiated settlement with Hitler in 1940 remains something of a taboo subject, even after 75 years. But Churchill's refusal to listen to Halifax and others in the cabinet was a strategic mistake. As Cambridge historian David Reynolds has argued, Churchill based his decision to keep Britain in the war on two faulty assumptions: that Germany was near economic collapse and that the United States would soon enter the war. Yet, there was not one hard shred of intelligence to suggest that either assumption was correct. Churchill simply wanted them to be correct. Churchill made many mistakes during the course of the war, and the outright rejection of negotiation would prove quite costly to Britain. Churchill knew that Hitler was not likely to seek a punitive peace with Great Britain, but rather a quick end to hostilities so he could consolidate his conquests. Whether Churchill negotiated or not, German occupation of much of Europe was an irreversible fact that could not be changed with Britain's available resources. Yet, opening covert negotiations, unrevealed to the British public, might have bought valuable time for the British Army and RAF to recover from Dunkirk, while also wasting Hitler's narrow window of opportunity to consider invasion. Even if the negotiations were broken off after a few months, this would have been a valuable victory for Great Britain. It was only after 9 cabinet meetings that Churchill was able to convince Attlee and Greenwood from Labour to side with him, which resulted in Halifax's isolation and his proposal for negotiations being voted down. Yet, it was a close call, and Churchill knew that his position was vulnerable until he could cleanse his cabinet of men who had little or no faith in victory. After this crisis was resolved, Churchill brought Lord Beaverbrook into the cabinet to energize aircraft production, and Duff Cooper as Minister of Information, while sending Chamberlain loyalist Samuel Hoare to Spain as ambassador. Chamberlain himself was diagnosed with cancer and resigned from the cabinet in September. Eventually, Halifax would be sent as ambassador to the United States. By October 1940, Churchill's political position was stronger. Churchill also took this opportunity to do some housecleaning in the military. He decided to replace the wooden-headed General Edmund Ironside, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, SIGS, with General John Dill. Ironside was kicked upstairs to take command of Home Forces, but was soon replaced by Alan Brooke in mid-July and forced into retirement. Lord Gort was sent off on various overseas inspection junkets until made Governor of Malta. Churchill brought Major General Pug Ismay, a former Indian Army officer, to be his principal military advisor, and Ismay remained in that position for the duration of the war. For the time being, Churchill had succeeded in keeping Great Britain committed to staying in the war. However, doubt lingered even in Churchill's mind, and on the 12th of June he told Ismay, "You and I will be dead in 3 months' time." This unguarded remark, like his earlier speech about choking in one's own blood, indicated a fatalist streak in Churchill, which has now generally been whitewashed from the Battle of Britain narrative. Britain, far from alone, but without a strategy. When Churchill said on the 14th of July, 1940, that "we are fighting by ourselves, alone," he was of course overlooking the fact that Britain controlled an empire that directed 1/5 of the Earth's population. Britain's Commonwealth allies, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa, had already committed ground, naval, and air forces to participate in the European war and were preparing substantial reinforcements. Yet, even more vital in the long term was the Commonwealth partners' contributions to operating the Empire Air Training Scheme, EATS, which was expected to train up to 50,000 aircrew for the RAF per year. Prior to the war, the RAF relied upon small service schools to train pilots and aircrew, but this was insufficient for large-scale expansion in wartime. By April 1940, Australia and Canada were running basic flight training schools, which were invulnerable to enemy air attack and which opened a steady pipeline of trained aircrew for the RAF. Without the flight schools in Canada, the RAF's ability to replace combat losses and build up bomber command into an offensive force would have been severely curtailed. Churchill also deliberately chose to ignore the fact that Great Britain still had one significant foreign ally: Poland. At the outset of the war in September 1939, the Polish Navy arrived in Scotland with the destroyers ORP Burza and Błyskawica, and they were soon put to hard use in escorting Atlantic convoys. After the fall of France, General Władysław Sikorski brought about 30,000 Polish troops to Great Britain, enough to form 2 rifle brigades by late September to help defend the Scottish coast. General Dill reported to the British cabinet that the Polish troops appeared to be of good quality and would be re-equipped with surplus infantry weapons received from the United States. The Polish Air Force also provided 5 squadrons for RAF Fighter Command and 4 for Bomber Command. The Polish fighter pilots were a particularly valuable asset due to their previous combat experience against the Luftwaffe, and they would play a major role in the Battle of Britain. In time, the Polish contribution to Great Britain's war effort would expand nearly tenfold and participate in nearly all future campaigns. Yet, while British political leaders gladly accepted Polish military assistance, they were annoyed by Polish hostility towards the Soviet Union. Chamberlain's government had gone to war to defend Poland against German aggression, but ignored similar Soviet aggression against Poland. Churchill wanted Polish military assistance for free, but was unwilling to provide more than empty promises about helping Poland to regain the land seized by the USSR. On a smaller scale, Czechoslovakia would also contribute 2 fighter and 1 bomber squadron to the RAF when it needed them most. However, Dill was less impressed with the 3,000 Czech troops in Great Britain and stated that they were not of such high quality and would have to be carefully sorted out before rearming. The Royal Netherlands Navy managed to bring 4 brand-new O-21 class submarines to England, which contributed to the British war effort in the North Sea, and 1,500 troops to form an infantry brigade. Enough Dutch pilots and aircrew reached Britain to form 2 squadrons in RAF Coastal Command. Of greater significance, the Norwegian Merchant Marine added 4 million tons of shipping, including 268 tankers, and 25,000 sailors to the Allied cause, which helped Britain's sea lanes to remain open. Nor was Churchill interested in Charles de Gaulle and his Free French forces. From his headquarters in London, de Gaulle was able to rally about 5,000 volunteers to the Free French standard in the summer of 1940, but less than 3% of the French troops evacuated from France opted to join his cause. He had better luck with the undefeated French expeditionary forces sent to Norway, many of whom chose to remain in the fight. By July, de Gaulle was able to form a brigade-size force, Corps Expéditionnaire Français Libre, in England, comprising Foreign Legion troops, former chasseurs alpins, marines, and sailors. While de Gaulle's forces were small in number, they were all volunteer and often professional soldiers. Although Churchill publicly referred to de Gaulle as a man of destiny, in reality he refused to see the general or his regime as legitimate. Clement Attlee, now a key Churchill political ally, referred to de Gaulle as practically fascist, and the British military establishment viewed all Frenchmen as defeatist. General Dill was reluctant to even give the French troops ammunition. Without the fully fledged support of Churchill or the British military, de Gaulle found it extremely difficult to acquire materiel to re-equip his troops, but nevertheless, he set in motion plans to form the first Free French Division as soon as possible. Within a year, he was able to expand his forces tenfold. Churchill, like many Englishmen, including King George VI, was relieved to be free from operating within the constraints of an alliance with France or other continental powers. Traditional Francophobia was exacerbated by the sudden collapse of the Third Republic and the creation of the Vichy regime, which caused Churchill and his war cabinet to lose all objectivity in regard to France. Churchill openly referred to the French as traitors to the Allied cause, and within the British military there was widespread contempt for the failure of the French to fight harder. The ink was hardly dry on the capitulation document when Churchill suggested at the cabinet meeting on the 22nd of June that steps be taken to prevent the modern French battleships, Richelieu and Jean Bart, and the battlecruisers Strasbourg and Dunkirk from falling into German hands, even though all four were in North African ports. He ridiculously claimed that these four ships could determine the outcome of the war, and bluntly stated that rather than risking German seizure of these warships, we should have to fight and sink them. Halifax suggested that diplomacy should be used to win over the French Navy in North Africa, but his voice carried little weight now. Admiral François Darlan, commander of the French fleet, personally assured Churchill that no French warships would fall into German hands, but Churchill refused to accept this and began pressing the cabinet for a military solution to neutralize all French warships. Another indicator that the War Cabinet was not making decisions based solely on direct threats to Great Britain was a suggestion by Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, First Sea Lord, that French oil facilities in the port of Marseille, in the Free Zone, not controlled by Germans, should be bombarded by the Royal Navy. On the 23rd of June, the Cabinet ordered the Royal Navy to intercept the French cruiser Émile Berton, which was carrying £60 million in gold to Martinique. Churchill cynically stated that we should keep the gold in trust for the French Empire, but that they must fight for it. However, the French gold safely reached Martinique. In reality, the idea that the Germans could seize French warships in North Africa and provide them with trained crews to sail them out to do battle with the Royal Navy was preposterous, and the Royal Navy leadership told Churchill that his hypothetical scenario was unrealistic. However, Churchill had no strategy after the fall of France other than to hold on, but defensive war was not to his taste. Instead, he preferred aggressive actions to gain the strategic initiative, but often with little or no consideration for the consequences. Just 6 months before, as First Lord of the Admiralty, Churchill had advocated Operation Catherine, sending a good portion of the home fleet into the Baltic to raid German merchant shipping, completely ignoring the threat posed by the Luftwaffe, mines, and U-boats. The operation was cancelled. In late June 1940, the only viable offensive tool available to Churchill was the Royal Navy, and he was intent on using it to demonstrate to all and sundry that Britain had the determination to fight on. While the War Cabinet was considering what to do about the French fleet, another target of opportunity presented itself. A flotilla of 4 Swedish destroyers purchased from Italy in March 1940 was near the Faroe Islands, which the British had occupied. Churchill suddenly presented the case that the destroyers could be seized by the Germans en route to Sweden and instead should be taken by the Royal Navy. With little thought for the diplomatic consequences, the 4 destroyers were cornered by 3 British destroyers on the 21st of June, and their crews forcibly detained. There was dissent within the cabinet about this action, which was a clear attack on a neutral nation, and eventually Churchill agreed to release the vessels on the 30th of June, but not before the weapons on all 4 destroyers were sabotaged. Relations with Sweden were severely strained, for no purpose. On the 27th of June, the War Cabinet met again to consider options for dealing with the French fleet, and Churchill proposed an operation using Vice Admiral Sir James Somerville's Force H from Gibraltar to neutralize the large French naval squadron at Mers el-Kebir in Algeria. Duff Cooper, Minister of Information and a close ally of Churchill, suggested that effective use of propaganda might win over the French fleet and some of the colonies, but that would take time. Churchill pressed the cabinet for immediate action, and they assented. The Admiralty was given just 3 days to plan Operation Catapult. No consideration was given to French neutrality or the effect on Franco-British relations. The essence of the plan was to present an ultimatum to each French naval squadron, with the choice of either handing their ships over to the Royal Navy, steaming to a neutral port, or scuttling their ships. On the 3rd of July, the Royal Navy commenced Operation Catapult. Only in Alexandria, Egypt, did the Royal Navy disarm the French squadron without any bloodshed. The French squadron in Portsmouth, England, resisted, and 3 lives were lost. However, these were sideshows. The stated intent of the operation was to disable the main French squadron at Mers el-Kebir. After a failed attempt at negotiations, Somerville's Force H opened fire and sank the French battleship Bretagne and damaged the battlecruiser Dunkirk. A total of 1,297 French sailors were killed in the attack on Mers el-Kebir, but the battlecruiser Strasbourg sortied past Force H and managed to reach Toulon. 3 days later, Somerville launched an airstrike which crippled the damaged Dunkirk in Mers el-Kebir, inflicting further casualties. In the House of Commons, the attack on the French fleet at Mers el-Kebir was cheered as if it was a battlefield triumph instead of an unprovoked attack on a former ally. Vichy France promptly broke off relations with Great Britain, but not with Australia or Canada, and the French Navy retaliated for Mers el-Kebir by launching several ineffectual bombing raids against Gibraltar and ordering attacks on British shipping. 3 British steamships, totaling 15,801 tons, were captured off Dakar, and 3 other vessels were also seized. France and Great Britain were now in an undeclared quasi-war due to Churchill's rash actions, and Operation Catapult had not even fully neutralized the 4 modern French capital ships, as intended. An airstrike had managed to damage the battleship Richelieu in Dakar on the 8th of July, but she was repairable. Given the British attack, the Vichy leadership might have fulfilled Churchill's worst-case scenario by selling some of their warships to the Germans. But D'Aulon was unwilling to take that step. Admiral Somerville was ashamed by his role in the Mers el-Kebir affair and called it the biggest political blunder of modern times. However, Churchill took charge of the narrative and said that the attack was necessary for Britain's survival, which it was not, and that the attack further demonstrated British resolve. Yet, taken together with the seizure of the Swedish destroyers and efforts to seize French gold, the Mers el-Kebir attack amply demonstrates that Churchill was unable to formulate a real military strategy in July 1940 and was simply flailing about. Furthermore, the British actions against neutrals were clearly in violation of international law, handing a propaganda victory to Germany and greatly reducing de Gaulle's ability to recruit volunteers from French North Africa. Had Vichy France decided to ally with Germany as a result of this attack, the prospects for an enemy invasion of Great Britain would have been increased. Operation Catapult was an idiotic display of military force and represented the nadir of British strategy in the World War II. Rather than impressing the Americans, as he later rationalized, Churchill's primary benefit from Operation Catapult was making a clean break with France. In cabinet meetings, Churchill stated that Britain was better off without France. After Mers el-Kebir, Churchill could operate independently without having to consult with allies, which meant that, like Hitler, he could direct the war as he wished. However, after Mers el-Kebir, Churchill's war cabinet proved incapable of creating a realistic military strategy that could seriously challenge Hitler's hold on continental Europe. Churchill himself primarily viewed the war through tactical lenses, looking for opportunities to strike, but without any overarching themes. He also had a tendency to micromanage military operations, involving himself down to brigade level at times. Churchill's close friend and scientific advisor, the physicist Frederick Lindemann, regularly attended War Cabinet meetings, and Churchill relied heavily upon his statistical reports on everything from the bombing campaign to U-boat losses. Great Britain and France had not really developed a strategy since the beginning of the war, since neither the Chamberlain government nor the French had wanted to mount a serious bombing campaign against Germany due to fear of retaliation. Instead, a vague strategy of economic strangulation was espoused, combined with a keen belief that internal fissures within the Nazi regime would tear it to pieces, which was just wishful thinking. Nor had the British Chiefs of Staff Committee, CSC, considered the possibility of enemy invasion, although bombing was expected. Once France was out, it was obvious that the CSC needed to develop a new strategy, and draft assessments were provided to the War Cabinet on the 25th of May. Amazingly, little had changed, and Britain's service chiefs concluded Germany might still be defeated by economic pressure, by a combination of air attack on economic objectives in Germany and on German morale, and the creation of widespread revolt in her conquered territories. Churchill was easily convinced by the fervent arguments of Air Chief Marshal Sir Cyril L.N. Newall that Bomber Command was capable of inflicting a knockout blow against the German economy. On the 15th of May, the Cabinet had approved a night bombing campaign against the Ruhr, and Newall claimed that Bomber Command could put 100 bombers a night over this region and destroy important targets like oil refineries and railroad marshalling yards. Newall and the rest of the British service chiefs concluded that air attacks on Germany's oil centers would be an important contribution to the enemy's defeat, and predicted that bombing would cause widespread shortages of food and oil in Germany by the winter of 1940 to 1941, followed by a significant decline in industrial production by mid-1941. In other words, the RAF leadership was telling Churchill that, as long as Britain could hold out against invasion, Bomber Command could bring the Third Reich to its knees within a year. At a cabinet meeting on the 20th of June, Newall went so far as to state that our bomb raids were hitting Germany considerably harder than the German raids were hitting us. Professor Lindemann supported strategic bombing and advised Churchill that German will to resist could be broken through an air campaign. By the 3rd of September, Churchill told the Cabinet that the bombers alone provide the means of victory. Unfortunately, this was an exaggeration of air power's potential to win wars without support of ground operations. Churchill's strategic choices were shaped by faulty economic intelligence from the Air Ministry, an unimaginative CSC, and exaggerated damage assessments by the RAF. Bomber Command had no ability to mount a knockout blow in the next 12 months because its numbers of aircraft were too few, its losses too high, its bombs too small, and its navigation techniques completely inadequate for precision night bombing of industrial-sized targets. During July and August 1940, Bomber Command was incapable of sending more than 30 to 50 bombers against a single target, and this number only increased to up to 130 bombers by the last quarter of the year. In contrast, the Luftwaffe was capable of sending 400 medium bombers against a single target. Priorities changed weekly. First oil, then armaments industries, then rail yards. In July, Bomber Command prepared Operation Razzle to try to burn German agricultural crops. Lack of night navigational aids was the Achilles heel of Bomber Command, although this was not fully realized until August 1941. Then, the Butt Report embarrassingly revealed that only 5% of RAF night bombers dropped their bombs within 5 miles of their aim point. In fact, the British bombing efforts of 1940 inflicted hardly any damage on the German war economy at all, and the CSC ignored the fact that Germany was importing 900,000 tons of oil per year from the USSR. nor were Bomber Command's Hamden and Whitley medium bombers up to the task of conducting a strategic bombing campaign, with losses amounting to 85% and 53% of production, respectively. While the Wellington medium bomber was a decent aircraft, it was still being built in inadequate numbers, and the RAF would not receive its first heavy bombers until February 1941. Due to wishful thinking that the Nazi regime would suffer internal collapse, a rosy view held over from Chamberlain's cabinet, Churchill became convinced that clandestine operations in occupied Europe could also contribute to victory. As often occurs when democracies look at authoritarian regimes, the British War Cabinet believed that the Third Reich was internally fragile and could be brought to collapse with the right external force. Clement Attlee went so far as to assert that Hitler had to win by the end of the year before his economy and domestic support collapsed, which was more wishful thinking than sober assessment. Despite possession of some useful signals intelligence from Enigma, the British leadership at this time had very little solid information on the German economy or conditions in occupied Europe. The Special Operations Executive, SOE, was formed to support European resistance movements, although initially the SOE teams had very few resources, and it was too soon for serious resistance movements to have arisen in Western Europe. Indeed, after Mers el-Kebir, few people in occupied France wanted to stick their necks out to work with the British, who were expected to be defeated soon. Collaboration with the enemy seemed a much safer bet for most, so SOE had little chance until Allied prospects for victory improved. Churchill knew that Britain lacked the resources to conduct large-scale ground operations against Germany for some time, but hoped to employ the newly created commando units to mount raids all along the coast of occupied Europe. Yet, like the rest of the British Army after Dunkirk, the commandos at this point were poorly equipped, poorly trained, and incapable of mounting serious raids against the continent before 1941. Furthermore, the effort to create elite forces when the bulk of the regular field forces were short of junior officers and NCOs was recklessly irresponsible and driven by Churchill's intent to publicly demonstrate offensive spirit, not by military necessity. Thus, without a real ability to hurt the Third Reich in the near term, the only viable offensive strategy aside from strategic bombing that Britain could pursue in 1940 was to concentrate its slim resources against Italy in the Mediterranean and Vichy France's overseas colonies, although even this could not lead to any real advantage in itself. Amazingly, during the Dunkirk evacuation, the CSC was able to devote time and draft plans to send an expeditionary force to Crete. Churchill would continue to favor these peripheral operations for the rest of the war, all in an effort to evade the central truth. Great Britain lacked the resources to fight a major ground war in Europe on its own. Churchill's strategic formulations were ultimately based upon two assumptions: that Hitler would make a serious strategic mistake that Britain could exploit, and that the United States would fully support Great Britain and eventually join the conflict. Even the CSC concluded that, without the full economic and financial support of the United States, we do not think we could continue the war with any chance of success. In other words, Churchill's strategy was to pray for two separate miracles to occur, barring which, Great Britain had no chance of defeating the Third Reich. Of course, most British strategy after Dunkirk was defensive in nature. The CSC assessed that there are three ways in which Germany might break down the resistance of the United Kingdom: unrestricted air attack aimed at breaking public morale, starvation of the country by attack on shipping and ports, and occupation by invasion. Oddly, Churchill did not initially believe that the Luftwaffe would attack civilian targets in England. At the cabinet meeting on the 18th of May, Churchill stated that he thought the Germans would not adopt a policy of indiscriminate bombing and would instead focus on attacking specific military targets. He was soon disabused of this optimistic view of German restraint. Nowhere was it more obvious that the War Cabinet was basing its decisions upon opinions rather than facts than in the inordinate amount of time spent discussing measures to counter potential pro-German Fifth columnists. Much of these discussions were based upon rumors from France and Holland, not proper intelligence assessments by Britain's security services like MI5. Indeed, Churchill sacked the longtime director of MI5, Vernon Kell, shortly after Dunkirk, and then saddled the agency with rounding up and interning enemy aliens on the Isle of Man. Many of the German nationals were German Jews who had no reason to cooperate with the Nazis, and who could have contributed their language skills to the Allied war effort. The Fifth Column and spy scare wasted a great deal of the Cabinet's time during the summer of 1940. Within the Cabinet, Churchill stated that he did not regard a German invasion as either likely or even feasible, even though the Royal Navy disagreed with his upbeat prognosis. It is not clear why Churchill would believe this any more than he would believe that the Luftwaffe would not bomb civilian targets, but it was not based upon intelligence assessments. Yet, in public, Churchill made frequent and lurid references to the threat of invasion, clearly in an effort to invigorate public opinion and to banish any considerations of negotiations with the enemy. It is likely that he believed a call to arms in the face of a national emergency would harden morale and get the British population accustomed to the idea of fighting and winning a war, rather than trying to find ways of getting out of it. Victor's choice. Hitler's plethora of strategic options. On the 9th of October, 1939, Hitler had spelled out his strategic intent for Fallgelb, the campaign against France, Belgium, and Holland, in Führerdirektive No. 6, to win as much territory as possible in Holland, Belgium, and northern France, to serve as a base for the successful prosecution of the air and sea war against England. On the 29th of November, 1939, Hitler further specified in Führerdirektive No. 9 that, once the Allied armies were broken in the field, he intended to unleash the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine to deal an annihilating blow to the English economy. Hitler did not expect to overwhelm the Western Allies in a single campaign, and made no plans for any operations beyond Fallgelb. However, thanks to superior battlefield leadership and use of combined arms tactics, the German army, Heer, and Luftwaffe achieved an unexpectedly rapid victory over France, which offered Hitler a wide range of strategic options for follow-on operations. France was completely defeated, and Britain, while still in the war, could not seriously threaten his hold on occupied Europe. Although the Wehrmacht had not prepared for a war against Great Britain, military planners began to consider this possibility during the 1938 Munich crisis. On the 22nd of September, 1938, General der Flieger Helmuth Felmy, commander of Luftflotte II, wrote a memorandum for Generalfeldmarschall Hermann Göring, head of the Luftwaffe, on how a potential air campaign against Britain could be waged. Felmy was pessimistic about the Luftwaffe's ability to conduct serious bombing attacks on England, but Göring was insulted by Felmy's report and suppressed it. In August 1939, Generalleutnant Hans Geisler, who worked on Felmy's staff in Luftflotte II, took another look at the problem of attacking Great Britain from the air and concluded that the Luftwaffe's bomber force could not achieve decisive results on their own. Geisler concluded that an air war against Britain in 1940 can only result in partial, though important, success, which could not have an effect and threaten the British conduct of war before the second year of the war. In short, Geisler stated that the Luftwaffe could only inflict significant damage upon Great Britain with a protracted air campaign over a period of at least 2 years. Göring ignored Geisler, as well, and that officer was retired early. In early 1939, Oberst Josef Beppo Schmidt, in charge of the Luftwaffe's Fifth Branch, Intelligence, ordered a study conducted on Great Britain. Schmidt directed that not only Luftwaffe intelligence personnel, but civilian scientists, economists, and other specialists would contribute to the project, which was very atypical of German intelligence production. The results were published 3 months before the outbreak of war in a 94-page document known as Studie Blau, Blue Study. In modern parlance, this study would represent a joint intelligence preparation of the environment, JIPOE, product. Although some of the information used in the report was 4 to 5 years out of date, particularly about the British aircraft industry, it was a good baseline to assess Great Britain as an opponent. The study also incorporated imagery from the clandestine aerial reconnaissance effort over Great Britain that had begun in 1936 and then greatly expanded after the Munich crisis. By mid-1939, the Luftwaffe had completely mapped Great Britain from the sky, the first aerial survey completed of Great Britain. Göring liked the report because it supported his notion that a strategic air campaign against Great Britain was feasible, which was a feather in Schmidt's cap. However, Studie Blau was essentially a one-shot effort, and Schmidt did not have it updated after the war started. By the time that Studie Blau was used by the Luftwaffe for planning in July 1940, it was well out of date. Whereas the Luftwaffe was thinking about war with Great Britain, the Kriegsmarine was slow to consider anything beyond traditional U-boat warfare against British trade. By the second month of the war, senior leadership within the Kriegsmarine decided to conduct a staff estimate to study possible options against Great Britain, including blockade and an amphibious landing. Vice-Admiral Otto Schneewind, the Chief of Staff of the Kriegsmarine's Seekriegsleitung, SKL, responsible for planning naval operations, formed a small group of planners under Korvettenkapitän Hans-Jürgen Reinecker, which spent 5 days assessing the requirements for a possible amphibious landing in England. Reinecker's Studie Rot, Red Study, was brief, only 12 pages, and emphasized the considerable difficulties of trying to mount any kind of landing operations unless the Royal Navy was neutralized. In essence, the study was done in a perfunctory manner and laden with an a priori bias against invasion. As Walter Ansel noted, the negative Navy attitude encouraged a tendency to fight the problem instead of exploring what could be done. Reinecker's study regarded invasion as a very risky option in the face of opposition by the Royal Navy, but concluded that it might be possible to land a small force on the eastern coast of England. He also recommended development of landing craft, just in case. The Reinecker study, submitted to the OKW, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, on the 1st of December 1939, came down in favor of the blockade strategy as the best course of action against Great Britain. This conclusion was in line with the Kriegsmarine's existing capabilities and doctrine, since this force had primarily been structured to conduct anti-commerce operations against Great Britain with U-boats and a small number of powerful surface raiders. The Z Plan, approved in March 1939, was intended to rectify the Kriegsmarine's inferiority versus the Royal Navy by constructing a balanced surface fleet. But Hitler canceled this ambitious program at the beginning of the war. The other services in the OKW were asked to review the Reinecker study, and the OKH decided to conduct its own staff study, led by Oberst Karl Heinrich von Stülpnagel and Major Helmut Stief from the Operations section. At this point, von Stülpnagel was already a covert member of the anti-Nazi resistance, and Stief was also hostile to the regime. Both men would be hanged in August 1944 for their role in the July 20th plot. In any case, on the 13th of December 1939, the OKH study, designated Nordwest, assessed that a larger landing in East Anglia, consisting of 3 to 4 infantry divisions and supported by an airborne landing, was feasible. Like the OKH study, this also recommended a second echelon, consisting of 2 panzer and 1 motorized division, as an exploitation force. Göring rejected the OKW assessment since it asked his service to do too much, and the Kriegsmarine remained unreceptive to the entire concept. Thus, the Nordwest study was shelved by Christmas 1939. Hitler did not have a war cabinet like Churchill, but he did not make his strategic choices in a vacuum. Instead, he regularly attended Führer conferences with his military advisers. But unlike Churchill, these were not daily, and he received much less input from civilians. Hitler sought professional military estimates from his services chiefs, Generalfeldmarschall Walter Brauchitsch of the Heer, Göring of the Luftwaffe, Großadmiral Erich Raeder of the Kriegsmarine, and their respective staffs in the Oberkommando des Heeres, OKH, with Generaloberst Franz Halder as Chief of Staff, the Oberkommando der Luftwaffe, OKL, with General der Flieger Hans Jerschonek as Chief of Staff, and the Oberkommando der Marine, OKM, and its planning group known as the Seekriegsleitung, SKL, headed by Vice-Admiral Otto Schneewind. Each of the services was supposed to coordinate through the OKW, headed by Generalfeldmarschall Wilhelm Keitel and his head of operations, General der Artillerie Alfred Jodl. But in reality, inter-service cooperation was often poor and marked by rivalry. The OKW was created in 1938 to increase Hitler's control over the military, not to act as a joint headquarters. In terms of intelligence support in regard to Great Britain, Hitler was heavily dependent upon Admiral Wilhelm Canaris's Abwehr, which was subordinate to the OKW. Hitler also received input from his foreign minister, Joachim Ribbentrop, and his minister of propaganda, Joseph Goebbels. Ribbentrop had served as ambassador in London before the war, but his obnoxious behavior made him a diplomatic flop, and he had a burning hatred for England. Ribbentrop was one of the few German leaders opposed to negotiating a settlement with Britain. While Churchill's war cabinet often wasted time on secondary issues and made decisions based upon inaccurate information, Hitler had no real mechanism for formulating grand strategy. Instead, he consulted with the various service chiefs in order to determine what they could accomplish, and then gave vague planning guidance, often encouraging competing planning efforts between the services. He then stuck his finger into the air and made his decision based on his personal inclinations. Despite the excellent traditions of the old Großer Generalstab, Great General Staff, German military men were not trained or encouraged to conduct strategic planning, and generally shied away from economic, political, and technological issues. Instead, these men were trained to conduct Bewegungskrieg, maneuver warfare, and they were honed to be the consummate crafters of operational-level campaign plans, but nothing higher. In particular, the quality of military planning in Halder's OKH was pedestrian and best suited to planning pincer-style offensives in a sterile way, without regard to weather or logistics. When faced with an obdurate Great Britain, Hitler was uncertain how to proceed, and he provided no real command guidance for several weeks after the French capitulation. Führer Directive No. 9 had spelled out a broad outline of attacking the British economy through air attacks on British ports, oil storage facilities, and key war industries, mining of coastal waterways, and U-boat, surface, radar, and aircraft attacks on shipping. The mining and anti-shipping attacks had commenced from the outset of the war, and by the end of June 1940, they had accounted for 469 merchant ships of 1.67 million tons GRT. Against this, the Kriegsmarine had lost the pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee, and 19 U-boats. However, Hitler had not yet authorized any serious bombing of ports or other ground targets. Great Britain's food imports were down about 10% from pre-war totals, not entirely due to enemy action, but its economy had only been marginally impacted by Germany's anti-commerce operations. Clearly, something new was needed in order to push Britain toward negotiations to end the war, which was Hitler's desired end state. Inside the OKW, the Nord-West study was dusted off, and discussions were held as to what could be accomplished. Jodl drafted a memo on the 30th of June, which outlined Germany's 6 strategic options. 1. Diplomacy. Attempt to negotiate a settlement with Great Britain. 2. Blockade/trade war. Handelskrieg. Increase the pressure on Great Britain's economy by bombing commercial ports and critical facilities, sinking more shipping. 3. Terror bombing. Attempt to break British civilian morale by bombing all major cities. 4. Invade. Conduct an amphibious landing in England to force a capitulation. 5. Indirect approach. Conduct military operations against Great Britain's overseas territories in the Mediterranean region in order to increase pressure on them and to secure resources and bases. 6. Shift to a defensive strategy. Ignore Great Britain and fortify Germany's position in occupied Europe. Demobilize some of the ground army and concentrate on strengthening the German economy and military technology, waiting for others to make mistakes. In the heady days of late June to early July 1940, Hitler actually appeared willing to pursue all 6 strategic options nearly simultaneously. He hoped to ease Great Britain out of the war without too great an expenditure of German lives and resources. Brauchitsch and most of the OKH believed that Great Britain was beaten after Dunkirk and that a diplomatic solution was within reach. Although Hitler's belief that peace was possible with Britain is often presented as wishful thinking, he did have some concrete evidence that there were influential British people who were sympathetic towards an accommodation with Germany. Hitler's sudden and dramatic rise in Germany had attracted admirers in Britain as well. Unity Mitford was one of the first and most fanatical, who wormed her way into Hitler's inner circle and propagated the idea that Germany and Britain could cooperate against communism. In 1932, Sir Oswald Mosley formed the British Union of Fascists, BUF, and one of his close associates was Major General retired J.F.C. Fuller, the father of British tank forces in the World War I. In 1935, the Anglo-German Fellowship was founded, based on a suggestion by the Prince of Wales for a council to promote better relations with Germany. Many influential Britons flocked to the council, including members of Churchill's own Conservative Party. Another member was Admiral Sir Barry Edward Domvile, retired 1936, a former head of British naval intelligence who had fascist sympathies. In 1937, he founded another organization known as The Link, a pro-Nazi group that gained over 4,000 members. British fascists flocked to Hitler at the Nuremberg rallies and the 1936 Olympics, demonstrating to him that he did have ardent sympathizers in Great Britain. As far as Hitler could tell from these misguided Britons, an Anglo-German collaboration was feasible. Yet, Hitler was inconsistent with the diplomacy option, talking peace one moment, then devastation if he did not get what he wanted. Despite rambling table talk with his intimates about his admiration for the British Empire, he was unwilling to make even token efforts to further diplomacy. Stephen Bungay has claimed that on the 22nd of June, Hitler issued a month-long ban prohibiting the Luftwaffe from flying over Great Britain in order to tone down hostilities. But even if this occurred, it was not enforced. He said that he wanted to demonstrate restraint in order to drive a wedge between the British people and their leaders. Yet, British cabinet records indicate a number of Luftwaffe night raids over Cardiff, Southampton, Bristol, and Newcastle during this period, resulting in over 100 dead and 600 wounded. If Hitler intended a halt to bombing as a gesture, the British clearly missed it. Air actions over the English Channel were allowed, as well as anti-commerce attacks. Hitler was truly baffled by the British rejection of negotiations, but was unwilling to spend much political capital to make a diplomatic solution work. He could have made efforts to repatriate some of the wounded British prisoners captured in France, or to evacuate the Channel Islands to jumpstart negotiations, but it apparently never crossed his mind. He also could have suspended U-boat attacks on British shipping, but he did not. German intelligence knew about Halifax's desire to open negotiations, but was unwilling to throw a bone to the pro-peace faction in Churchill's cabinet. British historians have tended to downplay the possibilities for peace in 1940 because of Churchill's distrust of Hitler, but they ignore the precedent that Great Britain, in similar circumstances, negotiated the Treaty of Amiens in 1802 with another would-be European conqueror, Napoleon. While the treaty only resulted in a 14-month truce between England and France, it did demonstrate that a diplomatic solution was not completely far-fetched in a situation where England was left without continental allies. Yet, Hitler wanted a victor's peace, in which Britain's leaders acknowledged that they had lost the war and recognized Germany's conquests. In return, Germany would leave Great Britain and its empire alone. He lacked the flexibility of Napoleon, who was willing to make concessions to secure a peace treaty. After trying nothing and being out of ideas, Hitler's patience with a diplomatic solution ran out by mid-July, and his final appeal to reason in England, in his speech in Berlin on the 19th of July, was delivered in the language of war, not diplomacy. In his address, he stated that if Great Britain continued the war, then a great world empire will be destroyed. In Hitler's mind, the British obviously needed another large dose of German military firepower before they would negotiate, a complete misread of the British mood at the time. Großadmiral Raeder was the main proponent of the Handelskrieg, trade war, or blockade strategy, because it was the least risky and costly for his service. However, in July 1940, the Kriegsmarine only had an average of about 15 operational U-boats for Atlantic patrols, which was too few to seriously disrupt Britain's convoys. Thus, for the blockade strategy to work, the Luftwaffe also had to play a major role by attacking both shipping and British ports. Raeder urged an all-out bombing effort against Liverpool to disrupt British imports. Yet, Göring did not like cooperating with the Kriegsmarine, since he was suspicious that Raeder wanted to build up a naval air arm which would undercut his own Luftwaffe fiefdom, and he also believed that the blockade would take too long. Like Keitel and Jodl in the OKW, Göring optimistically believed that Britain was greatly weakened after Dunkirk, and that one or two sharp blows would shatter its will to remain in the war. Thus, Göring opposed the blockade strategy and ignored the invasion strategy, instead choosing to rely upon his Luftwaffe to impose a military solution upon Britain. While paying lip service to Hitler's alleged ban on combat operations over Britain, on the 30th of June, Göring instructed his two primary operational commanders, Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring with Luftflotte II and Generalfeldmarschall Hugo Sperler with Luftflotte III, to begin efforts to lure the RAF's fighter command into air battles over the English Channel, where it could be destroyed. Göring's initiative was strictly tactical, made without regard to strategic goals, and it would shape how planning for Seelöwe unfolded over the next 3 months. Kesselring and Sperler had only this vague guidance on which to proceed, but in early July they began attacking British coastal convoys in the English Channel in order to entice the Royal Air Force into battle. By the 4th of July, the Kanalkampf, Channel Battle, had begun in earnest, and drew the Luftwaffe into a meaningless daily quest for local air superiority. Göring was also a proponent of area bombing to terrorize the British population, in line with theories advocated by the Italian aviator Emilio Douhet in his influential book, The Command of the Air, 1921. While Hitler had yet to authorize area bombing, Göring made it clear that his Luftwaffe had the resources to flatten London and other cities as required. He wanted to get the lion's share of the credit for defeating Great Britain, which would increase his prestige in the Nazi hierarchy. However, the Kriegsmarine was opposed to area bombing because it wasted resources and instead wanted British ports bombed, while the OKW generally favored attacks on industrial targets. Air power advocates could claim that bombing could win alone, but traditional Army and Navy officers had much less faith that civilian morale could be broken by bombing. As to invasion, Raeder tried to talk Hitler out of it from the beginning, but was forced to work on planning nonetheless. Due to Raeder's lack of enthusiasm for the project, the Kriegsmarine briefings at the Führer Conference in Berlin on the 21st of June left Hitler unimpressed. After the briefings, he told his naval aide, "How can we do an operation of this sort? It looks completely impossible to me. Losses will be heavy and no guarantee of success." Still, like all politicians, he wanted to keep his options open, and on the 2nd of July, Hitler asked for further estimates from each of the services before he made a decision, and stated that the plan to invade England has not taken any definite shape. He did authorize some preparations for a possible operation to begin. Both the Luftwaffe and Heer were keen to commit forces into the Mediterranean region or North Africa, either with or without Italian help, to threaten Great Britain's overseas possessions. The OKH was particularly interested in going after Gibraltar, which would require Spanish support, and Hitler agreed to this in principle. Diplomatic discussions with Spain were initiated while the OKH began a study that would result in Unternehmen Felix. However, at this point, the indirect approach did not seem to offer the potential to achieve decisive results, so it was placed on the back burner. Surprisingly, Hitler did give some consideration to shifting to a defensive strategy and simply waiting until Great Britain's bankruptcy and military impotence led to a reconsideration of negotiations. On the 18th of June, Hitler announced his intent to reduce the army from 167 to 120 divisions and informed the German public that many troops would soon be demobilized. This was not only a popular move, but one which reduced the drain on German economic resources to maintain a large army that was now mostly unemployed. A week later, Hitler told his architect, Albert Speer, to prepare to initiate the hugely expensive project to reconstruct Berlin and Nuremberg into showcase cities. Hitler the Conqueror wanted to become Hitler the Builder. At the same time, Hitler initiated a program to begin constructing defensive fortifications on the eastern border with the USSR. Eventually, the OKH was informed that the Heer would be reduced to just 62 divisions, half of which would be panzer or motorized infantry. Under this option, German industry would focus on increasing construction of U-boats and bombers to escalate anti-commerce attacks. But the Luftwaffe would not bomb civilian targets in England, and the war would drift back to the level of the phony war in the winter of 1939 to 1940, with limited casualties on both sides. Yet, the Germans knew that Great Britain was seriously draining its foreign currency reserves to pay for American-made military equipment, and that this debt was unsustainable. Eventually, even Churchill would recognize that Great Britain was losing more in human and financial terms than it was gaining by remaining at war. Without an existential threat of invasion, or a Luftwaffe blitz, not only would it have been extremely difficult for Churchill to rally his countrymen to make sacrifices in order to remain in a lost war, but assistance from the United States would have likely evaporated. By focusing on internal development, the Third Reich could have built itself up into an industrial powerhouse and had the resources to fully modernize a mid-sized military force to keep the Soviet Union in check. Unable to conduct decisive ground operations on its own in Europe, and with its economic strangulation strategy ineffective, eventually Great Britain would have been forced to concede to negotiations at some point in 1941 to 1942. Of all the mistakes Hitler made in 1940 to 1941, his decision not to stop while he was ahead was his gravest. Defensive warfare was not to Hitler's taste, and patience was not his best suit, so instead he began to look for alternatives. Although the military was looking westward, trying to figure out how to neutralize Great Britain, Hitler was flailing about, intent upon using his unemployed armies to smash his other enemies in Europe. He found one enemy in neutral Switzerland. Prior to the war, German-Swiss relations were decent, and Germany had sold 90 Bf 109DE fighters to Switzerland. However, the Germans did not respect Swiss neutrality, and during Fallgelb, the Luftwaffe repeatedly violated Swiss airspace in order to strike targets in central France. On the 1st through the 3rd of June, Swiss fighters intercepted several German flights through their airspace. One Heinkel 111 bomber and one Bf 110C fighter were shot down, and another damaged bomber was forced to land in Switzerland. One Swiss Bf 109D fighter was lost in action. Göring decided to retaliate, and on the 8th of June, 11 ZG-1 made a sweep into Swiss airspace with 28 Bf 110C fighters and encountered 15 Swiss Bf 109E fighters. 2 Swiss fighters were damaged, but the Luftwaffe lost 4 Bf 110C fighters. Swiss radio further inflamed the situation by referring to their pilots as the heroes of the nation and their victory over the Luftwaffe. Hitler was infuriated that the Swiss used German-built fighters to kill at least a dozen German aircrew and openly threatened retribution. The Swiss pulled all their air patrols back from the border, and the incidents ceased. But once France was defeated, Hitler ordered the OKH to begin a staff study on invading Switzerland. Later, he would describe the Swiss as disgusting and miserable people, and say that they were the mortal enemies of the new Germany. The OKH duly developed an invasion plan known as Unternehmen Tannenbaum, which it kept continually updated until the end of 1943, while 11 army divisions were aligned for this irrational mission. Hitler was incensed about Switzerland's armed neutrality and losses inflicted upon the Luftwaffe, although his race-driven ideology compelled him to speak of the desirability of bringing these racially akin people into the Third Reich's orbit. Likewise, Hitler was also reconsidering his relationship with erstwhile Confederate Joseph Stalin. Through cunning diplomacy, Germany had neutralized the military threat posed by the Soviet Union with the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which was renewed in February 1940. The economic clauses of the pact effectively negated the British blockade by providing Germany with large amounts of grain, oil, iron ore, and manganese. In return, Germany was required to supply the USSR with military and industrial technology, which grated upon Hitler, who was ideologically opposed to communism. In Mein Kampf, Hitler had written that when we speak of new territory in Europe today, we must principally think of Russia and the border states subject to her. In time, this predilection turned into the doctrine of Lebensraum, living space, which Hitler advocated to be obtained at the expense of the Soviet Union. In the short run, the relationship with the Soviet Union provided the Third Reich with the material resources needed to wage war in the West and create a strategic stockpile. But in the long run, it could make the Red Army into a more formidable opponent. Thus, Hitler was almost as ambivalent about the Soviet Union as he was about Great Britain. one minute wanting to ally with them, the next seeking to destroy them. On the 4th of June, Hitler authorized the German News Bureau to broadcast excerpts of captured French documents, which revealed Operation Pike, an Anglo-French plan to bomb the Soviet oil fields at Baku from bases in Iraq and Syria. British efforts to take military action against the Soviet Union during the brief Russo-Finnish War were already public knowledge, but Operation Pike added fuel to the fire, and Hitler was hoping to entice Stalin into joint military action against the British in the Middle East. On other days, he wanted a preventative war with Stalin before the Soviet Union grew too powerful. Hitler began socializing his preventative war concept with senior military leaders even before the French campaign ended, and by mid-July, he had Blauchitsch, Holder, and others echoing his rhetoric about the Bolshevik threat. Although Hitler was the driving force behind the idea of attacking the Soviet Union, many others within the Wehrmacht, including Holder, were receptive to this idea as well and suffered post-war amnesia at the Nuremberg tribunals about their own culpability. Yet, Hitler's desire to attack Switzerland and the Soviet Union was driven more by irrational racial views and paranoia than sober strategic calculations. Hitler dived into these martial fantasies to avoid the hard work of making his three service chiefs work together to win the war at hand. Meanwhile, both the Kriegsmarine and the Heer hastened to produce updated staff estimates on the invasion operation. Gross-Admiral Raeder remained opposed to invasion, but had Konter-Admiral Kurt Fricke of the SKL working on a more detailed assessment, called Studie England. Fricke's assessment recommended a narrow front landing on the southern coast of England as soon as possible, to take advantage of the poor condition of the British Army after Dunkirk. In contrast, Halder allowed the OKH staff to prepare a ridiculous plan premised on Jodel's characterization of the effort as a mighty river crossing, gewaltsamen Flussübergang. Jodl wrote in an OKW memo on the 12th of July that building a bridge, a fully secured sea transport lane, must be created in the Straits of Dover. Meanwhile, the OKH developed their plan without regard to naval transport capabilities, tidal factors, or the enemy, and airily called for landing 40 divisions in 8 separate landing areas on a 235-mile-wide, broad front between Ramsgate and Lyme Bay, including a landing on the Isle of Wight. According to this concept, the first wave would consist of 260,000 troops in 13 divisions, and would be landed in 2 to 3 days, while the follow-on waves would include 6 Panzerdivisionen. In other words, the OKH expected the Kriegsmarine to transport 1/4 of the German field army across the English Channel. The OKH argued that a broad front landing was essential for rapidly overwhelming the British ground defenses. On the 13th of July, Blauchitsch and Halder presented the OKH broad front plan to Hitler in a 2-hour planning conference at the Berghof in Bavaria. Relaxing in his mountain retreat, Hitler accepted the absurd OKH recommendations as the basis for an invasion plan, even though it was done without input from the Kriegsmarine. He also still paid lip service to the Kriegsmarine's blockade strategy of wrecking Britain's economy by exerting all possible air-sea pressure on its trade routes, although he thought it would take a year or more to succeed. Furthermore, Hitler was willing to give Göring and his Luftwaffe the chance to demonstrate their ability to force Britain to the peace table, even though their efforts were not linked to either the invasion or blockade strategies. Thus, each of the services appeared to be offering him an alternative means of knocking Great Britain out of the war. Rather than choosing, he decided to let all of them proceed. Consequently, on the 16th of July, Hitler issued Führer Directive No. 16, which stated that since England, in spite of her hopeless military situation, shows no sign of being ready to come to an understanding, I have decided to prepare a landing operation against England and, if necessary, to carry it out. The operation was designated Seelöwe, Sea Lion, and all preparations were to be completed by mid-August. Raeder tries to delay Sea Lion. Contrary to popular opinion, most German military planning during the World War II was fairly slipshod in nature, conducted by a handful of staff officers operating in single-service environments and armed with faulty intelligence assessments. Logistical factors were generally given little weight, which would lead to disaster later in the war. Germany's largest naval operation in the World War II, the invasion of Norway, Unternehmen Weserübung, was planned by 15 officers from the OKW and SKL in just 5 weeks. Operation Barbarossa, the largest land operation ever mounted, was planned by a handful of OKH officers in just a few months. Ignorance of enemy strength, dispositions, and intentions was usually a major weakness in German military planning. Thus, it should come as no surprise that Seelöwe was also thrown together in a similar manner. Generalmajor Hans von Greifenberg's operations department in the OKH was forced to work on multiple planning efforts aside from Seelöwe, including invasion plans for Switzerland and early staff work on the Soviet Union. Oberst Werner Pistorius was assigned a small section to write the detailed plans for Seelöwe. Likewise, German naval planning in the SKL for a potential invasion of England was continually hindered by extreme conservatism in the top leadership. Gross-Admiral Raeder was traumatized by the Kriegsmarine's bloody losses in the Norwegian campaign, particularly the sinking of the brand-new heavy cruiser Blücher, and was opposed from the outset to another risky operation that could lead to the destruction of his remaining surface fleet. Indeed, he seemed more concerned with protecting his surface warships than winning the war. Schneewind, in charge of planning in SKL, also favored putting off Seelöwe until spring 1941. Raeder was an old-style naval commander, focused on big ship operations and not keen to participate in further joint adventures with the Heer and Luftwaffe. His relations with Göring were particularly bitter and detrimental to inner-service cooperation. Nor was Raeder interested in pulling together an invasion fleet from civilian barges and assorted pioneer equipment. Indeed, Raeder was the wrong man to be commanding a guerrilla force like the Kriegsmarine in 1940, but Hitler did not recognize his unsuitability until 1942. When he first saw the guidance for Seelöwe, Raeder was livid that Hitler had accepted the OKH's broad front proposal without consulting the Kriegsmarine, and Army-Navy friction flared at the Führer Conference in Berlin on the 21st of July. Raeder pointed out that the Kriegsmarine had nothing like the ability to transport 40 divisions to England and rapidly land troops and heavy equipment on beaches. Rather, it would take a week or more to land even a smaller force, and the Kriegsmarine lacked the warships to protect invasion convoys against the Royal Navy for such an extended period. Consequently, Raeder asserted his belief that a landing would only be possible after the Luftwaffe had won air superiority over the English Channel, and this absolutist position became the official Kriegsmarine's position. Yet, the demand for complete air superiority as an operational prerequisite was absurd. The Germans had conducted Fallgelb without complete air superiority, and the crossing of the Meuse at Sedan was conducted in spite of intense Anglo-French air attacks. Jeschonek attended the conference for the Luftwaffe and claimed that Kesselring and Speerle's forces were already defeating RAF Fighter Command over the English Channel, although this was far from correct. Although Fighter Command had lost 41 fighters during the Kanalkampf, the Luftwaffe lost over 60 aircraft. Hitler was misinformed that the Luftwaffe was inflicting 3-to-1 losses upon the RAF, when in actuality the Germans were suffering an overall 3-to-2 loss ratio against the RAF. It was at this point that Hitler accepted the notion that air superiority over the English Channel was feasible and the sine qua non for Seelöwe to succeed. Hitler now ordered that assembling the invasion fleet for Seelöwe be given top priority and allocated enormous resources to make this happen. Having seemingly satisfied Raeder's complaints, Hitler ordered him to accomplish his mission. Yet Raeder was far from satisfied, and a week later he informed the OKH that, with available shipping, it would take 10 days to land just the first wave, which provoked Halder into accusing the Kriegsmarine of lying by suggesting that a landing was not possible at all. Halder rejected Raeder's data on transport availability. Another important point about Seelöwe that is often missed is that the inability of the Heer and Kriegsmarine to agree on the exact timing of the landing greatly reduced the window of opportunity in which to conduct the operation. The OKH demanded a dawn landing and would not budge, while SKL demanded a night crossing when there was at least 50% illumination from the moon, which therefore reduced the available dates to only 3 or 4 days per month. Late September was chosen as the estimated date for Estak, the first day of the invasion, not because of good weather in the Channel, but because of moon conditions, which were virtually irrelevant to the landing itself. On the 29th of July, a 3-day OKH-SKL planning conference began at the Berghof, but the Luftwaffe did not attend. At this point, the OKH was trying to transform Seelöwe into a practical operation, but Raeder was intent upon either delaying or canceling what he regarded as a futile endeavor. He stated that sufficient amphibious shipping would not be ready prior to the 15th of September, which left only a narrow invasion window during the 22nd through the 26th of September, which met both the OKH and SKL prerequisites. Raeder told the Heer that the Kriegsmarine could only provide the Admiral Hipper, 4 destroyers, and 3 torpedo boats to escort the invasion force, which was less than truthful. The Heer continued to demand that the first wave land at dawn, but Raeder said that this was bad for the Kriegsmarine, and now recommended landing 2 hours after high tide, in broad daylight. He also criticized the Heer's desire to land a force on the Isle of Wight, which he said was too close to the Royal Navy base at Portsmouth. Finally, he stated that weather conditions in the Channel would likely hinder a landing operation, although it was the SKL that had chosen this period. Instead, Raeder recommended that Seelöwe should be postponed until spring 1941, when the battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz would be ready, and in the meantime, the blockade strategy should become the primary means of pressuring Britain. Forczyk and Halder stated that the Kriegsmarine in all probability will not provide us this autumn with the means for a successful invasion of Britain. Fed up with the Kriegsmarine's foot-dragging and pessimistic attitude, the OKH raised the possibility of shifting forces to attack Gibraltar or the Suez Canal while maintaining the blockade of British ports. On the 30th of July, the subject of the Soviet Union was brought up, even though the conference was supposed to focus on Seelöwe. In his post-war diary, Halder stated that he recommended maintaining friendly ties with the Soviet Union to avoid a two-front war, and he mentioned the presence of Generalmajor Erich Marx on special assignment. In fact, on that day, Halder assigned Marx to develop an operational plan for an invasion of the Soviet Union. 6 days later, on the 5th of August, Marx briefed Halder on his draft Operational Plan East, which is often referred to as the Marx Plan. Keitel also decided that the OKW would develop a plan for action against the Soviet Union, and assigned Oberstleutnant Bernhard von Lorsberg to this task, although it was not ready until the 15th of September. The fact that the OKH and OKW were both willing to devote planning resources to a contingency option while they were still struggling to complete an urgent operational requirement is simply amazing. On the 3rd day of this conference, on the 31st of July, With the Heer drifting into discussions of a Mediterranean strategy, Raeder suddenly proposed a limited cross-channel invasion with 10 regimental groups, about 30,000 troops, in May 1941. He said that by that time the battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz could be used in the operation. The fact that this limited operation did not meet Hitler's intent of conducting a decisive action was not addressed by Raeder. At this point, with the Heer and Kriegsmarine leadership unable to agree on much, Hitler decided to bring up the Soviet Union. First, he stated his belief that the blockade strategy could take 1 or 2 years to achieve results. Then, he lapsed into a monologue. Britain's hope lies in Russia and the United States. Russia is the factor upon which Britain is relying most. With Russia smashed, Britain's last hope would be shattered. Germany will then be master of Europe and the Balkans. Decision. Russia's destruction must therefore be made a part of this struggle. The sooner Russia is crushed, the better. If we start in May 1941, we should have 5 months to finish the job. Hitler then discussed committing 120 divisions to the Eastern Campaign. As if reading from cue cards, Brauchitsch stated that if we cannot reach a decision against England, the danger remains that England will ally herself with Russia. The question then is whether we should carry on a war on 2 fronts, one of which would be Russia. Generalmajor Walter Warlimont, representing the OKW at the conference, confirmed that Hitler stated he had decided to rid the world, once and for all, of the danger of Bolshevism by a surprise attack on the USSR. At this point, many historians have made the mistake of assuming that Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, was now inevitable and had displaced Seelöwe and all other strategic options in Hitler's mind. However, Hitler did not yet have the results of either the OKH or OKW studies, and his early statements on his desired end state were to occupy the Ukraine and the Baltic states, not to destroy the Soviet state in toto. Nor did Hitler even consider the impact of the loss of Soviet oil and grain upon his economy, which an invasion would surely precipitate. What Hitler was really stating at this conference was his frustration with his military chiefs to develop a workable plan to knock Great Britain out of the war. But he vented his anger toward his traditional enemy, Bolshevism. He made these declarations about attacking the Soviet Union bereft of any military, economic, or intelligence data. In addition, it is important to note that Hitler had also recently asked for staff studies on the possibility of invading Switzerland, Unternehmen Tannenbaum, Iceland, Unternehmen Icarus, and Ireland, Unternehmen Grün. He was literally all over the place. Inconsistent, impulsive, and irrational are the appropriate words to describe Hitler's strategic rationale at this point. Not inevitable. After announcing his intent to attack the Soviet Union on the 1st of August, Hitler reversed back to deal with his British problem and announced Führer Directive No. 17. This document ordered the intensification of air and sea attacks against Great Britain in order to seek a decision. In conjunction with this directive, the OKL issued Plan Adlerangriff, Eagle Attack, which specified massive attacks against fighter commands' bases to destroy the RAF's fighter strength, as well as ports and military-industrial targets to support blockade strategy. In short, Adlerangriff was still primarily a tactical plan fixated on achieving local superiority, with only a partial effort devoted to wrecking the British economy and industrial base. While the Luftwaffe moved forward with the execution of Adlerangriff, the OKH and the Kriegsmarine continued with the planning of Seelöwe, but they were working at cross purposes. The OKH continued to press for as many landing sites as possible, while the SKL sought to land at only a few points. On the 7th of August, Halder met with the SKL leadership, Schneewind, Fricke, Reinicke, but failed to reach a compromise. In particular, the SKL wanted to abandon the OKH's intention to land troops at Deal to help with securing the port of Dover and in Lyme Bay. Instead, the SKL wanted to concentrate on landings between Folkestone and Eastbourne, because this was all they felt that they might be able to protect with mine barriers. In frustration, Halder sent a memo of complaint to the OKW on the 8th of August, which stated that landings in these areas would be easy for the British Army to contain, and even with the best preparation, the chances of success are extremely low. It was in frustration at the cancellation of the Deal landing that Halder made his oft-quoted remark that being restricted to a narrow front landing would be like putting the landing troops through a sausage machine. Halder also stated that due to the Kriegsmarine's inability to unload the first and second echelons quickly, it would be impossible for German forces to mount a serious breakout effort from the beachheads until Estag plus 14. After much gnashing of teeth, Halder finally accepted that the Kriegsmarine had transport limitations, and on the 10th of August, the OKH submitted a reduced-scale plan that called for the landing of 10 divisions within 4 days along a 100-mile-wide front. Raeder issued a counter-proposal for landing 6 divisions within 6 days along a 60-mile-wide front. After weeks of relative non-involvement, the OKW issued a directive on the 18th of August that called for only 4 landings between Folkestone and Brighton. The landings closer to Dover and in Lyme Bay were omitted. The OKH essentially ignored this version of the plan and continued to perfect its own plan. On the 21st of August, the OKH boldly proposed to conduct a preliminary airborne landing on the Isle of Wight to eliminate British coastal batteries and to neutralize the British naval base at Portsmouth, but the Luftwaffe failed to support this concept. After another week of bickering, on the 26th of August, Hitler finally ordered the OKH to modify its plans to match the Kriegsmarine's transport capabilities and landing requirements. The result was the final Seelöwe plan, issued on the 30th of August, which was planned for implementation on the 15th of September. Under the forced compromise, Seelöwe directed the landing of 10 German divisions from the 9th Armee, AOK 9, and 16th Armee, AOK 16, in the first wave of the operation on Estag as follows. Landing Zone B, west of Folkestone. 13th Army Corps with the 17th and 35th Infanteriedivisionen, supported with an airborne landing by 7th Flieger Division. Landing Zone C, Rye, east of Hastings. 7th Army Corps with 7th Infanteriedivision and 1st Gebirgsdivision. Landing Zone D, Bexhill, Eastbourne. 37th Army Corps with 26th and 34th Infanteriedivisionen. Landing Zone E, Brighton. 8th Army Corps with 8th and 28th Infanteriedivisionen and 6th Gebirgsdivision. The second wave would consist of 4 Panzerdivisionen, 4, 7, 8, 10, 2 motorized infantry divisions, 20, 29, 2 infantry divisions, 12, 30, and Infanterieregiment, Mott, Großdeutschland, and the brigade-size Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSSAH. The third wave would consist of 6 infantry divisions, 15, 24, 45, 58, 78, 164. Altogether, Seelöwe was expected to land the equivalent of 25 divisions in England within about 15 to 18 days. The 16th Army would embark its forces from the ports of Rotterdam, Antwerp, Ostend, Dunkirk, and Calais, while the 9th Army would embark from Boulogne and Le Havre. The Kriegsmarine was tasked with clearing British mines in the path of the invasion armada, as well as laying protective minefields on both flanks in order to deter intervention by the Royal Navy. The Luftwaffe was tasked with gaining air superiority over the landing area and attacking any British warships that made it through the mine belt. Once ashore in strength, the Heer's mission was to defeat the British Army and to occupy the capital and further regions of England if the situation requires it. The Heer leadership, which had been leading the effort to turn Seelöwe into a reality, were crestfallen. Although the reduced frontage was a great concern, a real problem was that Folkestone would be the only port within easy reach of the landing force, and it was far too small to sustain a 10-division force. Unlike the Allied leaders who planned the Normandy landings in 1944, the Kriegsmarine was determined to land well away from British ports due to their fear of the Royal Navy. If the Heer wanted Dover, Ramsgate, and other ports, they would have to go take them themselves. The Heer also remained very annoyed about the Kriegsmarine's estimates of how long it would take to land the force, slowing the build-up to a crawl. Intervention by the Royal Navy was a certainty, and having transports unloading for days offshore would provide juicy targets. Under these limitations, there was no hope of surprise, and even a reduced-strength British Army would have plenty of time to gather its strength around the beachheads. The OKH anticipated bitter fighting for the beachheads, trusting to superior German tactical abilities to carry the day. Yet, a successful breakout from such constricted beachheads, with poor logistical support, did not appear likely. The Heer leadership began to lose faith that Seelöwe would be successful. No sooner had the OKH issued its operational order than the SKL interjected that it would need an additional week to prepare to lay the barrier minefields. The Kriegsmarine also stated that it needed 10 days of warning between the decision to conduct Seelöwe and actual mission execution. The OKW issued an order on the 3rd of September, which established the updated timetable for Seelöwe. It agreed to the 10-day warning period and set Estak as the 21st of September. While preparing for the actual Seelöwe, both the OKH and SKL were busy planning diversionary and deception operations to confuse British intelligence. German forces in France intended to use Fall Grün to simulate a landing operation in Ireland with 2 corps, sailing from Bordeaux. Enough troops and ships were allocated to simulate landing operations to attract British attention, although the British CSC was more concerned about airborne landings. Due to British concerns about neutral Ireland's lack of coastal defenses, the CSC prepared Plan W, which envisioned the 53rd Infantry Division, TA, moving from Belfast into Ireland to oppose any German landings, with or without Irish cooperation. At best, Fall Grün helped to divert one low-quality TA division and some planning resources, but the British knew that a landing in Ireland would be much more logistically difficult to sustain. In August, the SKL put an incredible amount of effort into planning 2 diversionary actions, a cruiser raid and Unternehmen Herbstreise, Operation Autumn Journey, intended to simulate a major landing operation conducted from Norwegian and German ports against the northern coast of Britain. Raeder wanted to use the heavy cruiser Admiral Hippe and possibly the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer to sail on Estag-6 to attack British cruiser patrols in the Denmark Straits, then attempt a breakout to raid Atlantic convoys. He believed that the home fleet might be tempted to send some of its capital ships to chase this red herring, although this seemed very unlikely. Herbstreise directed 3 convoys with a total of 11 merchantmen and 20 small escorts to depart from Norwegian ports with troops from 3 different divisions on Estag-3, sail into the North Sea, and return to disembark their troops by Estag-2. An even more prominent convoy, including the 50,000-ton liners Bremen and Europa and the 18,000-ton liners Gneisenau and Potsdam, would depart from German ports escorted by the light cruiser Emden. The SKL was very impressed with Herbstreise, but the Heer, after weeks of hearing the Kriegsmarine complaints about lack of transport, felt the Navy was diverting precious merchantmen and warships away from the primary mission area. In particular, the Heer wanted every warship available protecting their convoys in the English Channel, not gallivanting around the Denmark Straits or North Sea. The amount of effort put into Herbstreise convinced many Heer leaders that the Kriegsmarine was not serious about conducting Seelöwe. Many historians have attempted to use the 30th of August OKH order and the 3rd of September OKW update for Seelöwe as the definitive version of the invasion plan. But in fact, Seelöwe remained in constant flux, both before and after the target dates of the 15th through the 26th of September 1940. Indeed, the OKH plan stressed that, due to a large number of circumstances which cannot be determined in advance, the landing operations needed to be flexible and allow room for on-the-spot initiative of local commanders. It is also important to note that German military operations in the World War II were not based on rigid plans. Instead, the Germans tended to develop a quick, loose scheme of maneuver, but actual operations were constantly tinkered with, even during execution, as circumstances developed. In 1941, Hitler would invade the Soviet Union with the critical question of deep objectives and main efforts still undecided. Similarly, Case Blau, the German summer offensive in Russia in 1942, was conducted with priorities shifting between Stalingrad and the Caucasus on a weekly basis. As a military commander, Hitler was both opportunistic and nervously undisciplined, frequently shifting objectives and apprehensive of enemy countermoves. Thus, had Seelöwe been attempted, it is likely that local commanders, as well as Hitler, the OKH, and the SKL, would all have made significant modifications to the base plan as circumstances developed. Chapter 2. Improvising an Invasion Force. Germany's lack of amphibious shipping and methods. At the start of the World War II, Japan was the only nation with any significant amphibious capabilities and doctrine to land troops on an opposed shore. During the 1930s, the Japanese developed the Special Naval Landing Forces, SNLF, and used them in multiple coastal operations in the Sino-Japanese War. By 1937, the Japanese had introduced the 21-ton Daihatsu-class landing craft with a bow-mounted ramp and the ability to land 70 troops or a light tank. By 1939 to 1940, Japan had perfected its amphibious techniques in combat and had over 10,000 trained SNLF, as well as the ability to conduct brigade-size landings. Britain, of course, had experience of amphibious operations, gained the hard way at Gallipoli in 1915. Churchill, as First Sea Lord at the time, had been one of the main advocates of a landing operation in the Dardanelles, and received considerable opprobrium when the operation evolved into a costly failure. However, the mistakes made at Gallipoli contributed to British understanding of the practical difficulties of a landing operation. There was little interest in amphibious tactics in the immediate post-war period, but this changed after the Munich crisis in September 1938 revealed Hitler's aggressive intentions. 2 months later, the Inter-Service Training Development Center, ISTDC, which had been established to help foster joint operations between the three services, was tasked to begin developing both amphibious craft and amphibious doctrine. But this did not become an urgent priority until after Dunkirk. The two primary types available in 1940 were the 9-ton Landing Craft Assault, LCA, which could carry 36 troops, or 0.4 tons of cargo, and the 21-ton LCM-1, capable of carrying 1 light tank, 100 troops, or 15 tons of cargo. Only the LCM-1 was equipped with a bow ramp. During the Norwegian campaign, the Anglo-French used a handful of landing craft to conduct an opposed landing at Narvik on the 12th of May, 1940. But all 8 landing craft were lost when the Allies evacuated Norway in June. About a dozen landing craft were also used to assist the Dunkirk evacuation, but 8 of these were lost as well. By July 1940, the Royal Navy had fewer than 50 landing craft, about 40 LCA and a few LCM-1, sufficient to land a reinforced infantry battalion and a handful of light tanks. Churchill ordered the development of larger landing craft that could land several medium tanks on a beach. He was already thinking about sending British troops back to the continent. However, Britain had greater difficulty in refining amphibious doctrine, particularly when its landing craft were mostly being used for evacuations. The United States Marine Corps was also developing its own amphibious doctrine and landing craft, known as the Higgins boat. However, the first version of the 6.5-ton Higgins boat lacked a bow ramp and was fairly crude. It is little wonder that 50 of these inefficient craft were provided to Great Britain in October 1940 under Lend-Lease. The German Kriegsmarine had put virtually no thought into amphibious operations prior to the war, since it did not intend to fight Great Britain. Yet, during the World War I, the Kaiser's Kaiserliche Marine, Imperial Fleet, had conducted a single amphibious operation, Operation Albion, in the Baltic in 1917. Unlike Gallipoli, Operation Albion succeeded in landing a reinforced army division on a hostile shore. However, Operation Albion apparently left no lasting impression on the interwar German Navy. Having lost all their capital ships due to the Treaty of Versailles, first the Reichsmarine, 1919 to 1935, and then the Kriegsmarine, 1935 to 1940, had to struggle to rebuild a surface fleet from scratch. German naval officers felt completely outclassed by the Royal Navy and sought ways to bypass British strengths, like the use of U-boats and disguised raiders, Hilfskreuzer, not meet them head-on. As far as any landing operations in the Baltic, the Kriegsmarine leadership was willing to cede that mission to the Heer. Thus, it was the engineers of the Heer that took the lead in experimenting with landing boats in the late 1930s. Pionier Bataillon 2, stationed in Stettin, regularly used a handful of modified vessels to practice landing on coastal beaches, and worked with Major Kurt Breuning from Waffenamt Prüfwesen 5, Weapons Testing Department 5, in the Heereswaffenamt, Army Weapons Agency, to establish the requirements for future landing craft. By the outbreak of the war, Wapruf 5 had ordered the construction of a prototype designed as the Pionier Landungsboot 39, Pilby 39. The 20-ton Pilby 39 was a fairly sophisticated design, equipped with a bow ramp and able to land 100 troops, or 20 tons of cargo, including vehicles, on a beach. However, Wapruf 5 chose to build 2 prototypes and test them before initiating serial production. Since the first Pilby 39 was not completed until July 1940, and the second in mid-September 1940, serial production did not begin until after Hitler had postponed Seelöwe. Although only 4 Pilby 39s were built in 1940, a total of 55 were built in 1941. Wapruf 5 continued to improve this handy vessel with upgraded models, but it was not available when needed most. It also meant that Germany had no purpose-built landing craft or proven amphibious techniques when Hitler ordered preparations for Seelöwe to commence. Another item of landing equipment that Wapruf 5 was trying to develop was an amphibious tractor known as the Landwasserschlepper, LWS. The 13-ton LWS was an amazing vehicle, capable of speeds of 6 knots in the water or 21 miles per hour on land. it could carry 20 troops or pull an amphibious trailer with a load of 20 tons of cargo. Although not armored, the LWS was well suited to offloading cargo from larger vessels directly onto a beach. Indeed, the LWS was a revolutionary advance in amphibious technique, which would not be equaled until the American DUKW was introduced in 1942. However, the development process was very slow, and only 3 prototypes of the LWS were available by the end of September 1940. The Heer was very impressed by the potential of the LWS and wanted to mass-produce it, but the Kriegsmarine did not endorse it, and only 21 of these vehicles were built during the entire war. Once saddled with the unwanted task of preparing an invasion flotilla, the Kriegsmarine repeated the procedure it used for Operation Weserübung against Norway. The OKM's merchant shipping division, Schifffahrtsabteilung, was tasked with requisitioning suitable vessels in Germany and the occupied countries. A total of 174 merchant ships were collected, ranging in size from small coastal freighters of 300 to 400 tons, GRT, up to passenger ships of 10,000 tons. Most were medium-sized freighters in the 6,000 to 8,000 ton range. A few, like the German-built Multkeffels and Niedenfels, were modern cargo ships capable of up to 16 knots. The Schifffahrtsabteilung took charge of modifying the vessels, including installing 2-centimeter anti-aircraft guns and strengthening cargo areas. Most of these transports were ready by the 3rd of September. After hasty repairs, the captured French yards of Bordeaux, Saint-Nazaire, and Nantes were heavily involved in the conversion process. Typically, these modified merchantmen could be loaded with up to a battalion of troops, and the vessels equipped with heavy derricks could carry tanks, artillery, and vehicles in their cargo holds. Even a small 3,648-ton steamer like the Wolfram could carry 857 troops and 30 trucks, as demonstrated during training exercises. However, Weserübung was conducted very differently from the way that Seelöwe would have to be conducted. In Norway, poorly protected ports were captured by coups de main, and then German cargo ships had been able to unload directly onto captured docks. This was not the case in Great Britain, where all the ports would be heavily guarded. Aside from 4 small captured Dutch ferries, modified to carry Panzer II light tanks, none of the merchantmen were capable of disembarking directly onto a beach. Instead, the transports would have to remain offshore while some means was found to ferry troops and equipment from them to land on open beaches. The initial assault landing units would be carried across the English Channel in minesweepers, R-boats, motor fishing vessels, and auxiliary coasters and trawlers, each of which was modified to carry about 75 troops. Once near the coast, the troops would offload into powered Sturmboote, Type 39 assault boats, each capable of carrying 6 infantrymen and a bow-mounted MG-34 machine gun. Other troops would debark in rubber dinghies and paddle ashore. While the infantrymen eliminated nearby British defensive positions, German Pioniere would begin clearing mines and beach obstacles. Tactically, the first moments of a German landing in England would have been conducted much like the assault crossing of the Meuse River in May. Once the beaches were more or less cleared, the transshipment of men, horses, and materiel from the offshore invasion fleet would begin. By late July, the OKM settled upon using powered and unpowered river barges, Preme, for this task, because they were flat-bottomed and readily at hand, not because they were well suited to the role. A total of 2,318 barges were collected, including 860 from Germany, mostly Rhine River barges, 1,200 from Holland and Belgium, and 350 from France. About 1/3 of the collected barges were powered, the rest unpowered. Yet even the powered barges were too slow to make it across the English Channel on their own and would require assistance. Conversion work on barges began at Koblenz in Germany, as well as Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Ostend by the 25th of July. Initially, it was expected to gather and convert all 2,400 barges within just 5 weeks. Once in dockyard hands, the barges required a great amount of labor to refit them for use in the amphibious role, beginning with strengthening internal bracing to cope with heavy seas, and installing a bow ramp to enable debarkation onto a beach. A number of barges were rejected as too old or unseaworthy. Barges that would carry tanks required concrete reinforcement under their decks. Some barges were equipped with concrete protection from the wheelhouse and troop areas. A number of barges were armed with light flak guns and howitzers, requiring the construction of firing platforms. Altogether, outfitting the invasion fleet for Seelöwe required an enormous outlay of resources, including approximately 30,000 tons of iron and steel, 30,000 tons of lumber, 180,000 tons of concrete, and 213,000 life jackets. Furthermore, over 7,000 German civilian workers and 15 Heer construction battalions participated in the barge conversion program. The barges also needed crews, and these often came from the construction battalions, indicating that seamanship was not a requirement. Due to the redirection of so much dockyard labor to work on converting the invasion barges, construction on the battleship Tirpitz was delayed by 4 weeks. Although the conversion program took until early September to complete, virtually all barges were ready by the time that the intended Esttag date arrived. The two primary barge types were the A1, Peniche, and the A2, Kempenaar. The A1 could carry 360 tons, or 3 medium tanks, while the A2 could carry 620 tons, or 4 medium tanks. 18 powered barges were modified as assault craft by being reinforced with concrete protection on their sides and modified to carry and launch 10 Sturmboote. These were designated as Type AS. In order to cross the channel, the OKM assembled about 426 tugboats, each of which would tow 1 powered and 1 unpowered barge from the embarkation ports. Indeed, the tugboats provided one of the critical capabilities for Seelöwe to even be feasible. But there were simply not enough. Instead, the Kriegsmarine substituted a variety of motorboats, many of which were clearly underpowered. Furthermore, the tows were supposed to cross the channel at a speed of 6 knots in order to keep to any kind of schedule, but many of the substitute craft could not accomplish this. In desperation, some unpowered barges were lashed alongside powered barges, although they would have only been able to proceed at a crawl of 2 to 3 knots. Since the Kriegsmarine was also averse to using any of its cruisers or destroyers for naval gunfire support, the Heer tried to arm as many of the barges and transports as possible in order to provide some crewed ability to engage targets on land. 5 small coasters were converted into auxiliary gunboats equipped with 2 centimeter or 3.7 centimeter flak guns and 1 15 centimeter or 2 10.5 centimeter howitzers. But these mini-warships were intended to help defend the transport fleet off the beachheads, rather than provide naval gunfire support. Despite the Kriegsmarine's lack of wholehearted support, the assembling and conversion of an invasion force of this size was an amazing accomplishment by Germany. In just 6 weeks, Germany had created a large-scale, but short-range amphibious capability, where none had existed before. Jury-rigged it was, but the transports, barges, and other craft were certainly adequate for their intended purpose. Germany had created an invasion fleet virtually out of thin air. Now the question was, how to use it? Improvisation and experimentation. While the Kriegsmarine leadership was reluctant to push ahead with Seelöwe, lower echelons in both the Heer and Luftwaffe showed amazing initiative in developing their own solutions to the problem of moving troops and equipment across the English Channel. Brauchitsch was concerned about Kriegsmarine foot-dragging and directed General der Pioniere Alfred Jacob from the OKH to order several pioneer units in France to assist preparations for Seelöwe by constructing sea-going ferries from pontoon bridge material. Brauchitsch wanted the Heer to have some amphibious capability of its own. On the face of it, Jakob's directive seemed rather amateurish and even absurd. This wild idea started a chain reaction that led to unexpectedly favorable results. In Normandy, Pioneer Battalion 47 launched into the task with gusto and began building unpowered rafts made of empty petrol tanks, wine barrels, and kapok-filled floats. Although the initial versions were not very seaworthy, follow-on versions became more robust. Visiting a French aircraft plant in Amiens to look for aircraft pontoons to use in the next version of the rafts, officers from Pioneer Battalion 47 ran into Major der Reserve Friedrich W. Siebel. Although just a reserve officer in the Luftwaffe, Siebel had the distinction of serving with Hermann Göring in the World War I and was a close friend. He was also tight with Generaloberst Ernst Udet, in charge of planning in the Air Ministry, Reichsluftfahrtministerium, or RLM. Siebel had made a name for himself as aircraft designer and race pilot in the interwar period, and by the late 1930s, he owned his own aircraft company. By July 1940, he was serving in the Luftwaffe and tasked with restoring French aircraft factories to support the German war effort. Upon hearing about the raft-building program, he became interested in the preparations for Seelöwe and used his connections with Udet to stick his nose into the OKM's barge conversion program. In the strict German military culture, these kinds of actions by a junior reserve officer were unheard of. But not only did Siebel gain access, but he openly criticized the Kriegsmarine efforts as crude. He claimed that he could do better and again used his high-level contacts to get permission to form his own special unit, Sonderkommando Siebel. Siebel first worked with Pioneer Battalion 47, trying to improve their rafts, but he advocated larger, better-built powered ferries. He also reached out to several other units involved in building ad hoc landing craft and hoped to coordinate their efforts. Again, drawing upon favors, Siebel was able to receive a number of obsolescent BMW aircraft engines from a Luftwaffe parts depot and bridging materiel from Heer Pioneer stocks. He quickly settled upon the concept of using a heavy pontoon bridge as the basis for a new powered catamaran-type design, which by late August was being tested as the Herbert Ferry. The Herbert Ferry proved to be quite good. In moderate seas, it was able to transport a 40-ton load at a speed of up to 16 knots. Sonderkommando Siebel and Pioneer Battalion 47 built a total of 22 Herbert ferries by mid-September, but the Kriegsmarine objected to this daring design. While the SKL was willing to use the Herbert ferries in Seelöwe, engineers from the OKM claimed that the design was too weak to withstand heavy seas and was dangerous. The OKM's criticism only stung Siebel into developing an even better design, and he had the connections to make this happen. Operating outside normal channels, Siebel reached out to WWII, keeping in mind that Siebel was a Luftwaffe officer, seeking help to build a new ferry with better components. Somehow, he was able to place an order with the Krupp Rheinhausen to fabricate a steel framework, which could be covered with planking. For motive power, Siebel mounted 4 75-horsepower truck engines on the pontoons, although some were equipped with 3 750-horsepower aircraft engines. By the 30-centimeter flak. Impressed with Siebel's design, the German Pioniere formed a special unit in Amsterdam to begin serial construction and were able to complete 25 Siebel ferries by the end of September 1940. As Peter Schenk noted, they were the only real landing craft in the Sea Lion fleet. However, higher authorities decided that the Siebel ferries would be assigned to Flak Corps 1 and 2, which would mount several flak batteries on them and use the armored ferries to protect the invasion convoys. Afterwards, the ferries would land the flak guns onto the beachheads. In addition to his heavy ferry project, Siebel also intruded into the OKM's barge program and suggested motorizing some of the unpowered barges with old BMW 6U 600-horsepower engines. At this point, Siebel gained support from the OKH, which was increasingly worried about the OKM's barge program, and the OKM was pressured into accepting Siebel's help. He set about mounting 2 aircraft engines on several barges, and tests indicated that they could move at 6 knots, although the engines were extremely noisy. Reluctantly, the OKM allowed the conversions to begin, and the new type barge was designated AF. Altogether, about 100 AF barges were ready in time for the Estag date in late September, and another 100 were converted in October. The AF barge was not considered a major improvement, but it did slightly decrease the excess reliance on tugboats to tow unpowered barges. Although the OKM resented Siebel's interference, it gradually came to realize that developing a better type of landing craft would in fact benefit the German war effort. Following the completion of the barge conversion program in late September, the OKM authorized the creation of a brand new type of powered landing craft, rather than a hasty conversion. Starting with Siebel's concept of using diesel truck engines to power a barge, the OKM spent the next 6 months developing the Marine Fährprahm, MFP. The MFP was a shallow draft-powered barge of riveted steel construction and equipped with a folding bow ramp, enabling it to land cargo directly onto a beach. The prototype F-100 was not ready until the 16th of April, 1941, but it was impressive. The initial MFP-A model was able to make 10 knots in heavy seas and could carry up to 105 tons, including 3 medium tanks. It was immediately apparent that the MFP was a major success, and serial production began in July 1941, but too late for Seelöwe. Meanwhile, the Heer tried to figure out how to actually load and unload troops and equipment onto a hostile shore. General der Panzertruppe Georg Hans Reinhardt, commander of the 41st Army Corps, was put in charge of an experimental staff that was supposed to examine the practical problems of amphibious landings. Reinhardt conducted most of his experiments on Sylt, an island with nice, flat beaches off Schleswig-Holstein. Since Reinhardt's panzers would be in the second wave of the landing, he had an incentive to succeed. One persistent problem that was identified was the clumsiness of existing bow ramps. While troops could disembark within minutes from a beached barge, getting tanks and other equipment onto beaches required a ramp that could be quickly lowered, was stable, and had the weight capacity to carry 20-ton loads. Initially, the Germans used a slow and unimaginative method of building a ramp by hand, with timber, once a barge was beached. This required a dozen men and about 20 minutes under ideal conditions. The second method was to use pre-made wooden ramps, but these still had to be extended and positioned by a squad of soldiers. In either case, if the stern of the vessel, still in the water, shifted, the ramp would shift too. More complicated arrangements with booms and frames were tried and rejected. By the time that Estag was at hand in September 1940, the Germans had still not perfected an efficient landing ramp, which meant that landing operations conducted under fire were going to be extremely difficult. Even after Seelöwe was postponed, the Kriegsmarine and Heer Pioniere units continued testing new and improved ramps well into 1941. By spring 1941, the state of German ramps was much improved, enabling fairly rapid debarkation of tanks and motor vehicles. Early problems with the landing ramps suggested that it was going to be difficult to get tanks ashore quickly on a defended beach, so the Heer began looking for alternatives. The Heer was adamant that it needed tanks to support the assault troops in the first wave, who would almost certainly have to engage bunkers and other prepared defenses. Somewhere, someone got the idea of converting tanks to drive underwater so they could be dropped offshore and drive ashore under their own power. In late June 1940, the Heereswaffenamt, Army's Weapons Office, and the Kriegsmarine began testing the feasibility of developing deep-diving tanks, Tauchpanzer, in order to land tanks in the first wave of the invasion force. The Tauchpanzers, or U-Panzers, Unterwasserpanzer, that is, submersible tanks, were created by taking regular tanks, sealing all opens to make them watertight, and equipping them with a flexible 60-foot-long snorkel for their engine exhaust. The early tests on Sylt, under ideal conditions, proved the idea was feasible. Once the concept was validated, the Heer ordered the formation of 4 Tauchpanzer-Abteilungen, and their tanks would be modified for submerged use. On the 13th of July, an experimental tank company was formed for further testing of the concept. Meanwhile, the OKH directed the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Panzer-Divisionen to provide one company from each of their 2 Panzer regiments as cadre for the new Tauchpanzer-Abteilungen, designated A, B, C, and D. Each Tauchpanzer-Abteilung received its 3rd company from Heerestruppen, Army-level personnel. By the 24th to the 27th of July, all 4 Tauchpanzer-Abteilungen were formed and began training. Each battalion had 63 tanks, 12 Panzer IIs, 37 Panzer IIIF GH, 12 Panzer IV-D, and 2 Panzer BEF-3. Some of these tanks included the latest Panzer IIIH models, equipped with the 5-centimeter KWK 38L42 gun, which represented a significant increase in anti-tank capability over the older Panzer III models equipped with the 3.7-centimeter gun. Thus, altogether, over 250 tanks were allocated to support the first wave of Seelöwe. Reinhardt was not enthusiastic about the Tauchpanzer concept and delivered a report on the 14th of July that criticized the use of them in actual combat conditions. The Tauchpanzers required their own special barges, designated Type B, which had special pivoting ramps that allowed them to slide off the bow into the water. The concept was to launch the Tauchpanzer about 650 feet from shore, in water that was up to 50 feet deep. Then, the Tauchpanzers would drive along the seabed at up to 3.5 miles per hour until they emerged on the beach. It was a novel concept, but highly risky under combat conditions. For starters, if the barge crews, who were simply construction troops turned sailors, panicked under fire, they could easily disembark the tanks in water that was deeper than 50 feet, meaning that the snorkel would not reach the surface. Without air, the crew would quickly asphyxiate from carbon monoxide from engine fumes, as happened in one training event. With any kind of heavy seas, the tank might also capsize coming off the ramp, landing upside down underwater. Assuming that the tank made it to the seabed upright and with an air connection, it was still blind and had to navigate strictly by its internal compass. If any kind of underwater obstacles were encountered, the tank could easily become mired or stuck. The Tauchpanzer had a maximum underwater endurance of 60 minutes, but carbon monoxide could become a problem after just 20 minutes. Tauchpanzer crews were provided with underwater escape training, but not under combat conditions. Essentially, the Tauchpanzer concept was highly risky to try for the first time on a contested beach, lightly littered with obstacles, and losses would almost certainly have been heavy. As a side effort, the Heereswaffenamt also decided to convert 52 standard Panzer II light tanks into Schwimmpanzers, or swimming tanks. These much lighter tanks were fitted with box-type floats on both sides, and a propeller was coupled to their final drive. The Schwimmpanzers would also be launched from Type B barges and could propel themselves at up to 3.5 miles per hour through the water. Although much less risky, the floats on the Schwimmpanzers were vulnerable to damage from machine gun fire or shrapnel. If they lost buoyancy on one side, they would sink like stones. If they made it ashore, the Schwimmpanzers could suppress enemy positions with their 2-centimeter guns. A Herculean effort to assemble the Armada. As the transports, barges, tugboats, and other paraphernalia for the invasion were converted or modified, it all needed to be moved to the embarkation ports on the Channel coast, and crews found to man them. This required an enormous effort by the Wehrmacht to gather an estimated 20,000 able-bodied seamen for a variety of craft, and then move them both along inland waterways and coastal shipping lanes. The Kriegsmarine provided 4,000 personnel from its own ranks and another 9.5 thousand from naval reservists, but the rest were combed from the Heer and the Luftwaffe, who transferred anyone who had prior sailing experience. Indeed, it was a mad scramble to get all these assets to the proper place in the short amount of time available before the autumn weather made an invasion impractical in 1940. Seelöwe had already missed one invasion window, the period the 20th through the 26th of August, and it was not until late August that the Armada really began to gather. While the British War Cabinet had been concerned about a sudden German descent since early July, the Germans simply had no practical invasion capability staged before early September. Although Raeder was against Seelöwe, many lower-level Kriegsmarine officers, such as Kapitän zur See Heinz Degenhardt, chief of sea transport, worked miracles to meet the tight schedule. Most of the ports had suffered considerable damage during the Fallgelb campaign and required extensive repairs. After a slow start, German amphibious capability in the Channel ports increased dramatically in the last weeks of August and the first week of September. At Amsterdam, for example, the number of barges climbed from 33 on the 19th of August to peak at 604 on the 30th of August. At Boulogne and Le Havre, the majority of their barges were in place by the 19th of September, although more kept trickling in until early October. Likewise, most of the transports were staged in their embarkation ports by early September. Kapitän zur See Erich Bay brought 7 of his destroyers from German ports to Brest and Cherbourg in early September, leaving the remaining 3 German destroyers refitting in dockyard. Minesweepers and mine layers also moved to the Channel ports in mid-September. During the build-up for Seelöwe, the only real problem was the assembly of motorized fishing coasters and trawlers, which were intended to carry the assault detachments to the landing areas. For a variety of reasons, many of these vessels were not actually ready and deployed until after the intended Esttag had passed. In terms of gathering the fleet, the Germans achieved about an 85% solution in time for the 24th to the 26th of September window, and close to 100% for the early October invasion window. While the Kriegsmarine performed an almost superhuman effort in gathering so much transport shipping and converting it so quickly, naval logistics in the captured ports remained a major problem. Everything from engine lubricants, spare parts, fuel, and drinking water for over 3,000 vessels was in very short supply. One of the biggest deficiencies was special distillate for Kriegsmarine destroyers, which could only be produced in special evaporators at Kiel and Wilhelmshaven. Without this special distillate, the finicky high-pressure boilers on Bay's destroyers would quickly corrode and suffer breakdowns. Consequently, the Kriegsmarine was forced to rush special tanker cars by rail from Kiel to Brest and Cherbourg. The Kriegsmarine also had to move thousands of mines to the Channel ports in order to be able to lay the defensive minefields in support of Seelöwe. Another major issue arose when the first transports and barges reached their respective embarkation harbors and the Heer demanded access to them to practice loading and then unloading on local beaches. The Kriegsmarine was not enthusiastic about Army rehearsals, preferring to keep the invasion fleet nestled snug in harbors, rather than letting soldiers bash them about. Nevertheless, 16th Armée, AOK-16, conducted a regimental-sized landing exercise on the beach at Le Touquet on the 17th of August, with Brauchitsch and Halder invited to watch. A few more small trials were permitted in order to determine practical problems, but most of the German soldiers and the crews of the invasion fleet had very limited experience with basic loading and landing procedures by the time that Estach approached. In order to prepare for the airborne component of Seelöwe, the Luftwaffe had to assemble the 7th Flieger Division and its transport units near airfields in Holland and Belgium. Both had taken heavy losses in the initial airborne landings in Holland in May 1940. General der Flieger Kurt Student, the divisional commander, was still recovering from his wounds, although he was involved in planning for Seelöwe. Student's Fallschirmjäger were aggressive light infantrymen, lacking any significant heavy weapons and only trained for daylight parachute landings. The 7th Flieger Division had few heavy weapons, but the new 7.5 centimeter Leichtgeschütz 40, a recoilless rifle, would prove useful for direct fire support. The 7th Flieger Division had been hastily cobbled together, and it was still not completely organized, but it could muster 9 airborne battalions with about 6,000 assault troops by September 1940. In addition, the Luftlandte Sturm Regiment was available, with 3 more airborne battalions. However, the air transport situation was marginal, since 250 Junker 52 transport planes had been lost in Holland, and on the 17th of August 1940, the Luftwaffe could only muster 8 transport groups with 313 Junkers 52 transports, 193 operational. In addition, there were a few dozen DF-230 gliders available, each of which could carry 9 Fallschirmjäger. Production of the Junkers 52 was low priority, so only about 30 replacements were being received each month. Thus, by the time that the decision for Seelöwe arrived in mid-September, there were about 200 to 220 Junkers 52 transports operational and maybe 40 to 50 gliders, which could, theoretically, move up to 5 airborne battalions in one lift. Without any appreciable reserves of Junkers 52 transports or pilots, the Luftwaffe's airborne capability was still quite fragile. Chapter 3. Diplomacy, Espionage, and Intelligence. Churchill's effort to enlist U.S. help. Although impressions of Anglo-American relations today are influenced by the special relationship of the Cold War era, Britain's efforts to solicit American military assistance in the first year of the World War II bore very little fruit. Even before the outbreak of the World War II, the British and French established the Anglo-French Purchasing Commission in New York City. The British delegation was headed by the Canadian businessman Arthur B. Purvis. The purpose of the commission was to purchase American-made weaponry and other key material. Purvis had made his name in the munitions industry, and during the World War I, he had been sent to the United States to purchase all the stocks of acetone needed for British ammunition production. After France surrendered, the organization changed its name to the British Purchasing Commission, BPC. At the start of the war, the British were particularly interested in acquiring modern fighters and long-range bombers, both of which were in short supply. Sir Henry Self was the air representative who conducted aircraft purchase negotiations for the British. Early on, the British Commission was nonplussed by the unwillingness of the United States government to extend war credits to the Allies to finance weapons purchases. While President Franklin Roosevelt was sympathetic towards helping the Allies, one large sticking point was the 1934 Johnson Act, a U.S. law that prohibited allowing credit to nations that had not repaid their debts from the World War I. Britain had stopped repaying its debt in 1932 and still owed the United States $4.4 billion. In September 1939, Britain had $4.5 billion, 1.1 billion pounds, invested in the United States, and it began to sell some of these assets to provide the BPC with working capital. Canada also dutifully played its part for the mother country, eventually selling off over $7 billion, 1.9 billion pounds, in investments and gold bullion. Henry Morgenthau, Roosevelt's Treasury Secretary, made a list of British investments in the United States and carefully monitored Britain's cash flow. In addition to financial constraints, Roosevelt had to deal with strong isolationist attitudes, which opposed direct military involvement in a foreign war and regarded arms sales as the first step down a slippery slope. Indeed, arms sales in the World War I had led to U-boat attacks on American merchant shipping. Nevertheless, Roosevelt demonstrated his willingness to provide arms to Great Britain by overturning the Neutrality Act with his cash-and-carry scheme on the 5th of November, 1939, which allowed American companies to sell arms to the Allies as long as they were paid for in cash and delivered by Allied merchant ships. The law did not allow the U.S. government to directly sell weapons to the Allies. Many British politicians, including Churchill, were rankled both by the American failure to provide loans and the cumbersome procedures enacted to protect U.S. neutrality, which caused lingering resentment throughout 1940. Within this context, Purvis's BPC sought to buy American-built aircraft to enable the RAF to catch up with the Luftwaffe. Both the French Armée de l'Air and the RAF were particularly enamored of the new Curtiss-Wright P-40B fighter, which was ready to begin mass production at Buffalo, New York. On paper, the P-40B appeared to be similar in performance to the Spitfire Mark I, as well as having better range and being significantly less expensive. The French were quick to place an order for over 200 P-40s in April 1940, but Sir Henry Self held off, hoping to purchase a license for building the aircraft in Canada. Instead, he placed orders for the Bell P-39 fighter and the North American P-51 fighter, both still in development. The representatives were also very interested in the new four-engine bomber prototypes from Boeing and Consolidated, since British designers would not be able to build such aircraft for another 2 years. Sir Henry Self knew that the British aircraft industry was focused on fighter and bomber production, so he sought to fill gaps in the British inventory, such as aircraft for the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm and patrol aircraft for the RAF's Coastal Command. However, due to the financial issues, the Commission's efforts to purchase American weaponry were still in the negotiating phase when Germany began its Fallgelb offensive. Shocked by heavy losses of men and materiel, the Anglo-French Commission made a direct appeal to the U.S. government on the 21st of May for immediate shipments of a large amount of military equipment, in contravention of the provisions of the cash-and-carry law. The Allies presented a wish list that included aircraft, anti-aircraft artillery, ammunition, small arms, and destroyers. The next day, Churchill stated to his cabinet that the United States had given us practically no help in the war, and now that they see how great was the danger, their attitude was that they wanted to keep everything which would help us for their own defense. President Roosevelt could see that the military situation in France was desperate, but had to tread carefully. He decided to use subterfuge to evade legal restrictions by asking the U.S. military to examine its stockpiles and determine what was surplus to American defense requirements. The U.S. military was hostile to this Allied request. General George C. Marshall, U.S. Army Chief of Staff, rejected the idea of selling any modern aircraft from the U.S. Army Air Corps, USAAC, and did not like the idea of selling even obsolescent equipment from the World War I. Marshall pointed out that the U.S. Army was woefully under-equipped itself and would not have any anti-aircraft ammunition for its own purposes until December 1940. Likewise, Admiral Harold Stark, U.S. Navy Chief of Naval Operations, opposed the transfer of any destroyers, even 1918 vintage four-stackers, from the mothball fleets in Philadelphia and San Diego. It took 12 days of pressure from Roosevelt before Marshall finally agreed to declare some of the older stocks as surplus, but the U.S. Navy was adamantly opposed to any transfers. Finally, on the 11th of June, the U.S. War Department declared a large amount of equipment surplus and sold it as scrap to the firm U.S. Steel for the sum of $37.6 million. The company then turned around and sold it to the Anglo-French Purchasing Commission. Over 600 trainloads of equipment were sent to the port of Raritan, New Jersey, to where 12 British merchantmen were hurriedly dispatched. The first British merchantman, the SS Eastern Prince, sailed from New Jersey on the 13th of June with a load of 48 75mm field guns, 15,000 machine guns, mostly Old Lewis guns and Vickers, 12,000 Lee Enfield rifles, and 28 million rounds of .30 caliber ammunition. The vessel sailed independently and arrived in Liverpool on the 23rd of June. Altogether, the U.S. emergency shipments delivered in June to July 1940 amounted to 895 75mm guns, M1917, M1897, with over 1 million rounds of ammunition, 300 3-inch Stokes mortars, 18,000 machine guns, 500,000 Lee Enfield rifles, and 100 million rounds of .30 caliber ammunition. The vast majority of this surplus equipment was obsolescent weapons that added very little to the British ground defense capability, aside from stiffening the TA divisions with some light artillery and providing rifle ammunition for training. Nevertheless, most of this American-provided equipment was handed over to the Home Guard as soon as Britain's domestic production was able to replace the losses in France. Later shipments included slightly more modern equipment, including Thompson submachine guns, eagerly adopted by the commando units, and 25,000 Browning automatic rifles, BAR. Completely misreading the situation, Churchill confidently told his cabinet that American military intervention would occur within a matter of months. In fact, the U.S. military and the Anglophobic U.S. ambassador to London, Joe Kennedy, both predicted that Britain would not be able to withstand Hitler and advocated against further arms aid. Many Irish Americans, like Kennedy, actually hoped that Germany would bring about the collapse of the British Empire. Both General George C. Marshall and Brigadier General George V. Strong, in charge of war plans, believed that Britain would either surrender or negotiate. Strong even made ridiculous predictions that Hitler would soon make aggressive moves against Panama or Brazil and pushed through a new war plan, Rainbow Four, which envisaged the United States having to deal with a victorious Axis coalition after the fall of Britain. Major Henry H. Hap Arnold, commander of the USAAC, was opposed to giving any of his modern aircraft to the British and was nearly relieved of command by Roosevelt. Arnold did succeed in preventing the British from getting the advanced Norden bomb sight, which RAF Bomber Command eagerly sought. Deciding that the U.S. military could not be trusted to see the larger picture, Roosevelt empowered Morgenthau to set up a special commission to determine which American military equipment could be provided to the British, thereby bypassing the War Department. When France surrendered, Purvis was empowered to take over all existing French contracts in the United States, without regard to cost. With the stroke of a pen on the 17th of June, the BPC spent $500 million. Consequently, the RAF ended up with a large tranche of inferior aircraft that it never would have ordered itself, such as the Brewster Buffalo fighter and the DB-7 light bomber. One of the failings of the BPC was an overemphasis on raw numbers instead of quality. Once the initial emergency shipment of surplus military equipment reached Liverpool, the BPC presented the U.S. government with another wish list on the 2nd of August, which included 96 destroyers, 25 motor torpedo boats, 50 maritime patrol bombers, and 250,000 more Enfield rifles. Stark continued to resist any naval transfers, but was pressured into releasing 20 brand-new motor torpedo boats, MTB. However, since these brand-new vessels could not be rationalized as surplus, this ignited a political firestorm. The isolationist Senator David J. Walsh, Democrat, Massachusetts, a member of Roosevelt's own party, depicted the MTB sale as too dangerous and threatened legislation to block all further arms sales. Roosevelt was forced to temporarily defer selling any new vessels to Britain, but pressured Stark to rethink transfer of older destroyers. The Royal Navy was particularly hard-pressed for destroyers, having lost 31 sunk since the start of the war, and many more damaged, leaving too few for Atlantic convoy duties. Many histories tend to depict the subsequent destroyers for bases deal as the liquidation of vessels that were merely rusting in mothballs, hence of little or no use to the U.S. Navy. In fact, a number of these destroyers, such as the USS Twiggs and the USS Wicks, were still fully operational warships in the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. Finally, on the 2nd of September, Roosevelt authorized the transfer of 50 four-stack destroyers to the Royal Navy in return for basing rights on British territories in the Caribbean and Newfoundland. The first of these destroyers reached Northern Ireland in early November 1940, and they were soon employed as convoy escorts. 6 would be sunk by U-boats during the war. The British cabinet was incensed by the yielding of basing rights to a foreign power, but grudgingly assented when the alternative was no destroyers. Meanwhile, Churchill's attitude veered from excessively optimistic predictions about what the Americans could do to help Britain to bitter frustration about how little they actually did. In addition to asking for more military aid, he requested that the U.S. Navy deploy a squadron to Singapore to help with deterring the increasingly bold Japanese. When these actions did not occur, Churchill reacted as if another ally had betrayed him. In retaliation, he tried to delay the sharing of British advances in radar and ASDIC, that is, sonar technology, with the Americans. A large part of the problem was that Churchill did not understand the American political system, preferring to think that President Roosevelt could simply steer the United States towards a declaration of war without bothering to gain the consent of Congress or the people. Nor did Churchill appreciate the fine line that Roosevelt had to walk due to the imminent national election coming in November 1940. Roosevelt's Republican opponent, Wendell Willkie, was already accusing Roosevelt of trying to drag the United States into the war, and this had the potential to influence the election. The isolationist America First Committee, with aviator Charles Lindbergh as its prominent spokesman, accused Roosevelt of weakening the U.S. military by sending too much military equipment to Great Britain. Consequently, Roosevelt tried to distance himself from the issue of arms aid, as well as the idea of eventual U.S. entry into the war. On the 30th of October, 1940, President Roosevelt emphatically told a rally in Boston that, "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." This, of course, was a lie. Roosevelt knew that American entry was only a matter of time, but he refused to publicly acknowledge it. After the election was won, Roosevelt quickly changed his tune and tried to maneuver Congress towards approving military aid to Britain, where the dollar sign was eliminated, in his phraseology. By mid-August 1940, Britain's cash reserves were down to £490 million, and three-quarters of it was already earmarked to pay for weapons contracts. At this rate, Britain would be out of gold by December 1940, and unable to purchase any more American-made materiel. Recognizing Britain's approaching cash crisis, Roosevelt delivered his famous Arsenal of Democracy speech on the 29th of December 1940, in which he stated, "They, Britain, ask us for implements of war, the planes, the tanks, the guns, the freighters which will enable them to fight for their liberty and for our security. Emphatically, we must get these weapons to them, get them to them in sufficient volume and quickly enough, so that we and our children will be saved the agony and suffering of war which others have had to endure." Churchill also tried to influence the American public into supporting greater aid for Britain. In a speech directed to America in February 1941, he stated, "Give us the tools, and we will finish the job." However, Roosevelt pointed out to Churchill that he could not get Congress to approve giving any military aid unless it was obvious that Britain had expended its financial resources. Morgenthau advised Roosevelt to coerce Churchill into liquidating Britain's remaining investments in the United States, beginning with the synthetic fiber manufacturer, American Viscose, which was worth well over $130 million. In December 1940, the company was sold to the U.S. banking firm Morgan Stanley for only $54 million, and then was resold for profit. Churchill was incensed by this kind of extortion, propagated by Wall Street investors who could not care less about the Nazi threat, but he was in a weak bargaining position. In addition, Roosevelt sent the heavy cruiser USS Louisville to South Africa in January 1941 to collect £42 million worth of British gold bullion, so the BPC could continue to operate. With these demonstrations of British financial sacrifice, Roosevelt was able to swing Congress towards large grants of military aid to Great Britain. Finally, on the 11th of March 1941, the Lend-Lease Act was signed into law, and the next day, Roosevelt asked Congress for $7 billion for the program. The passage of Lend-Lease was the great game-changer, far more than the fighter battles of September 1940, which provided Britain with more armaments than it was able to purchase under cash and carry, and paving the way for American industrial mobilization. In March 1941, over 400 U.S.-built aircraft were shipped to England. Within a year, the shipment of Lend-Lease American-built Grant and Sherman tanks would provide the means for Britain to go on the offensive in North Africa. However, in financial terms, American military aid had come at a very heavy price that would negatively affect Britain's post-war economy. Altogether, during 1939 to 1940, the BPC placed orders for over 2,700 aircraft, worth over $1 billion in the United States, and yet barely 400 of these aircraft arrived before Lend-Lease was approved. Indeed, the BPC's spending spree after May 1940 helped to push Britain towards bankruptcy, thereby contributing to Germany's strategic goals, while adding very little useful military capability in the short run. By the summer of 1940, the only American-built aircraft in significant numbers in RAF service was the Lockheed Hudson patrol plane. RAF Coastal Command had 4 operational squadrons, with about 80 to 100 Hudsons. The Hudson was a decent aircraft, and it proved useful in the effort to counter both U-boats and the FW-200 Condor long-range bombers. as well as to patrol England's southern coast. However, efforts to boost fighter command with American-built fighters proved a complete bust. In July, 12 Brewster Buffaloes and 5 Curtiss Mohawks arrived, followed by 49 Mohawks in August. It was immediately apparent that both aircraft were inferior to the Bf-109E fighter, and they were quickly assigned to RAF units stationed in Asia. In August 1940, the first Grumman F-4F naval fighters were received by the Fleet Air Arm, but they were not adapted for carrier operations, and instead the sole squadron was based in the Orkney Islands to help defend the fleet anchorage at Scapa Flow. Later, improved F-4F fighters would arrive in 1941 and be employed on Royal Navy escort aircraft carriers as the Martlet naval fighter, which would contribute to defeating the FW-200 Condor threat. The first P-40B fighter, redesignated in RAF service as the Tomahawk Mark I, arrived in England in September 1940, but was found to be unsuitable for combat. These aircraft were taken over from the French order, and Curtiss had built them to French standard, without self-sealing fuel tanks or armor plating. The RAF assigned these fighters to local reconnaissance duties and resigned itself to wait for the improved Tomahawk Mark II in early 1941. Yet even these upgraded P-40s were regarded as inferior to the Spitfire and were sent to join the Desert Air Force in Libya. Otherwise, the bulk of the aircraft ordered by the BPC did not begin to arrive in the United Kingdom until mid to late 1941, well after the threat of Seeluwe had passed. It is also remarkable that, with British domestic aircraft production exceeding German aircraft production in 1940 by roughly a ratio of 3-2, the BPC's expenditure of so much British treasure was unnecessary. The Dunkirk disaster introduced an air of panic and desperation in British aircraft purchases, rather than sober calculation. While purchases of American aircraft were generally a case of too little, too late, as far as Seeluwe goes, this is not to say that they did not influence the air-sea duels between Britain and Germany. In addition to the 4 F-4 fighter, Martlet, and Lockheed Hudson, the PBY Catalina flying boats would play a crucial role in hunting the German battleship Bismarck in May 1941, while the consolidated B-24 long-range bombers would prove equally critical in closing the mid-Atlantic air gap against the U-boats in 1942 to 1943. However, the RAF was disappointed by the P-39 Airacobra fighter bomber, and after brief service in a single squadron, most of them were pawned off as lend-lease to the Soviets. Likewise, the Boston and Maryland light bombers were mediocre designs that added little to British capabilities. Nor did the Boeing B-17 bomber or the P-51 Mustang fighter have successful careers in the RAF, even though they went on to play war-winning roles in the United States Army Air Force, USAAF, in 1944 to 1945. One of the few positive results of the BPC spending spree was to infuse a large amount of British capital into the American aviation industry 18 months prior to Pearl Harbor, which helped to jumpstart designs that otherwise might not have been ready until much later in the World War II. In addition to weapons, the BPC also placed orders for freighters and tankers in American shipyards to supplement production in Great Britain. The largest order was worth $100 million, placed on the 19th of December 1940 with Todd Shipyard for 60 Ocean-class freighters. The first of these freighters was completed in August 1941, and the last by October 1942. These well-built freighters played an important role in the Battle of the Atlantic, and no fewer than 18 of the 60 Ocean-class freighters were lost to enemy action. In sum, Churchill failed to get the kind of American military assistance that he was seeking in June 1940 until well after the threat of Seeluwe had passed. Roosevelt was too cagey to be drawn into war by Churchill's rhetoric. In the long run, Lend-Lease provided critical support for the British war effort in 1941 to 1944, but it came at the price of making the United States the dominant partner in the Allied camp. Churchill's quest for American aid weakened Great Britain financially and precipitated a slide towards second-tier status that was irreversible. In fear of losing Britain's independence to Hitler, Churchill instead surrendered it to Roosevelt, who was in no hurry to get into the war. British Tactical Intelligence, Photographic Reconnaissance, and Prisoner Interrogations. Britain's ability to evaluate the threat posed by Seelöwe was enhanced by its superior tactical intelligence capabilities, namely in aerial reconnaissance and prisoner interrogations. In addition, MI6 proved adept at document exploitation, and the British scientific community assisted the military with technical exploitation of captured equipment. In the late 1930s, Britain's MI6 became interested in the use of aerial photography to conduct clandestine reconnaissance missions over Germany. An Australian businessman and inventor, Sidney Cotton, was recruited into the effort due to his experience as a pilot in the World War I, his efforts to improve aerial photography, and his business contacts in Germany. Working with Frederick Winterbotham, an RAF officer seconded to MI6, Cotton was provided with an American-built, twin-engine Lockheed 12-passenger aircraft equipped with concealed vertical cameras in January 1939. In July to August 1939, Cotton flew on several trips into Germany and managed to covertly photograph military installations near Mannheim. His experience in these clandestine missions led to the development of camotint paint, which made aircraft more difficult to spot in the sky, and improvements to prevent camera lenses from frosting over at altitudes over 20,000 feet. At the outbreak of war in September, the 45-year-old Cotton was brought into the RAF and charged with using his experience to create a high-altitude tactical aerial reconnaissance unit. Initially, the RAF unit, dubbed Cotton's Circus, was stationed at Heston Airfield, 15 miles west of London, and equipped with Bristol Blenheim bombers. However, Cotton quickly recognized that the Blenheim was too slow to operate over enemy airspace and urged the use of modified Spitfire fighters for reconnaissance. Spitfires were in very short supply in 1939, but on the 30th of October, Cotton's nascent unit was provided with 2 Spitfire PR Mark 1A fighters, each outfitted with 2 F-24 vertical cameras. In February and March 1940, Cotton's unit was renamed the Photographic Development Unit, PDU, and received upgraded PR Mark 1B and C models, as well as the longer-range PR Mark 6. These aircraft could fly reconnaissance missions and collect useful imagery at over 30,000 feet. Stripped of armament, the early Spitfire PR models had a slight edge in speed and altitude over the enemy's Bf-109E/F fighters, which meant that interception was difficult but not impossible. In May, the Spitfire PDU was the first to receive the new 100-octane fuel. In order to make them harder to spot, Cotton had his Spitfires painted a shade of blue that was soon dubbed PR Blue. Under Cotton's command, Spitfire PRs flew successful missions over the German naval bases at Wilhelmshaven, Kiel, and Emden. The PDU also suffered its first loss when a Spitfire PR Mark 1B was shot down by Bf-109E fighters near Arnhem on the 22nd of March, 1940. Eager to improve the images collected, Cotton began experimenting with oblique angle photography and stereoscopic photography, which greatly enhanced the information that could be determined about a target. Although Cotton was instrumental in creating this reconnaissance unit, He was too independent to suit the RAF leadership and was removed from command after Dunkirk. Instead, the RAF brought a military professional, Wing Commander Jeffrey W. Tuttle, to head the unit, which on the 18th of June was redesignated as the Photographic Reconnaissance Unit, PRU, and placed under Coastal Command. Despite Cotton's success, the British Air Ministry was slow to recognize the importance of photographic reconnaissance and failed to provide supporting infrastructure. For photo interpretation of the imagery collected, Cotton turned to the Aircraft Operating Company, a commercial firm that had been involved in pre-war aerial mapping surveys in the Middle East. This company had two invaluable assets: Michael Spender, an experienced photo interpreter, and a Swiss-built stereo plotting machine, known as the Wild Machine. Spender was on the cutting edge of developing photogrammetry, the ability to precisely plot and measure objects on images taken from great altitudes. In an experiment conducted by Cotton in December 1939, Spender was able to identify previously undetected German positions in the West Wall. However, the Air Ministry was not initially interested in photogrammetry and regarded Cotton as something of a nuisance. Bomber Command already had its own reconnaissance capability, and Cotton's PDU seemed redundant. It was not until late March 1940, having been suitably embarrassed by Cotton's stunt of photographing the German battleship Tirpitz in Wilhelmshaven, that the Air Ministry reversed itself and decided to take over the Aircraft Operating Company and all its personnel. Spender was brought into the RAF, and the corporate facility at Wembley, in northwest London, became the Photographic Interpretation Unit, PIU. With Spender's help, the RAF established a professional training program, and many of the PIU photo interpreters were female WAFs, Women's Auxiliary Air Force. Procedures were established to enable first-phase interpretation of imagery to be disseminated in report format within 2 hours of a Spitfire PR returning to base, and hard-copy imagery within 12 hours. The PIU also developed a system for prioritizing imagery and disseminating it to the appropriate end user. In contrast, the Luftwaffe's photo interpretation capabilities were decentralized and rather slipshod. During the period from July to August 1940, Tuttle's PRU had a total of 11 operational Spitfire PRs stationed at Heston and in Cornwall and Scotland. Eventually, the PRU would have 20 Spitfires in 5 flights. But the unit suffered some losses during the French campaign that were not yet made good. Furthermore, Bomber Command tried to task the unit to conduct reconnaissance against targets deep within Germany, which resulted in the loss of a Spitfire PR on the 10th of July, intercepted near Stuttgart by 6 Bf-109Fs. Despite such diversions, the PRU's primary mission at this time was to support Coastal Command by detecting signs of impending invasion and to provide imagery intelligence. IMINT, on German landing preparations in the Channel ports. Under Tuttle's leadership, the PRU flawlessly performed this task. The RAF's photographic reconnaissance collection effort was enhanced by the first-class photographic interpretation service provided by the PIU and its timely dissemination process. In all aspects of the intelligence cycle, direct, collect, analyze, disseminate, the RAF's IMINT capability greatly exceeded what the Luftwaffe could accomplish. Churchill and the cabinet were provided with high-quality imagery that showed the steady buildup of the German invasion fleet in the Channel ports. Once the standardized Spitfire PR Mark IV arrived in October 1940, the RAF would have the ability to conduct high-speed, high-altitude aerial reconnaissance over most of Western Europe. On the 29th of October 1940, an improved Spitfire PR conducted a successful daylight 5.5-hour reconnaissance flight to Stettin, an amazing accomplishment given the fact that Luftwaffe radars could track the flight. In addition to rapidly developing aerial reconnaissance capabilities, the RAF was keen to develop its ability to exploit captured Luftwaffe prisoners and enemy equipment. However, the very first enemy prisoners were the 81 survivors from the sunken U-27 and U-39, captured by the Royal Navy between the 14th and 20th of September 1939. Prisoner interrogation was still a new field, rarely conducted during the World War I, but now Britain needed every advantage it could gain by learning about the enemy's tactics, intentions, and equipment. By luck, captured members of the U-27 revealed some details about the use of magnetic mines off the British coast. In October 1939, the Combined Services Detailed Interrogation Center, CSDIC, was established at the Tower of London under the command of Colonel Thomas Kendrick from MI6. He had a total of just 6 officers, 3 Army, 1 Navy, and 2 RAF. The purpose of CSDIC was to conduct professional interrogations of prisoners believed to have useful information. Since Kendrick had few prisoners to interrogate for the first 6 months of operation, he used the time to train his personnel. In spring 1940, the CSDIC was divided into 3 service teams: MI-1K for the Army, NID-11 for the Royal Navy, and A-11K for the RAF. While Kendrick was pulling together CSDIC, the British Army established 2 POW camps in Lancashire, number 1 for officers and number 2 for enlisted men. During the winter of 1939 to 1940, a trickle of German prisoners were captured, including the first Luftwaffe air crew. Squadron leader Dennis Felkin, chief interrogator for A-11K, was able to acquire indications about the existence of the Knickerbein blind bombing system from interrogation of several captured bomber crewmen from KG-4 and 27. Felkin also became expert at extracting useful order-of-battle information about Luftwaffe units from prisoners, which was unavailable from other sources. The standard approach focused on interrogating German junior officers and non-commissioned officers who were expected to be less security conscious, yet have potentially useful information. In July 1940, prisoner interrogation revealed that the Luftwaffe had introduced the 7.92 mm PMK-V round, a steel core round wrapped in phosphorus which ignited when fired. Unlike the German stove-piped system, that is, information was sent upward but not shared laterally with other organizations, of reporting, British prisoner interrogation reports were widely disseminated. When the German invasion of France and the Low Countries began, the CSDIC received its first Heer prisoners, including 1,295 captured German troops from the 22nd Infanterie Division, Luftlandwehr, and 7th Flieger Division. Oberst Georg Friemel, commander of Infanterie Regiment 65, and captured in Holland on the 10th of May 1940, was the highest-ranking German prisoner of war in England. Friemel and his troops were evacuated to Dover just before the Dutch capitulation. It would have been very useful to interrogate Friemel and his officers at length to learn more about German airborne tactics, particularly glider operations. However, due to the growing fear of German invasion, the War Cabinet decided to evacuate these prisoners to Canada on the 21st of June. Newer prisoners, captured in the air battles of July 1940, were the first to be interrogated at the recently established London cage. While the PRU and the CSDIC were major steps forward for British tactical intelligence, the British Army's intelligence functions were in poor condition until well after Dunkirk. The main problem was that, like the German Heer, the British Army had very few dedicated intelligence professionals and tended to assign this function to whatever staff officers were available. In France and Belgium, the BEF lacked the ability to anticipate German actions due to inadequate intelligence support. And after Dunkirk, Army intelligence officers thought that Hitler would try to invade England right away, before he finished off France. General Ironside, as commander of home forces, used this off-the-cuff army assessment to develop a poorly conceived defense plan for Britain. However, defeat in Norway and France served as a catalyst for change, and on the 18th of July, the British Army created an intelligence corps, tasked with the collection, analysis, and dissemination of military intelligence. Although it would be a long time before the Intelligence Corps had an experienced cadre of trained officers, this move would eventually help to improve British ground operations later in the war. British Operational and Strategic Intelligence, Bletchley Park, and Zeeluwe. Since the disclosure of the wartime Enigma secret in 1974, there have been a number of lingering misconceptions about exactly what Allied code-breaking achieved and what its impact was upon the outcome of the war. Much of the problem derives from oversimplification. There was no single German Enigma code, but many different ciphers and procedures used by each of the Wehrmacht services. Older histories of the Battle of Britain omit any reference to Enigma, and newer histories tend to swing between ignoring it or greatly exaggerating its role in 1940. Even an excellent history, such as Stephen Bungay's The Most Dangerous Enemy, 2000, got the story horribly wrong when it came to British code-breaking. In it, Bungay states that the British had scored a major intelligence coup early in the war by breaking the Germans' Enigma code, used for the transmission of high-level secret information, by using a device called Ultra. This one sentence has 4 major factual errors. 1. It was actually Polish codebreakers who achieved this coup before the war. 2. The British only read Luftwaffe administrative traffic during the Battle of Britain. 3. Enigma was used for many non-secret transmissions, including weather reports. And 4. The device was Enigma, and Ultra was the name of the Allied collection against it after 1942. In 1926, the Reichsmarine, the predecessor of the Kriegsmarine, adapted a new ciphering machine for German naval communications, known as Enigma. 2 years later, the Reichsheer also adopted Enigma, and the Luftwaffe would adopt it when formed in 1935. Although the Enigma machine was based on commercially available technology, it was modified to be more secure for military communications, and the Germans developed an almost religious faith in its security. However, German trust in the integrity of their communications was misplaced, and they underestimated the ingenuity of foreign code-breaking abilities. Enigma began to unravel in November 1931, when Hans Thilo Schmidt, a civilian official in the Ministry of the Reichswehr's cipher office, approached the French Deuxième Bureau, military intelligence, with the offer to sell them Enigma material. Hans Thilo Schmidt provided the French with manuals, standard operating procedures, and settings for Enigma. In addition to his knowledge of Enigma, Schmidt was also the brother of Rudolf Schmidt, who would rise to command of motorized corps under Guderian in May 1940. Oddly, the French Deuxième Bureau did not make a serious effort to break Enigma, even with this information, but instead handed it off to their protégé, the Polish General Staff's Cipher Bureau, Biuro Szyfrów. Amazingly, a 27-year-old Polish mathematician in the Bureau, Marian Rajewski, was able to use Schmidt's information to deduce the unknown wiring configurations within the Enigma rotors. Rajewski was also able to reverse engineer and build an Enigma machine. By late December 1932, Rajewski had broken into Enigma, and the Polish Cipher Bureau began reading encrypted German military communications. It is not my intent to recount the entire effort to break Enigma, which has already been admirably told by a number of books, such as Ronald Lewin's Ultra Goes to War, 1978, and Hugh Sebag Montefiore's Enigma, The Battle for the Code, 2000. Instead, I want to highlight the role of Enigma and British strategic-level intelligence in providing situational awareness to senior British decision-makers during the crisis period of 1940 and into early 1941. The Polish connection began on the 25th of July, 1939, when the Polish General Staff invited representatives of the French and British cryptanalysis services to Warsaw, where they learned details of the Polish breakthrough into Enigma. Dilly Knox, Britain's leading cryptanalyst and a major player at MI6's GCNC's Government Code and Cipher School at Bletchley Park, was one of those invited to the two-day conference. Both the British and French delegations were presented with a copy of an Enigma machine, a mechanical bomba that Rajewski had developed to assist in breaking the daily settings on Enigma and a host of other useful information. The Polish intelligence windfall jump-started the British code-breaking efforts at Bletchley Park, which had made no real progress against German pre-war Enigma communications. Alan Turing, the British mathematician, was tasked with exploiting the Polish information in order to break into the various Enigma ciphers. Not only did the Poles provide Britain's intelligence services with the means to attack Enigma, but they also managed to preserve this secret when Poland was invaded and overrun in September 1939. Rajewski and his team of cryptanalysts were evacuated to France, where they resumed their code-breaking efforts against wartime Enigma, which had additional security features. Turing, who was already working on an upgraded version of the bomba, visited France on the 7th of January 1940 to consult with Rajewski about the use of Zygalski sheets, used for manual decryption. Thanks to Rajewski's help, 2 weeks later, Bletchley Park was able to break the first green cipher, used by the Heer for administrative purposes, although the information was 3 months old. When France was overrun in June 1940, Rajewski and his team were evacuated by the French first to North Africa, then back to Uzès, northwest of Marseille, in Vichy, France. Although the British tried to get Rajewski and his 15-man team evacuated to England, the French were in no mood to cooperate after the Mers el-Kebir, and they decided to keep Rajewski to assist Vichy France's communication intercept program. It was not until after the demise of Vichy France that Rajewski and some of his associates were able to reach Great Britain in 1943, but they were not allowed to work at Bletchley Park and excluded from efforts to target Enigma. While the Germans made a great many mistakes during the World War II, the Allied failure to properly utilize Rajewski's talents in 1940 to 1941 must be noted as a senseless and unnecessary failure. Without Rajewski, the British codebreakers at Bletchley made slow progress against Enigma during the winter of 1939 to 1940. It is important to note that each German service used one or more different Enigma ciphers, with 4 different numbers or rotors and settings used, so the British were faced with multiple target sets. The primary sets that interested Bletchley Park's codebreakers were the Luftwaffe Red cipher and the Kriegsmarine's Dolphin cipher, but traffic from nearly a dozen other Enigma ciphers was being collected. In addition to the Polish assistance, the British codebreakers enjoyed several lucky breaks in early 1940. On the 12th of February, 3 Kriegsmarine Enigma rotors were captured from the U-33 sunk off Scotland, and on the 26th of April, more material, including decoded ciphertext, was captured from a German trawler off Norway. Armed with this additional information, Turing's Hut 8 team were able to begin reading a small amount of Kriegsmarine Enigma traffic on the 11th of May. However, at this point, the British were only able to read this Enigma cipher sporadically and often with a 2-week delay, which greatly reduced its operational value. The 2 main analytic units at Bletchley Park in 1940 were Hut 6, headed by Gordon Welchman, which analyzed Heer and Luftwaffe traffic, and Hut 8, headed by Turing, which analyzed Kriegsmarine traffic. Analysis was initially done by hand and relied heavily upon looking for German operator errors and standardized formatting procedures, which precluded near real-time code breaking. Turing had convinced the GC&Cs to invest £100,000 into developing his bomb, which was a mechanical decryption device that improved upon the Polish bomba. The first bomb mechanical device, dubbed Victory, was built in March 1940. But this early model was problematic, and it was not until an improved model, Agnes, became operational on the 8th of August 1940 that Bletchley Park could attack Enigma in earnest. Once operational, the bomb enabled rapid computations, which made it possible to break into German Enigma traffic at a much greater speed than heretofore possible. Whereas previous decryption required several weeks or more, with good clues on Enigma settings, a bomb could enable codebreakers to read a message within about 24 hours of it being received. Collection of the actual raw Enigma traffic was accomplished by numerous Y stations, which sent paper transcripts to Bletchley Park. The collection, analysis, and dissemination of Enigma-derived intelligence was placed under the codename Boniface, which limited dissemination to senior military and political leaders. Welchman's team in Hut 6 was making good progress against the Luftwaffe's Red cipher because of poor operator procedures in that service. However, the Germans introduced new security procedures for Enigma on the 1st of May 1940, just before the opening of Fallgelb, which temporarily blinded Bletchley Park. Yet, the German mitigation effort was only briefly effective, and on the 22nd of May, Welchman's team broke into Red and began decrypting Luftwaffe Enigma traffic within 48 hours. At this point, British code-breaking efforts began to have some operational impact, although too late to alter the catastrophic situation in France. Furthermore, the entire concept of communications intelligence from Enigma decryption was radical and encountered considerable skepticism from senior leaders in 1940, who often doubted its veracity. Moreover, Bletchley Park translated the decrypted messages, but added little or no analytic content to describe the importance of the message, which could leave end users uncertain as to the significance of the special intelligence. Indeed, it usually took someone outside the Enigma production chain to evaluate its content. For example, in June 1940, the Y stations began to intercept references to Knickerbein on Red traffic, but this meant nothing to the codebreakers at Bletchley Park. This situation highlights one of the limitations of Enigma in the early days, dependence upon technical analysts to interpret data on German military technology. Fortuitously, the 28-year-old physicist Reginald V. Jones, who worked for the intelligence staff at the Air Ministry, was read into Boniface and was well aware of the German pre-war commercial Lorentz blind landing system. Based upon information provided by CSDIC prisoner interrogations and the COMINT, Communications Intelligence from Bletchley Park, Jones suspected that the Luftwaffe was adapting the system for blind bombing at night. But this proved a hard sell to senior leadership. Since the RAF's Bomber Command had rejected the use of radio navigation aids as unnecessary, there was considerable opposition to Jones's conclusion that the Luftwaffe had such a system. No less than Sir Henry Tizard, senior scientific advisor to the Air Ministry and one of the primary advocates of radar, rejected Jones's conclusion. It was only with Churchill's direct support that Jones was allowed to test his theory and prove that the Luftwaffe was, in fact, using radio navigation for blind bombing. Throughout July, analysis of Red traffic revealed that the Luftwaffe was installing Knickerbein stations near Cherbourg and Brest, as well as a new system dubbed Wotan. Bletchley Park's analysts also learned that KG-54 was one unit being equipped to use the blind bombing technique and would be able to conduct precision night bombing by August. Even with the help of the improved bombe, with more under construction, Bletchley Park was only able to decrypt 178 Enigma messages between March and December 1940, giving just occasional snapshots of German activity, and mostly from the Luftwaffe's perspective. Thanks to Boniface, the Royal Air Force had an excellent idea about the Luftwaffe's order of battle in July, and learned about Adlerangriff within a week of Göring issuing this order. Over time, decrypted messages gave further insight into the Luftwaffe's operational intent and some mission-specific information. Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, head of RAF Fighter Command, was a recipient of Boniface intelligence, and this provided him with reliable forewarning about RAF airfields that were to be attacked. It is important to emphasize, however, that Boniface's impact on the struggle between Fighter Command and the Luftwaffe was not in itself decisive, and that code-breaking formed only one part of British intelligence collection in 1940. Exploitation of red traffic did provide Churchill with warning of German invasion planning, when details of Führer Directive No. 16 appeared in Luftwaffe signals in late July, but the operation's name was unknown until after Seelöwe was postponed. Instead, British intelligence referred to the German invasion plan as Smith. Surprisingly, Churchill did not accept outright the idea that Hitler was actually moving forward with invasion planning because initial invasion fears had proven incorrect. On the 1st of July, the Joint Intelligence Subcommittee, JIC, which reported to the War Cabinet on all intelligence related to German intentions, stated that it could not determine the enemy's likely course of action, but that Germany's military superiority is such as to enable her to move in any direction she pleases, with little or no warning. 3 days later, the JIC pointed to enemy invasion preparations and stated that an invasion was possible by the 15th of July. The JIC was the senior organization in the British intelligence pyramid and served as a data fusion center for COMINT, HUMINT, Human Intelligence, and IMINT. When this invasion passed, Churchill grew skeptical in regard to intelligence about Smith. Although Boniface provided further information about Smith, including the alerting of the 7th Flieger Division for a possible airborne mission and Siebel's ferry-building efforts, it was imagery confirmation by the PRU of barge concentrations in the Channel ports that convinced Churchill that Smith was real. Thus, another important point about Boniface that often gets lost in the mix is that operational use of Enigma-derived intelligence was multiplied through fusion with other intelligence collection efforts. Meanwhile, Turing's Hut 8 enjoyed much less success against the Kriegsmarine's Dolphin cipher and only managed to break 6 messages throughout 1940, none in anything close to real time. This failure to penetrate Kriegsmarine communications had a detrimental impact upon the British ability to anticipate how Seelöwe might be conducted, as well as to counter the ongoing German U-boat, Hilfskreuzer, and surface radar attacks on British commerce. Without much to go on, the JIC initially concluded that the main landing of Seelöwe was likely to be conducted against the east coast in Lincolnshire, Norfolk, or Suffolk, with a possible 2-division-size raid conducted from Norway against northern England or Scotland. The JIC was aware of the assembling of barges in the Channel ports, but seems to have regarded this as a feint and thought the main attempt would come across the North Sea. Consequently, the British Army deployed strong forces in the east, and the Royal Navy planned to position a battle squadron at Rosyth to counter any German threat from Norway, as well as reinforcing Nor Command. It was not until the RAF's PRU continued to deliver reams of photographs of the unmistakable buildup in the Channel ports that the JIC began to reverse itself in early September and declared the main threat to be against the southern coast. Nevertheless, the British remained uncertain about where the Germans might attempt to invade, and much of Britain's defenses remained oriented toward the non-existent threat from across the North Sea. It is important to distinguish that during the period from August to December 1940, the British codebreakers read a significant amount of Luftwaffe Red traffic, but they barely scratched the surface of Kriegsmarine signal traffic. Both the Heer's operational Enigma network and the Abwehr's more secure network, Enigma G, were impenetrable at this time. The Kriegsmarine Dolphin cipher was not reliably broken until June 1941, and the Heer and Abwehr ciphers remained secure until October 1941. Consequently, the kind of strategic intelligence that Churchill and the CSC received was far more narrowly defined than is often suggested. For example, Churchill knew the essence of Smith, Seelöwe, from Boniface, but he did not know the exact landing areas the Germans had chosen, the size of the assault force, or the enemy's operational timeline. The information derived from Red was probably most useful to RAF Fighter Command because it gave an indication of enemy target emphasis, but it did little for the Royal Navy and nothing for the British Army. Churchill was apparently frustrated with what Boniface could not tell him and looked to the PRU's photographic intelligence to fill in some of the gaps. On the 7th of September, 1940, at 20:07 hours, the GHQ Home Forces issued the code word Cromwell to the Southern and Eastern commands, indicating that invasion was imminent, probably within the next 12 hours. This alert was issued based upon the JIC's assessment of available intelligence from Boniface, photographic evidence of the buildup of German barges in the Channel ports, and the increased tempo of the Luftwaffe air offensive over London. Yet, this alert was based on faulty analysis of the available bits and pieces, which were not enough. British intelligence could not see what was going on inside the OKW, OKH, or SKL, and jumped to hasty conclusions. The fact that the Cromwell alert went to the Eastern Command indicates that the JIC still believed that an invasion of East Anglia was possible. Cromwell was quickly rescinded the next morning, even though Hitler had not actually made his decision on whether to launch Seelöwe or not. The key point the Cromwell alert brings out is that Bletchley Park's efforts to break Enigma were not yet capable of reliably answering the priority intelligence requirements. For example, what is the enemy going to do next? Of Churchill's War Cabinet and the CSC. The JIC did have one other source of intelligence at this point, a Polish-run espionage network in occupied France, known as WWII. When France fell, a good number of Polish military personnel were left behind, and they had made no peace with the Germans. Polish Air Force Captain Roman Czerniawski established WWII and recruited about 100 Polish and French operatives to report on German military activities in France. Czerniawski was able to regularly exfiltrate reports to Colonel Stefan Mayer, the former head of the Polish Cipher Bureau, now in London. In late 1940 and early 1941, the reports from the Polish-run WWII network provided the only reliable information coming out of occupied France, and did indicate large-scale preparation and training for invasion. The utter failure of the German Abwehr versus Britain's Mi-5. On the other side of the Channel, the men planning Seelöwe had very little idea about the state of British defenses or intentions. German efforts to conduct espionage or HUMINT operations in Great Britain were a complete failure due to a combination of the Abwehr's amateurish approach and the vigilance of British counterintelligence efforts led by Mi-5. Nikolaus Ritter, an Abwehr officer in the Hamburg office, was responsible for recruiting agents for Britain even before the war. Initially, Ritter tried to develop professional spies who could be used for an extended period. He was able to recruit one useful agent, Walter Simon, who conducted 2 successful espionage operations in England in 1938, then returned with information about RAF airfields and industrial facilities that benefited Luftwaffe targeteers back in Berlin. However, a slip-up led to Simon's arrest by MI5 in February 1939, and he was deported. Ritter also recruited a Welshman by the name of Arthur Owens on the Abwehr payroll before the war, although he produced little of value. Yet even with this limited pre-war espionage, the Abwehr still managed to learn about the construction of the chain home radar sites and several new RAF air bases. The Abwehr missed 2 great opportunities to set up spy networks in Great Britain. Given that there were a significant number of Nazi sympathizers in Britain during the 1930s, it is amazing that the Abwehr made no effort to reach out to Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists, BUF, or other pro-German politicians. Although the British government enacted Defense Regulation 18B at the start of the war, which included provisions to incarcerate enemy sympathizers, it was not enforced under Chamberlain's government. During the period from September 1939 until May 1940, many pro-German sympathizers were still at liberty, and some might have worked with the Abwehr. The advantage of using English-speaking natives, who could not easily be detected, is obvious. Yet, this window of opportunity closed when Churchill became Prime Minister because he decided to enforce 18B to its maximum extent, ordering the arrest not only of Mosley and his BUF associates, but even men like Admiral Sir Barry Domville, retired Major General J.F.C. Fuller, who was investigated for his ties to fascism and Hitler, but not arrested. Despite much talk of potential fifth-column activities in Britain, the Abwehr's apathy and Churchill's eagerness to arrest pro-German sympathizers quickly snuffed out the pool of potential local recruits. After 9 months of indolence, the Abwehr was suddenly tasked to gather information from inside England to facilitate the forthcoming Air-Sea campaign. In desperation, Ritter put his best agent, Simon, back into play, even though he was already known to MI5. Landing in Southern Ireland via U-38 on the 12th of June 1940, Simon was spotted coming ashore and arrested the same day. Soon thereafter, Ritter was tasked with running Operation Lena, to insert more agents into Britain to gather information useful for Seelöwe. He began a recruiting drive in Hamburg, assembling a collection of pro-Nazi Danes, Dutch, and Finns, who were given only minimal training before being sent across the English Channel. Another Abwehr official, Kurt Miro, in Cologne, set up a duplicate recruiting effort without informing or coordinating with Ritter. Miro's operation was exceedingly amateurish, and he dispatched 4 poorly trained agents to the south coast of England in a fishing boat on the 3rd of September. One group of 2 agents landed near Dungeness, in between Seelöwe's intended landing zones B and C. Before being caught, Agent Jose Waldberg managed to send 2 radio messages back to the Abwehr, including one that reported, "No mines, few soldiers, unfinished blockhouse." This brief message was the only legitimate HUMINT report ever received by the Abwehr from an agent in England during the war. All 4 agents were soon arrested, and Waldberg was executed in December 1940. Meanwhile, Ritter tried to establish a more robust system of delivering agents into England by working with Hauptmann Karl Edmund Gartenfeld from the Aufklärungsgruppe, OBDL, a specialized reconnaissance group. Gartenfeld, a highly experienced pilot, flew a Heinkel 111 bomber that was painted matte black and specialized in clandestine parachute drops over enemy territory. On the 6th of September, Gartenfeld took off from Brussels and flew low over the Channel, then successfully dropped the Danish agent, Gerster Caroli, near Northampton. Caroli employed negligible tradecraft and was quickly arrested. However, Gartenfeld demonstrated that the Abwehr had the ability to covertly deliver agents into England. The problem was the men sent were hopelessly inept at their jobs. Ritter recruited more agents, including Karl Grosse, an English-speaking German who had joined the Abwehr's battalion Brandenburg Infiltration Unit. However, Ritter made the crucial mistake of using Arthur Owens, whom he believed to still be a reliable agent in place, to be the primary contact for most of the new Abwehr agents parachuted into England. In fact, Owens had revealed his involvement with the Abwehr to MI5 in 1938, and he had been turned into a double agent, designated Snow. By using Owens, who was allowed to contact Ritter via radio, MI5 was able to learn the identity of many of the Abwehr recruited agents and arrest them as soon as they arrived in England. This did not occur in every instance, and Karl Grosse was parachuted into England by Gartenfeld on the 3rd of October 1940. Despite his affiliation with the Brandenburgers, Grosse proved to be a very poor agent and was almost immediately captured by a farmer and handed over to the police. MI5's double-cross committee became extremely adept at turning each captured agent, and then used them to funnel useless or misleading information to the Abwehr. As David Kahn noted, not a single German spy in Great Britain was legitimate. Every one of the Abwehr's operatives was a double agent, run by MI5's double-cross committee. The failure of Ritter or anyone else in the Abwehr to detect MI5's double-cross operations defies common sense and suggests something more than routine incompetence. The German historian Monika Siedentopf has argued that members of the Abwehr group in Hamburg, such as Herbert Wichmann, had ties to the anti-Nazi resistance and may have deliberately sabotaged Operation Lena. Given the verified complicity of Admiral Canaris and other members of the Abwehr in the resistance, this is a distinct, but unconfirmed, possibility. On the other hand, the equally glaring failure to detect Enigma compromises suggests an organizational, close-minded approach to intelligence operations, which invites disaster. In any case, it is also noticeable that Operation Lena was not conducted in a way that was likely to return much useful information, even if MI5 had not immediately scooped up its agents. Landing agents in the central English countryside would not answer the priority intelligence requirements for Seelöwe about British coastal defenses in Kent and Sussex. Nor were any of the agents provided with reliable means of covert communications or cover stories to evade even cursory inspection. Operation Lena was doomed to failure by incompetent planning and execution. In addition to frustrating the Abwehr's ability to conduct espionage in England, the counterintelligence vigilance of MI5 also detected possible treachery within the U.S. Embassy in London. Tyler Kent, an American cipher clerk with possible anti-communist or isolationist sympathies, was observed trying to pass secret cables to the Abwehr. Deficiencies that barred effective collaboration between the services. German intelligence collection was stovepiped, that is, information went up, but was not shared laterally with other organizations. Inter-service collaboration was effectively nil. The best men went into operations, not intelligence. In theory, the OKW's cipher department, known as OKW-WWII, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht Chiffrierabteilung, headed by Oberstleutnant Fritz Bürzel, was one of the premier collection organizations and focused on collecting enemy and neutral diplomatic communications, as well as foreign radio broadcasts. The OKW-WWII had two main collection sites, near Berlin and Nuremberg, as well as substations in the occupied territories. Its analysts attempted to break encoded traffic and, if successful, it was translated and the final product disseminated as Verlässliche Nachrichten, Reliable Message, or VN. Most of the VNs dealt with mundane diplomatic activities and press reports. However, there were occasionally useful items about shortages in England or Lend-Lease shipments. Although the Germans had captured a partially intact British Type X cipher machine, based on commercial Enigma, at Dunkirk and a cipher code broke in Norway, Bürzel's WWII enjoyed very little success against British communications. Nor did the OKW have any mechanism to coordinate or fuse information collected by the three services, which meant that it was very difficult for Hitler and his key subordinates to develop a clear picture of enemy capabilities and intentions. Instead, the OKW-Kai produced a great deal of innocuous information. Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring regarded the OKW-Kai with such contempt that he simply decided to establish his own communications intelligence organization, known as the Forschungsamt, Research Bureau, or FA, which created a wasteful duplication of effort. Prior to the war, the Germans achieved a significant intelligence coup by conducting a large-scale clandestine imagery collection effort over England. Most of the imagery was quite good, but by 1940, some of it was 5 years old. Furthermore, the collection effort was not matched by an equally competent exploitation effort, which noted the construction of the chain-home radar sites, but attached no great importance to them. Inadequate photo interpretation was a perennial weakness of the Luftwaffe. While the Germans had some insight into British communications, it was unrecognized at the time that the OKW's secure communications were highly vulnerable to insider threats from anti-Nazi officers. General Erich Feldgiebel, head of OKW communications, and his deputy, Generalleutnant Fritz Thiele, were not only deeply involved with the anti-Hitler conspiracy, but they were passing classified information to the Lucy spy ring in Switzerland. It is likely that some of this information was passed on to Britain's MI6. Bürzel and his deputy, Major Andrea from the OKW-Kai, were both involved in passing classified information to outsiders. Because the covert activities of all these officers were not revealed until 1944, resulting in their executions, it undoubtedly impacted Germany's ability to develop reliable intelligence to support military operations against Great Britain. Many of these officers were worried that a successful Seelöwe, coming on the heels of his success over France, would make Hitler's control over Germany incontestable, and hence sought to thwart this operation. Admiral Wilhelm Canaris headed the Abwehr and OKW's intelligence agency. Canaris was enigmatic, having started as a vocal supporter of Hitler, but then shifted to covertly work against the regime by 1938. Although still unconfirmed, Canaris may have been in secret communications with Britain's MI6, and there is little doubt that he acted to sabotage Hitler's effort to bring Spain in on the Axis side. Anti-regime treason, combined with organizational lassitude and toleration for widespread mediocrity and incompetence, led to the Abwehr's generally abysmal performance as an intelligence organization. Amazingly, the Abwehr, which was mainly focused on espionage operations, had no real analytic section in 1940, which meant that the OKW could not actually conduct the entire collection cycle. Nor was the insider threat confined to the Wehrmacht. In early November 1939, the German physicist Hans Ferdinand Meyer, director of research at Siemens in Berlin, covertly supplied the British Embassy in Norway with technical data on a variety of new military programs, including radar and radio navigation. This information, dubbed the Oslo Report, was forwarded to MI6 and reviewed by various intelligence officials, including Reginald V. Jones, who was researching German developments in radar. The sum total of covert leaks from military and civilian sources seriously undermined the German war effort and gave vital clues to assist British military research and development. This trend would continue throughout the war. Each of the German service branches had their own intelligence organizations. The most effective was the Kriegsmarine's B-Dienst, Beobachtungsdienst, Observation Service, a branch within the SKL that was responsible for intercepting and analyzing enemy naval communications, COMINT in modern terms. This branch, headed by Kapitän zur See Heinz Bonatz, was also tasked with breaking enemy naval ciphers through cryptanalysis. Wilhelm Tranow, a civilian cryptographer, was in charge of B-Dienst, Section 3F, which collected and analyzed the Royal Navy's encrypted and unencrypted communications. Under Tranow, Section 3F succeeded in breaking the British Naval Cipher No. 1 and auxiliary codes before the war, which allowed them to track the movements of the Royal Navy. On the 28th of December, 1939, B-Dienst was able to intercept and decode signals from the battleship HMS Barham, confirming that it had been hit by a torpedo from U-30. By early 1940, B-Dienst was reading up to 50% of the Royal Navy's communications traffic and could track most of the capital ships. However, intelligence advantages are often transitory, and the British suddenly changed their naval codes on the 20th of August, 1940, effectively blinding B-Dienst 1 month prior to Seelöwe's intended SDOC. Although Tranow's Section 3F was able to make progress against the new British naval codes by early October, by then, Seelöwe had been postponed. By spring 1941, B-Dienst had recovered and was able to decrypt a good portion of British naval communications. B-Dienst also had great success against the British and Allied merchant ships' BAM's code in 1940, which allowed them to track convoy movements to some extent. Indeed, B-Dienst's ability to read merchant ship communications traffic was just as much a force multiplier for the Kriegsmarine's limited U-boat force as radar was for the RAF's fighters. However, the Kriegsmarine's other senior intelligence office, Kapitän zur See Gottfried Krüger's 3SKL, Foreign Navies branch, was more of a hindrance. It produced intelligence estimates relying on B-Dienst VNs and was responsible for determining the amount of merchant shipping being built by Great Britain and its allies, as well as ascertaining the amount of Allied tonnage sunk each month. Generally, 3SKL's estimates tended to be inaccurate, since Germany lacked reliable data on foreign merchant vessel construction. The situation in the Luftwaffe was even worse, because intelligence functions were spread over several organizations that did not cooperate well. Oberst Josef Beppo Schmidt, heading the OKL's 5th branch, was the senior Luftwaffe intelligence officer and reported directly to Göring. Schmidt was another example of how cronyism undermined the performance of the Wehrmacht. He was not only a close friend of Göring, but had participated in Hitler's failed 1923 Munich Putsch, which marked him as a stalwart Nazi. Consequently, Schmidt had very high standing in both Hitler's and Göring's estimation. However, Schmidt knew little about intelligence work, and aside from Studie Blau, his branch produced volumes of useless or incorrect information. Schmidt's overt pro-Nazi bias affected his assessments, and he tended to tell his superiors what they wanted to hear. Throughout 1939 to 1940, Schmidt kept telling Göring that Germany was outproducing Britain in aircraft, and that the RAF would run out of fighters. He argued that the RAF could be defeated in a 2 to 4 week campaign, and was exaggerating RAF losses in August 1940 by more than 300%. Among Schmidt's most egregious errors, he inaccurately assessed that the Bf-110 was superior in dogfighting capability to British fighters, which led to its misuse against the RAF in July and August 1940. On the 16th of July, Schmidt issued his first assessment of the RAF's strength, which was only off by 3%, but his estimate of British monthly fighter production was off by 40%. Much of Schmidt's estimate of enemy aircraft production was based upon reports from one of the Abwehr agents in England, who was actually a double agent. By early September, Schmidt reported that fighter command was essentially destroyed. Schmidt's failure to conduct a proper intelligence assessment of the RAF's capabilities played a major role in shaping the poor German operational decision-making evident in September 1940, and influenced the postponement of Seelöwe. Although the Luftwaffe had some knowledge of British radar developments, Schmidt failed to include any information about chain-home capabilities in his 16th of July estimate. Generalleutnant Wolfgang Martini, the Luftwaffe's chief signal officer, who was responsible for German radar developments, tried to warn Goering about British radar, but was ignored. Martini also ran the Luftwaffe's cipher office, which collected comment on RAF communications. But this information was not integrated into Schmidt's assessments. On the 7th of August, Schmidt did mention British radar in an updated assessment, but incorrectly believed that it would prevent the RAF from massing its fighters in any one sector. While Martini had plenty of radar experts, Schmidt failed to draw upon their expertise to analyze British radar capabilities. Martini also directed the radar intercept units that supported each Luftflotte. The most accurate information about the RAF's order of battle actually came from the 3rd Luftnachrichten Regiment II, which supported Kesselring's Luftflotte II. This battalion had a radar intercept station established at Ouessant, south of Calais. The one real drawback of the RAF's GCI, Ground Control Intercept System, was that it required a tremendous amount of radio traffic, which the Ouessant intercept site collected and analyzed. Consequently, Martini's Funkhochdienst organization was able to develop a comprehensive order of battle for the RAF, including the ground radio stations that supported each group in fighter command. From Ouessant, Martini's signalmen could track British convoys in the Channel, and they knew where and when Fighter Command had its fighters deployed on a daily basis. Apparently, very little of this information reached Schmidt's 5th branch, or it was ignored. Schmidt was also tied to the outdated Studie Blau as his primary reference for target development due to the lack of reliable imagery intelligence collection over the interior of Great Britain. In wartime, Luftwaffe reconnaissance units relied mostly on Dornier 17P and Heinkel 111 aircraft to collect aerial photographs over England, which were highly vulnerable to fighter interception. Photographing targets on the coast continued in 1939 to 1940, but inland cities were more difficult to reach in daylight without interception. Furthermore, the Luftwaffe used low-resolution mapping cameras best suited for survey work, not point-target analysis. Unlike the RAF, the Luftwaffe did not use stereoscopic imagery and lacked a central imagery interpretation center, so many important targets were missed or incorrectly identified. Once the British started camouflaging targets and dispersing their aircraft production facilities, the target guides in Studie Blau became outdated. While the Luftwaffe did have a few unarmed Bf-109E-5 fighters modified to carry cameras, they lacked the range of the Spitfire PR aircraft and were restricted to tactical targets. Due to Fighter Command's efficient intercept system, Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft were obliged to fly at extreme altitudes to avoid destruction, which reduced the quality of imagery collected. Of all the services, the Heer was the most ignorant about what awaited them on the other side of the Channel. The Heer relied upon the OKH's 3rd Branch, Foreign Armies West, or FHW, headed by Oberstleutnant Ulrich Liss, for information about the British Army and coastal defenses. Although Liss spoke fluent English and had visited Great Britain before the war, none of his subordinates had any intelligence training, and most were reservists, including former bankers. The Heer's primary collection capabilities rested upon tactical-level comment, prisoner interrogations, and document exploitation, DocX, none of which were practical across the intervening English Channel. Furthermore, Liss's branch focused on enemy order of battle, but made no effort to assess enemy capabilities or intentions. Nor was the FHW very good at order of battle analysis in regard to Britain, since it vastly overestimated the number of divisions available in September 1940 and their level of equipment and manning. The Germans estimated that Britain had 37 infantry and 2 armored divisions available, of which half were at full strength. Thus, FHW expected the enemy to have 20 combat-ready divisions. In fact, the British Army could barely field 13 combat-ready divisions out of the 29 they had, and only 4 or 5 were fully equipped. In modern terms, the FHW contributed very little to German intelligence preparation of the battlefield, IPB, and the exaggeration of enemy ground strength only reinforced the hesitation of Hitler to proceed with Seelöwe. The inability of the German intelligence services to provide reliable assessments prevented the Wehrmacht from accurately gauging its relative effectiveness in air-sea operations against Great Britain. Without accurate knowledge of the enemy's dispositions or key vulnerabilities, neither the Luftwaffe nor Kriegsmarine could inflict a decisive blow. Nor could the Germans hope to conduct Seelöwe with any hope of success when they could not locate the Royal Navy's capital ships or properly estimate Britain's ability to resist invasion. Uncertainty fed Hitler's fears, but if German intelligence could have revealed the weakness of Britain's defenses, he might well have regarded Seelöwe as a risk worth taking. Hitler's effort to enlist Spanish help. On the 14th of June, 1940, 4,000 Spanish troops marched into the city of Tangier, a neutral city of 60,000, guaranteed by a 1924 treaty between Britain, France, and Spain. With Paris occupied, General Francisco Franco moved quickly to take advantage of the situation, which caused great consternation to the new British ambassador in Madrid, Sir Samuel Hoare. 2 days prior to the occupation of Tangier, the 47-year-old Franco, fascist dictator of Spain since his victory in the Spanish Civil War in April 1939, switched Spain's status from neutral to non-belligerent. Although the Civil War had inflicted great devastation on Spain, including over 500,000 dead, and a devastated economy, Hoare believed that Franco's declaration of non-belligerence and occupation of Tangier signaled a shift that could bring Spain into the Axis camp at any time. The British were well aware of Spanish designs upon the British naval base at Gibraltar and rampant Anglophobia in Franco's regime. Soon thereafter, Hoare provided an assessment along these lines to the Foreign Office in London and recommended active measures to prevent Spain from joining the Axis. Churchill decided to use a carrot-and-stick approach to keeping Spain out of the war. First, through Hoare, he advised Franco that Great Britain would abide by the terms of the war trade agreement signed in March 1940 and promised that 100,000 tons of wheat from Canada and several shipments of oil would arrive later in the summer of 1940. After 3 years of civil war, Spain's agricultural sector was badly damaged, and 1/4 of the population was near starvation levels. Spain's entire gold reserves had been shipped to the Soviet Union by the Republicans and then appropriated by Stalin, so Franco had no foreign currency reserves. Britain was Spain's only viable source of oil. Aware of Spanish distress, Hoare dangled the possibility of a £4 million loan, which Spain could use to import vital commodities. However, if Spain joined the Axis, the Royal Navy would be in a position to throttle Spain's imports and attack its vulnerable coastline. In order to hedge his bets, Churchill decided to employ Hoare's suggestion to bribe select Spanish generals to convince Franco to remain neutral. Captain Alan Hilgarth, the Royal Navy's attaché in Madrid, had connections to MI6. He approached Juan March, an influential Spanish banker, to facilitate the bribery scheme. March had worked as a double agent for MI6 during the World War I and was well placed to reach out to senior officials in the Franco regime. Both Hoare and Hilgarth believed that there was widespread corruption in the Spanish military and that bribery would be an effective means of buying influence in the regime. Recently revealed documents indicate that MI6 spent over $10 million on bribes in Spain and that multiple Spanish officials were compromised. However, it appears that MI6 wasted its money. Many of the persons listed as recipients of bribes were not in a position to influence Franco or were outright political opponents. Franco's brother, Nicolas, took British bribes, but as Spanish ambassador in Portugal he was far from the center of decision-making. Generals Quindelan, De Llano, and Urgaz also took bribes, but they had already been relieved of their commands or shuffled off to remote postings. The only officer with any real influence that British money bought was General Antonio Aranda, an engineer, but he was later accused of working with the British and arrested. On the whole, the offer of British wheat appears to have purchased more Spanish goodwill than MI6's bribes. Franco's primary decision-making group in regard to military strategy was the Junta de Defensa Nacional, comprising himself, General Juan Vigon, as the head of the Supreme General Staff, Alto Estado Mayor, and the heads of the three services, Lieutenant General José Varela, Minister of the Army, Admiral Francisco Moreno, Minister of the Navy, and General Juan Yagüe, Minister of the Spanish Air Force. All four were loyal to Franco but did not agree on entering the war on Germany's side. Yagüe was the strongest advocate of joining the Axis and had close ties with Göring and the Luftwaffe, but both Moreno and Varela were Anglophiles. Franco's foreign minister, Colonel Juan Bigbeder, was also an Anglophile with an English mistress and was on close terms with Hoare. Internally, Franco's regime was far from secure and was undermined by dissent and intrigue from ultra-right phalangists and pro-monarchists. Yet, despite a multitude of domestic problems, Franco was well aware that Hitler had changed the balance of power in Europe by defeating France, and that a moment of great opportunity had arrived. At the same time, Franco and much of the Spanish military were obsessed with expanding south into Africa and regarded Vichy France's territories in Morocco and Algeria as ripe for the picking. Franco and his Confederates were essentially colonial officers who had made their names in Morocco during the Rif War and afterwards, so that was their primary focus, not defeating Britain. With German help, Spain could potentially enlarge its sphere of influence at the expense of the defeated Allies. Franco was also keenly mindful that German Junkers 52 transports had carried his troops to Spain in 1936, ultimately facilitating his rise to power. During the Spanish Civil War, Germany assisted Franco with over $200 million in military aid, including air support from Legion Condor. Franco was committed to repaying his war debt to Germany with exports of iron ore and wolfram, tungsten, both vital for the German war effort. In mid-June, Franco also activated a plan to covertly assist German U-boat operations. Prior to the war, the German merchant marine had deliberately interned over 50 of its vessels in Spanish ports. Loaded with naval stores and fuel, these ships were intended to act as resupply ships for U-boats. Franco agreed to allow U-boats to enter the Spanish ports of Vigo and El Ferrol. The first, U-43, arrived on the 19th of June, and 3 more arrived in the next 2 weeks. Amazingly, the Spanish businessman Juan March assisted the Germans in moving naval supplies through Spain to support their U-boat operations, while simultaneously working with MI6 to bribe Franco's generals. Since Hitler initially saw no need to involve Spain directly in the war, expecting a British peace offer, covert U-boat bases seemed sufficient. Franco expected a British capitulation as well, and like Mussolini, he wanted to jump on the bandwagon in the hour of victory. Thus, Franco decided to make the first move to joining the Axis by sending one of his few trusted Confederates, General Juan Vigon, to Germany on the 11th of June to meet with Hitler. Vigon presented Hitler with a letter from Franco that stated, "I would be deeply gratified to render you at any time such services as you might consider most valuable." Vigon also delivered a Spanish request for German military assistance and, once fulfilled, Spain would enter the war. In terms of military objectives, Vigon declared Franco's intent to seize Gibraltar, all of Morocco, and part of northwest Algeria. With no obvious benefit for Germany, Hitler ignored these outlandish requests. On the 27th of June, German troops reached the Spanish frontier, and some officers, such as Generaloberst Heinz Guderian, wanted to continue into Spain to immediately attack Gibraltar. On the same day, General Yagüe was relieved of command after being accused of working with the Germans against Franco. While it is unclear if these charges were true, the removal of the most pro-Axis member of the junta was not auspicious for Spanish-German cooperation. It was not until the practical difficulties with Seelöwe became apparent in July 1940 that Hitler became more interested in using Spain to seize Gibraltar and as a stepping stone into North Africa. On the 22nd of July, Hitler sent Admiral Canaris and a small delegation to Madrid to sound out Franco on joining the Axis. Although Canaris's role in the covert anti-Hitler conspiracy is a fact, the nature of his interactions with Franco is unclear. Did Canaris dissuade Franco from joining the Axis? While some Germans later suspected this, there is no factual account to confirm it. Nor is it likely that Canaris would have been foolish enough to blurt out something to Franco or other Spanish leaders, such as a prediction that Germany would lose the war. This has been alleged, but without any confirmation. There were many pro-Nazi members within Franco's junta, and it is likely that someone would have revealed outright treason by Canaris, if it had occurred, to the nearest Gestapo representative. Instead, it is likely that Canaris contributed to friction in the German efforts to bring Spain into the war by simply accentuating negative forces, such as Germany's inability to provide Spain with any appreciable amount of military equipment or raw materials, which was true, as well as emphasizing Hitler's disinterest in Spanish claims in North Africa. Canaris also apprised Franco of problems with implementing Seelöwe, and the Spanish dictator apparently thought it best to delay Spain's entry into the war until after German troops had successfully landed in England. Despite Canaris's lack of enthusiasm, Franco continued to express his enthusiasm for the Axis cause, his hatred of Britain, and willingness to lend a hand, but he also pointed out to Canaris that the Spanish economy could not survive a British blockade without German help. His diplomats provided Canaris with a list of vital aid needed before Spain could enter the war, including 344,000 tons of petroleum products, 500,000 tons of coal, 200,000 tons of wheat, 100,000 tons of cotton, and 25,000 tons of crude rubber. Franco's material requirements greatly exceeded the amount of food and fuel that Churchill was offering, and suggests that he was trying to play off both sides in order to get the maximum aid for Spain. At the same time, Franco continued to bargain with Hoare for Canadian wheat and British loans. Hoare also pressed the Americans for Red Cross shipments of food to Spain. In order to satisfy Franco, Hitler and Ribbentrop vaguely promised him that economic aid would be forthcoming and pressed to seal the deal. By the 27th of August, a draft treaty was prepared, outlining the terms for Spanish entry into the war and an attack on Gibraltar. Halder's OKH was already preparing a plan known as Operation Felix to attack Gibraltar, and Raeder showed far more enthusiasm for it than he did for Seelöwe. By the beginning of September 1940, it seemed that British efforts had failed and that Spanish entry into the war on the Axis side was imminent. Spain's military was not ready for war against Britain, but it was eager to pounce upon Vichy French territory in North Africa. Franco's Junta de Defensa Nacional had begun planning for possible military action against Gibraltar in late 1939 and had decided to increase the army from 250,000 to 450,000. However, Spanish military capabilities were modest, barely adequate for defense. In July 1940, the 340,000-man Spanish army consisted of 10 corps headquarters, with 24 infantry divisions, as well as 5 independent tank regiments with 200 light tanks, but most of its equipment was worn out. About 30,000 troops were stationed in the Spanish Protectorate of Morocco, 10,000 in the Balearic Islands and 6,000 in the Canary Islands. On paper, the Spanish Air Force seemed powerful, with over 600 aircraft, including 264 fighters and 360 bombers, but it was actually a potpourri of leftover Italian, German, and Soviet aircraft. 3/4 of Spain's fighters were obsolescent I-15, CR-32, or Heinkel 51 biplanes, no match for Spitfires or even Hurricanes. As a military alliance with Germany beckoned, Franco betrayed his true intentions by sending 4 more divisions to the Spanish Protectorate in Morocco in order to invade French Morocco, and more troops to defend the Canary Islands against a British invasion. Thus, the real disconnect between Germany and Spain came about because Hitler and Franco were working at strategic cross-purposes, and each wanted to use the other for objectives that only suited themselves. Franco wanted German aid so he could essentially fight a localized colonial war in North Africa, whereas Hitler wanted Spain in order to inflict a body blow upon the British position in the Western Mediterranean and improve the Kriegsmarine's ability to interdict British convoys moving north along the west coast of Africa. U-boats and FW-200 Condors based in Spain could also seriously threaten British lines of communication to the Middle East, which would assist Mussolini. Hitler was also influenced by the Destroyer for Bases deal announced on the 3rd of September, which suggested to him that intervention by the United States was now possible. In that event, Raeder claimed that Germany would need advanced bases in the Atlantic, such as Spain's Canary Islands or in North Africa, to interdict any U.S. naval operations in the Eastern Atlantic. Expecting Germany to meet his material demands, Franco sent his brother-in-law, Serrano Suñer, to Berlin on the 16th of September as a special envoy to negotiate the final details of Spanish intervention. Suñer was enthusiastically pro-German and a leading advocate of Spain joining the Axis. However, Suñer told Ribbentrop that Spain immediately needed at least 400,000 tons of grain, as well as an allotment of 56,000 tons of petroleum products per month for its military needs. Although Hitler agreed to Franco's territorial demands, in principle, Ribbentrop brusquely presented Suñer with a demand for an advance base in the Canary Islands and 2 in Morocco, once it was occupied by Spanish troops. Ribbentrop made a clumsy reference to German intervention in Spain, with or without Franco's cooperation. It was also apparent to Suñer that Hitler was considering aggression against Vichy France by overrunning Morocco and possibly Algeria, in addition to seizing British Gibraltar. These German intentions upset Franco, particularly the idea of permanent German bases on Spanish soil, and caused him to begin reconsidering the idea of entering the war. Franco also learned about the postponement of Seelöwe, which made it apparent that Britain was far from beaten. After a month of foot-dragging, Franco removed Bigbeder and made Suñer his foreign minister, then arranged for a direct meeting with Hitler. On the 23rd of October, Hitler met Franco at the French border town of Hendaye. Hitler assured Franco that German forces would quickly capture Gibraltar and that Seelöwe would be conducted in 1941. Franco stated that Spanish troops would have to lead the attack on Gibraltar and rejected the OKH's plan for Operation Felix as an affront to Spanish honor. The meeting lasted 3 hours and left Hitler unsettled because it was clear that Franco was not on board with his strategic plans and only obsessed with gaining Morocco and as much economic aid as possible. Nevertheless, Suñer signed a protocol on the 6th of November which stated, "Spain will intervene in the present war of the Axis powers against England after they have provided it with the military support necessary for its preparedness, at a time to be set by common agreement of the 3 powers." According to the protocol, Germany was pledged to provide Spain with food and raw materials for its war effort. 6 days later, Hitler signed Führer Directive No. 18, which authorized Operation Felix once Spain entered the war and stipulated that these operations would drive the British out of the western Mediterranean. It was expected that Spain would enter the war in January 1941 and that Operation Felix would complete the capture of Gibraltar by late February 1941. Thus, Hitler would then have the option of mounting Seelöwe against England in spring 1941 or mopping up the British position in the Mediterranean. Serious consideration was also given to sending a motorized corps into Morocco to ensure the rapid capture of Atlantic naval bases for the Kriegsmarine. All three German service chiefs, Göring, Raeder, and Brauchitsch, supported the latter concept as the least risky and most rewarding. Had Franco agreed, the Wehrmacht would have been drawn to the south in 1941, not the east. Despite what appeared to be a done deal, Franco had a change of heart. He was uncertain that Hitler would honor his promises of aid or recognize Spanish claims in North Africa. Franco was also concerned about becoming a minor Axis satellite. German officers had scoffed at Spanish preparations to attack Gibraltar as amateurish and said that it could only be accomplished by German forces with the Spanish acting in a supporting role. Operation Felix required 2 German corps with 65,000 troops to enter Spain to attack Gibraltar, and this was unsettling. It could even turn into a de facto occupation. In addition, the Luftwaffe wanted to move 800 aircraft into Spain to support Felix with thousands of personnel, while Hitler kept mentioning building air bases in Spain and the Canary Islands. Altogether, this commitment suggested a semi-permanent presence. On the 8th of December, Franco informed Canaris that German troops would not be allowed to enter Spain, and thus a chagrined Hitler was forced to postpone Operation Felix. However, Franco was aware that he could not completely defy Hitler without serious consequences, so he left the door open to future Spanish military participation. 6 months later, Franco allowed over 18,000 Spanish volunteers to form the Blue Division to join Operation Barbarossa against the Soviet Union, thereby allowing Spain a limited form of intervention on the Axis side. Later, 5 Spanish aviation squadrons rotated to the Eastern Front, serving in turn as the Blue Squadron. Hitler's intent to use Spain as a springboard for a peripheral strategy against Britain in the Western Mediterranean was frustrated by Franco's own parochial designs and unwillingness to take any real risks. British bribes and Canaris's maladroit diplomacy likely played a part, but not a decisive one. Indeed, Franco only wanted to come into the war once it was obvious that Britain was defeated and no longer able to harm Spain. Without Spain to put additional pressure on Britain in the Mediterranean, any effort to mount Seelöwe in spring 1941 seemed no more promising than it had been in September 1940. Had Franco acceded to Hitler's demands, Operation Felix would have proceeded and probably captured Gibraltar by February 1941. The British garrison of 4 infantry battalions would have put up very tough resistance, but the lack of RAF fighter defenses would have enabled the Luftwaffe's Junkers 87 Stukas to gradually pound the base into rubble. With the skies around Gibraltar controlled by the Luftwaffe, the Royal Navy's Force H would have had to withdraw from the region, and evacuation of the Gibraltar garrison would have been impossible. The British planned to attack the Canary Islands with a sizable force, Operation Puma, of about 8,000 troops, in the event that Gibraltar was attacked. But the seizure of these islands would not have yielded any real benefit. The loss of Gibraltar and the provision of air bases in Spain would have greatly enhanced Raeder's Handelskrieg strategy against British trade routes, which would have put additional pressure on the British economy. With Gibraltar in Axis hands, Hitler would also have been more likely to keep Seelöwe as an active option for spring 1941. Furthermore, Axis control of the Straits of Gibraltar might have enabled an Italian surface warfare group to operate in the Atlantic and potentially reach Brest to support Seelöwe. While the British would attempt to blockade Spanish ports, the loss of Gibraltar would have complicated this effort, and in 1940 to 1941, the Royal Navy could not spare many warships for this purpose. Most likely, the Royal Navy would have relied upon its submarines to interdict Spanish mercantile trade. One aspect of Spain's possible military intervention that has not been addressed in existing literature is the potential sale of Spanish warships to the Kriegsmarine to improve the odds of success for Seelöwe in 1940 or 1941. For all of Churchill's exaggerated concern about the Germans acquiring French warships, he apparently gave no thought to the more realistic possibility of Germany simply purchasing surface warships from Spain. While the Spanish Navy in 1940 was in poor condition due to lack of fuel and spare parts, it could still field 1 heavy cruiser, 3 light cruisers, and 18 destroyers. Had Germany tried to purchase some of these naval units and sail them from Vigo to Brest, this would have been a far more credible threat than the idea of capturing French capital ships in North Africa. The Spanish heavy cruiser Canarias, completed in 1936, was a modern 8-inch gun cruiser based on the British Kent class, while the Churruca-class destroyers were similar to the British G-class destroyers. As for crews, Franco could have allowed naval volunteers to provide the bulk of manpower, as he later did with the Blue Division and Blue Legion. If Britain could purchase destroyers from a neutral United States, surely Germany could purchase warships from a neutral Spain. The creation of a Blue Flotilla, consisting of the Canarias and the flotilla of 5 Churruca-class destroyers, could have provided the Kriegsmarine with some surface warfare capability that was lacking in September 1940, but this was apparently not considered. The most likely reason is that the Spanish Navy had grand plans to rebuild itself with German assistance and was unwilling to sell off its few effective units. Yet, Spain was in desperate straits for food in mid-1940, and an immediate German shipment of grain might have made such a deal more palatable. Hitler might also have agreed to forgive part of Spain's financial debt in return for warships. Later in the war, Germany did in fact purchase trawlers and freighters from Spain for clandestine resupply operations. Nevertheless, even the suggestion of such a naval purchase in July 1940 might have provoked a British naval attack on Spanish naval units, thereby bringing Spain into the war on the Axis side. Chapter 4. Kriegsmarine and Luftwaffe Capabilities Against England, 1940 to 1941. Daylight, medium-level bombing. Doomed from the start. In the 1930s, the bomber was widely regarded with a mix of horror and admiration. Here was a weapon its advocates, like Douhet, Trenchard, and Mitchell, argued would transform future warfare by inflicting utter devastation upon an opponent. In 1932, British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin had made his famous statement that the bomber would always get through, which became axiomatic. Less obvious was the corollary that the reconnaissance plane did not always get through, and without accurate intelligence, bombing was far less effective. All nations went into the World War II with a doomsday impression of strategic bombing and tried to prepare for the worst. Surprisingly, there were no bombing raids against either side's capitals during the first 10 months of the war, but the aerial devastation of Warsaw and Rotterdam provided previews. It was not until July 1940 that this paradigm changed, as Hitler opted to demonstrate his military power to Britain's leaders and people in order to frighten them into offering peace negotiations. Throughout the aerial campaigns of 1940 to 1941, the Luftwaffe's twin-engine medium bomber force was the primary threat to Britain's cities and war industries. At the operational level, Göring, Yeshonik, and the OKL were faced with three options in employing their bomber force against Britain. 1. Counter-force. The most obvious method was to attack the enemy's primary military defenses, command and control, C-squared, centers, radar sites, airfields, and key military facilities as a prelude to follow-on military operations such as Seelöwe. 2. Center of gravity. A more focused method was instead to focus bombing on targets that were crucial to the enemy's war industries: electrical power, fuel production and storage, transportation and armaments manufacture. By destroying critical industrial targets, the defender would quickly lose the ability to resist, and the attacker would gain a clear superiority. 3. Counter-value. A third option was to attack the civilian population with area bombing in order to level large swaths of cities or set them alight. This had yet to be attempted on a large scale and was initially forbidden by Führer Directive No. 17 on the 1st of August. An additional twist on the counter-value approach that the Luftwaffe learned in Spain was the use of delayed action bombs, which could deny areas to the enemy for up to several days, like a minefield. Pre-war theories exaggerated the effects of terror bombing on civilian morale, and both the Luftwaffe and Bomber Command were uncertain how much of an enemy's civilian workforce needed to be killed, injured, or dehoused before that nation's economy faced collapse. It quickly became apparent, however, that the counter-value approach of attacking population centers took a great deal more time and bombs than anyone imagined in mid-1940. Once operational priorities were decided, the attacker had several tactical choices on how to deliver their bombs: during daylight hours or at night, at medium altitudes or at low altitudes. In July 1940, the Luftwaffe's preference was to conduct medium-level daylight bombing over England against the RAF's defensive infrastructure in order to gain air superiority over southern England. That is, Göring chose a counter-force strategy because it seemed expedient. He judged that the center of gravity approach would take too long, and he could not yet attack London, so going after the RAF seemed logical. He did not expect the bombers themselves to achieve decisive results, but their strikes would bring up RAF fighter command, which would then be defeated by the Luftwaffe's fighters. Göring's Adlerangriff was premised on the arrogant idea of just rushing in and overwhelming the RAF with brute force methods, and assumed that the enemy would act in an uncharacteristically passive fashion, allowing itself to be blown to bits on the ground or mown down by the Bf 109 Jagdflieger. Yet, among the many problems with Adlerangriff, foremost was that the Luftwaffe's tools were inadequate for the task, both in terms of operational strength and technical capability. Despite the fact that Fallgelb had led to rapid victory in the Western campaign, the Luftwaffe suffered painful losses of men and equipment that could not immediately be replaced. Altogether, the Luftwaffe lost 521 medium bombers in May to June 1940, 30% of its strength, and 203 more were damaged. Losses in Fallgelb were equivalent to more than 2 months of bomber production, which was then averaging 310 to 340 bombers per month. While these losses could be replaced by early September, the push to start operations against England gave the bomber units little respite between campaigns to refill their tanks. About 2,000 bomber crewmen were killed or wounded in the 6-week Western campaign, including over 400 pilots. Since the Luftwaffe had no appreciable reserves of trained pilots or aircrew, the personnel losses in France, followed by the losses over England, began a steady drain that could not be reversed without an operational pause. One of the lessons that both the Luftwaffe and RAF Bomber Command would learn the hard way in 1940 to 1941 was that one could not embark upon a protracted bomber offensive without adequate reserves, or the bomber force would soon be reduced to a state of exhausted impotence. Göring and Jeschonnek approached the campaign against England with blissful disregard for the condition of their bomber units because they erroneously assumed only a short-term effort would be required. Due to the urgent need to replenish his depleted medium bomber force, Göring was not in a position to launch an all-out offensive against England until August. A number of historians have criticized Göring's failure to employ a coherent strategy during the Battle of Britain, but he was constrained to mount limited operations in July due to the poor state of his bomber units, as well as the inadequate stockpile of bombs and fuel in the airfields near the Channel. Even the small-scale Kanalkampf in July and early August still cost the Luftflotten II and III at least 41 bombers, 13 Junkers 88, 16 Heinkel 111s, and 12 Dornier 17. Over the Channel, as well as a dozen bombers being used in reconnaissance roles. Nevertheless, Göring started the aerial campaign against England with the largest and most powerful bomber force extant in the world at that time. On the 6th of July 1940, the Luftwaffe had a total of 1,437 twin-engine medium bombers, of which 993 were operational, 69%. Most of these bombers were deployed in Luftflotten II and III. These formations consisted of 16 Gruppen of Heinkel 111H, 8 Gruppen of Dornier 17Z, and 7 Gruppen of Junkers 88A. The Heinkel 111H was the proven workhorse of the fleet, with the Junkers 88A promising but still in need of further refinements. Nearly one-third of Göring's frontline bomber strength consisted of the obsolescent Dornier 17Z, which was clearly inadequate for any strategic bombing campaign, being far too slow, too short-ranged, and unable to carry a decent bomb load. The Dornier 17Z was already being phased out in favor of the Junkers 88A, and production would cease in December 1940. An additional 4 Gruppen with 124 medium bombers were deployed with Luftflotte 5 in Norway, but due to the lack of long-range fighter escorts, they only played a minor role in the 1940 campaign. Like all bombers designed in the mid-1930s, the Luftwaffe's twin-engine bombers were not designed to deliver a particularly large payload. The Heinkel 111H could carry a 2,000-kilogram bomb load, typically 8 times SC-250 or 32 times SC-50 internally. But versions without the external bomb racks could not carry any bomb bigger than the SC-250. Newer versions of the Heinkel 111H were provided with external bomb racks that enabled them to carry one of the larger SC-1000 or SC-1800 bombs. The Junkers 88A5 could only carry a 1,400-kilogram bomb load, typically 2 times SC-500 or 4 times SC-250 externally, and 10 times SC-50 internally. The Dornier 17Z2 was the least effective bomber, only capable of delivering a 1,000-kilogram bomb load, 4 times SC-250 or 20 times SC-50. During daylight operations, bombers typically flew in Staffelkolonne, 3 three-plane Ketten flying in column, or Staffelwinkel, 3 three-plane Ketten flying in V formation. The former was better for point targets, and the latter for area targets. Altitudes between Ketten varied up to 500 feet, giving the formation a staggered appearance. While the point has often been made that the Luftwaffe was trying to mount a strategic bombing campaign against England with tactical bombers and without a 4-engine heavy bomber, these are specious arguments because the Luftwaffe did not have adequate bombs or bomb sites. Furthermore, RAF Bomber Command was concurrently conducting a strategic bomber campaign against Germany with similar twin-engine bombers, which is typically not mentioned. For the Luftwaffe's campaign over Britain, range was not an issue since the existing Heinkel 111 and Junkers 88 bombers could reach targets as far north as Scotland and as far west as Belfast. There was no part of Great Britain that the Luftwaffe could not bomb with its existing twin-engine bombers. Rather, the lack of a fighter that could escort bombers north of London made long-range daylight bombing range problematic. The frequently noted mistake by the Luftwaffe not to build large numbers of four-engine heavy bombers like either the Dornier 19 or Junkers 89 ignores the fact that both prototypes actually had less payload and range than the Heinkel 111. Nor would larger bomb trucks in 1940 have made much difference if the bombs they delivered were not that accurate or powerful. The Luftwaffe started the war with the Luftfernrohr 3 and BZG-2 bomb sights, which were not fully stabilized and tended to allow errors in drift. Under ideal daylight bombing conditions, a level bomber at 15,000 feet might drop half of its bombs within 820 feet of its intended aim point, that is, its circular error probability, or CEP. However, combat experience over England with partial cloud cover and an active defense often resulted in a CEP of 1/4 of a mile or more, which was inadequate for seriously damaging point targets like airfields or factories. In order to lessen the effectiveness of British anti-aircraft guns, the Luftwaffe soon shifted to daylight raids at 18 to 20,000 feet, which further decreased accuracy. The Junkers 88 was designed to attack in a steep dive and release at much lower altitudes, which could increase accuracy a bit, but this also greatly increased the risk from enemy anti-aircraft guns and barrage balloons. In the attack on Ventnor radar station on the 12th of August, 15 Junkers 88s from KG-51 dived on their target and scored 15 hits of 74 bombs dropped, some of the best German daylight bombings of the campaign. Another issue that degraded German bombing accuracy was the oddly configured internal bomb bay in the Heinkel 111H, which held the bombs nose up and then dropped them in a clumsy, tumbling procedure. Furthermore, the Luftwaffe's existing stockpile of bombs was primarily composed of the lightweight 50-kilogram SC-50 and 250-kilogram SC-250 bombs. The SC-50 had an explosive filler of 25 kilograms of cast TNT, while the SC-250 had 130 kilograms of Amatol TNT. Steel was in particularly short supply in the German war economy, and relatively little was going for bomb production, so the Luftwaffe leadership opted for larger numbers of small bombs rather than heavier types. Only about 5% of German bombs were 500 kilograms or heavier. As an expedient blast weapon, the Luftwaffe began using naval parachute mines, Luftminen, on the 16th of September, 1940. These mines were filled with 2,000 pounds of hexanite, a very powerful explosive similar to RDX. When used against cities, the Luftminen could inflict great damage for up to 2,000 feet. However, the Luftminen had a very high dud rate when used on land, and only a few hundred were available for the bombing campaign. The Luftwaffe's heaviest bombs, the SC-1000, Hermann, SC-1400, and SC-1800, Satan, were not introduced until November 1940, and then only in small numbers. The main German incendiary bomb was the 1-kilogram B1BL, which had a thermite filling. Incendiaries were dropped in an AB-36 or BSK-36 container that held 36 bomblets, which were scattered by time fuse above the target. Although the Luftwaffe employed considerable numbers of incendiaries, it never achieved the kind of success that Anglo-American bombers did with creating firestorms in urban areas. Thus, even if the Luftwaffe had been able to field a heavy bomber in September 1940, which would have come at the cost of fewer medium bombers, they would still have been forced to drop mostly small bombs without any great accuracy. Even in a well-aimed stick of bombs, usually only a few would be on or near the target. Air bases were particularly difficult targets because of the passive defensive measures employed by RAF Fighter Command to protect its fighters on the ground, reinforced blast pens to protect its fighters against bomb blast, and wide dispersal patterns of parked aircraft. Since RAF fighters took off from grass strips, cratering had little effect on operation. Most of the sensitive facilities, operations room, fuel and communications, were buried underground. Industrial facilities were not as well protected, but often required large bombs to do real damage, particularly to machine tools. As RAF Bomber Command would later discover, factories could still function, even without roofs. Although the Luftwaffe had begun to field advanced radio navigation systems for accurate bombing at night, Luftwaffe daylight navigation was not always up to par. In one particularly egregious incident, on the 10th of May, 1940, 3 Heinkel 111s from KG-51 accidentally bombed the town of Freiburg, thinking it was Dijon, resulting in the deaths of 57 German civilians. Although warned to stay away from London, German bombers repeatedly dropped bombs near the city in August 1940, which led to the escalation of attacks against civilians by both sides. Instead of bigger bombers, the Luftwaffe needed better bomb sights, better navigation, and bigger bombs. German bombers also accidentally dropped bombs in the Republic of Ireland in late August 1940, and Dublin was bombed by mistake in January and May 1941. All it took was some low-hanging clouds or hazy weather to send the Luftwaffe's daylight bombers off course. It was also evident, well before the Battle of Britain, that the ability of the Luftwaffe's Bf-109 and Bf-110 fighters to defend its bomber formations in daylight against enemy fighter attack was inadequate. German bombers had relatively weak defensive armament and could not operate effectively in enemy airspace without strong fighter escort, which meant that daylight raids north of London were not practical. In September 1939, Polish fighters had managed to shoot down 50 German medium bombers, about 4% of those engaged, despite a German 4-to-1 numerical superiority in the air. In the Western Campaign, even without radar, French fighters still managed to shoot down significant numbers of German bombers, including 15 of KG-4's Heinkel 111s on the 19th of May, 1940. As a general rule of thumb, anything above a 3% loss rate, that is, losses divided by sorties, in a protracted air campaign tends to result in the offensive culminating before it has achieved its objectives. The Germans knew this, but had succeeded in Poland and France because enemy fighter bases had been overrun by the hair before Luftwaffe bomber losses became crippling. Against England, with its efficient radar GCI system, Luftwaffe medium bombers, even with fighter escort, suffered losses of more than 5% in August 1940, which eventually compelled them to abandon daylight bombing. Nevertheless, this British success had no effect on overall Luftwaffe bomber sortie rates, which actually increased from 4,779 sorties in August to 7,260 sorties in September and 9,911 sorties in October. As Stanley Baldwin predicted, the bombers did get through. Despite fierce resistance from Fighter Command and heavy losses, the Luftwaffe bomber sortie rate grew significantly between August and October, totaling 21,950 bomber sorties in that period. In contrast, RAF Bomber Command during the same period made only 8,983 sorties and lost 190 bombers, a 2.1% loss rate. But most of the missions were at night. Furthermore, Luftwaffe bomber raids caused the deaths of 14,363 British civilians in 3 months, whereas Bomber Command killed fewer than 50 German civilians in this period. While Luftwaffe bombing did not achieve decisive results, it was achieving far more than Bomber Command was achieving. Technologically, the Bf-109E fighter was designed as a fast interceptor and was not well suited to bomber escort duty due to its limited range and endurance. But equally important was the psychological dimension. German fighter pilots were trained to be aggressive hunters, not passive shepherds of slow-moving bomber formations. When they were able to focus on offensive counter-air missions, as in July, the Bf-109 fighters could knock down plenty of enemy fighters, particularly Hurricanes, at a cost of only 18 of their own. However, when tied to protected bomber squadrons over England, they became far less effective, and they could not reliably protect their bomber formations from well-directed enemy fighter attacks and keep losses to an acceptable level. In August, 125 Bf-109s were lost, and another 234 in September. The Luftwaffe's single-engine fighter force nearly broke itself trying to protect the bombers, but this was entirely unnecessary, since at night the bombers could fly wherever they pleased over Great Britain without escort. Of course, the RAF did have radar, which made daylight bombing over England prohibitively expensive for the Luftwaffe. 19 chain-home (CH) radar stations were deployed along the southern and eastern coast of England, with the ability to detect enemy aircraft formations at medium altitude out to 120 to 125 miles and provide up to 30 minutes early warning of raids. Radar's detection capabilities deprived the Luftwaffe of the ability to achieve surprise attacks with its own main bomber force. Chain-home did have its limitations. Each station could only cover a fixed 60-degree arc looking out to sea, and could not detect targets below 1,500 feet in altitude. Once enemy aircraft flew inland, chain-home could not turn to track them, nor could chain-home signals determine target altitude, only bearing. Furthermore, with a wavelength of 40 feet, chain-home was best suited to identifying large aircraft formations at medium-height altitudes, but was inadequate for spotting a handful of aircraft. In order to redress these deficiencies, in early 1940, the RAF began to install chain-home low (CHL), which could turn to look in any direction out to 25 miles and provided low-level detection down to 500 feet. Luftwaffe intelligence did not learn about the existence of the chain-home sites until June, and then failed to appreciate that the RAF had developed an integrated GCI system that relied very heavily upon radar. With chain-home, RAF Fighter Command had developed GCI tactics that were the perfect counter against daylight raids by medium-altitude bombers. Low-level bombing, delayed action bombs, and night bombing. Despite the inherent technological limitations of his medium bomber force, Göring did have a few tricks up his sleeve that could inflict real damage on Britain's war effort. Although Luftwaffe intelligence underestimated the value of British radar in mid-1940, there was an understanding that the current methods of medium-level bombing lacked the accuracy to attack point targets. Consequently, in July 1940, the Luftwaffe formed an experimental fighter-bomber unit known as Erprobungsgruppe 210, Erp Group 210, under the command of Hauptmann Walter Rubensdörfer. This unit, which was formed from ordinary pilots from 3 other units, was equipped with 2 Staffeln of Bf-110C and Bf-110D and 1 Staffel of Bf-109E-4B fighter bombers, and specifically trained to conduct low-level precision attacks. Typically, Erprobungsgruppe 210 attacked in small groups of just 4 aircraft at 1,000 feet or less, coming in at 310 miles per hour, which made it very difficult for chain-home radar stations to detect. Even if CHL detected an Erprobungsgruppe 210 attack group, warning time would be reduced to less than 4 minutes, insufficient for Fighter Command to get its fighters into action against them. Each of Rubensdörfer's raiders could deliver a pair of 250 kilogram or 500-kilogram bombs, then use their speed to escape the target before Fighter Command arrived. The RAF was not expecting low-level attacks and was caught unprepared when they were suddenly introduced in July. Aside from the Erprobungsgruppe 210, the only other Luftwaffe unit trained for low-level attacks was Hauptmann Joachim Roth's 9th KG-76, equipped with 9 Dornier 17Z bombers. This unit was capable of flying under the detection capability of CHL radar and bombing targets from 100 feet or less. At this altitude, accuracy was not an issue, but bomber survivability was. Altogether, the 40 aircraft of Erprogruppe 210 and 9th KG-76 provided Luftflotte 2 with a limited ability to mount surprise, low-level precision attacks. RAF intelligence was unaware that the Luftwaffe had developed specialist low-level attack units, but relied upon the RAF Observer Corps to spot any intruders that flew below the radar. Aside from a limited number of 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns and some elderly Lewis guns, the only other defense against low-level attack was barrage balloons and a new system known as Parachute and Cable, PAC. These two low-level units proved their worth during the early stages of the Luftwaffe offensive against Great Britain. On the opening day of Adlerangriff, Rubensdorfer's Erprobungsgruppe 210 attacked 4 chain-home radar stations and damaged 3 of them at no loss to his unit. Briefly deprived of early warning, RAF Fighter Command was unable to make any interceptions over southern England for the next 2 hours. Rubensdorfer was killed 3 days later in a low-level attack on RAF Kenley, but Erprobungsgruppe 210 continued to achieve remarkable, if costly, successes with low-level attacks throughout October 1940. Roth's 9th KG-76 was committed to a low-level attack against RAF Kenley on the 18th of August, and his 9 Dornier 17Z bombers came across the channel at a height of only 70 feet. Undetected by Chain Home, Roth's bombers were spotted by the Royal Observer Corps, which alerted Fighter Command. Roth succeeded in bombing Kenley and inflicting considerable damage. 3 hangars and 8 Hurricane fighters destroyed on the ground. However, 1 Dornier 17 was downed by a PAC rocket, and 3 more were shot down by fighters after the attack, including Roth, who was killed. Low-level attacks also proved successful against British aircraft factories, but losses were heavy for these specialist units. Other than increasing anti-aircraft and barrage balloon defenses around the key targets, the British had no real answer to prevent low-level daylight attacks in 1940. Another development that caught the British by surprise was the German introduction of delayed action bombs equipped with a completely new type of electrical fuse, Zünder. In 1932, Herbert Rühlemann, a German engineer at Rheinmetall, perfected a revolutionary type of electrical fuse. Although Göring has often been described as anti-technology, he was quick to recognize the importance of Rühlemann's breakthrough, and in 1935 directed the Luftwaffe to place an order with Rheinmetall for 200,000 of the new electrical fuses to be used on bombs. 4 years later, Göring ordered the construction of a new factory near Breslau at a cost of 38 million Reichsmarks, in order to begin mass production of the electrical fuses. At the start of the air campaign against England, the Luftwaffe was using the Type 15 impact fuse on most of its bombs and was getting ready to introduce the Type 17 fuse on the SC-250 in August. The Type 17 fuse could be deployed in either the MV, mit Verzögerung, with short delay action, or as the LZZ, Langzeitzünder, long-time delay versions. The SC-250 LZZ was dangerous for up to 96 hours and might explode if moved. But the British did not know that. On the other side of the hill, the British were only vaguely aware the delayed action bombs might be a problem. In early June 1940, the first bomb disposal units, BDU, were formed, but the personnel were essentially untrained and lacked any kind of equipment beyond shovels. Knowledge of German bomb fuses was virtually nil. It was also unclear who would command the BDUs, and they started out as neglected auxiliaries. Based upon experience from the French campaign, the British initially assumed that the Luftwaffe would use impact fuses, and BDUs would only deal with duds. This lackadaisical attitude toward bomb disposal continued until early August, when Luftwaffe raids on English soil began in earnest. On the 13th of August, Adlertag, the Luftwaffe first used the Type 17 fuse on SC-250 bombs dropped on RAF airfields. The BDU teams were totally unprepared to deal with such a sophisticated device, and for several weeks there was no counter to this German innovation. 5 days later, one BDU team attempted to deal with an unexploded Type 17 by trial and error, and only succeeded in blowing itself to bits. After this, the BDU soldiers were more circumspect about Type 17s, meaning that many were just left in place as unexploded bombs, UXB, until proper defusing techniques were developed. By late August, there were 62 UXBs at Biggin Hill alone, and the number was mounting daily. More than anything else, the Type 17 fuse threatened Fighter Command's ability to use its airfields in Kent and Sussex. Before the end of August, the Luftwaffe further complicated matters by introducing the Type 50, Sonderzünder, or special fuse, which was equipped with special trembler switches that detonated the bomb if it was moved. Delayed action bombs were now fitted with both Type 17 and Type 50 fuses, making life very difficult for the BDUs. Churchill had a sense for when things were going against Britain and quickly realized that the new German electrical bomb fuses were a real menace. On the 25th of August, he sent a memo to the War Office which addressed the problem of delayed action bombs and directed that the defeat of the Type 17 fuse be given top priority. Major General Brian Taylor was made director of bomb disposal, and the BDUs were greatly expanded and better equipped. By September, 1,500 personnel were assigned to the BDUs. Churchill also ensured that some of the best scientific talent was put on the task of developing counters to the new German fuses. In true British fashion, the solution was found in a committee. Herbert J. Goff, an engineer who was Director of Scientific Research, DSR, in the War Office, was made chairman of the Unexploded Bomb Committee. Goff had already developed a simple fuse extractor in May, and his committee was soon well on its way to developing a fuse discharger to defeat the electrical fuse. However, the Germans kept up the pressure. By early September, the BDUs had discovered 724 UXBs with Type 17 fuses. Then, on the 2nd of September, the Luftwaffe introduced the Zeus 40, Zusatzünder, auxiliary fuse, an anti-tampering device designed to explode if the Type 17 fuse was removed. Just as Goff's committee were closing in on solving the Type 17 problem, the Zeus 40 proved another tactical victory for the Luftwaffe. By early October, there were 3,000 UXBs reported, and by December, the number had risen to 15,000. For a time, the BDUs were nearly overwhelmed by the number of UXBs, and while they succeeded in neutralizing 80% of the bombs, it came at the cost of 87 killed in action and over 100 wounded. It was not until spring 1941 that the BDUs had the means to neutralize the latest German bomb fuses. Post-war statistics later revealed that 8.5% of German bombs dropped were UXBs. However, the BDUs missed many of the UXBs, and they continue to be regularly found in England, even 75 years after the war. On the 10th of August 2015, an unexploded SC-500 was discovered in East London. the third found that year. Göring's final trump card was precision night bombing. The Luftwaffe and RAF Bomber Command took diametrically opposed approaches to the concept of night bombing. Bomber Command endorsed night bombing from the beginning of the war and trained its crews for night navigation, but initially made no effort to develop electronic navigational aids to assist them. In contrast, Göring and many other senior Luftwaffe leaders saw little need for night bombing, but authorized the Reichsluftfahrtministerium, RLM, or Air Ministry, to invest in developing electronic navigational aids based on the commercial Lorentz radio navigation system. By early 1940, an early developmental system known as Knickebein was introduced, which transmitted on 31.5 MHz and enabled fairly precise night navigation, but only at tactical ranges. By June, the British had created an aerial electronic intelligence (ELINT) unit equipped with 3 Avro Ansons, which detected the Knickebein signals and confirmed their frequency. Using available commercial Lorentz transmitters, Dr. Reginald V. Jones from the Air Ministry staff was able to develop a jamming system known as Aspirin, which seriously interfered with the ability of Luftwaffe pilots to hear the Knickebein signals. Since the Germans did not begin using Knickebein for night raids until August, the British countermeasures were in place in time. Even as it became apparent that Knickebein was compromised, the Luftwaffe introduced the more sophisticated X-Gerät system, operating on 60 MHz. The primary transmitter array was installed near Cherbourg and could send a narrow navigational beam 125 miles over England. A special Pathfinder unit, Hauptmann Kurt Aschenbrenner's KGR-100, equipped with 30 Heinkel 111H bombers, had been established in June 1940 and just completed 2 months' training to use the X-Gerät system. When outfitted with special receivers, KGR-100 bombers could reduce their CEP to just 110 to 130 yards. On the 9th of August, KGR-100 moved into Vannes Air Base in Brittany and prepared to participate in Adlerangriff. On the 13th of August, Adlertag, KGR-100 conducted the first night attack with X-Gerät, targeting the Spitfire factory at Castle Bromwich, near Birmingham. 20 Heinkel 111s were guided directly to the target, and X-Gerät told the autopilot when to drop the bombs. Amazingly, 11 bombs hit the factory and inflicted 48 casualties. Göring now had a Pathfinder bomber unit that could lead precision strikes over England. Over the next 3 months, KGR-100 mounted 40 raids using X-Gerät before the RAF could counter the system. The most successful demonstration of X-Gerät occurred on the night of the 14th to 15th of November 1940 with Operation Moonlight Sonata. The bombing of Coventry. Pathfinders from KGR-100 used X-Gerät to accurately mark the center of the city, which was then bombed by 363 bombers from Luftflotte 3. The center of Coventry was devastated by between 446 and 552 tons of bombs, the vast majority of which were 50-kilogram bombs or 1-kilogram incendiaries. A total of 8 SC-1800, 11 SC-1400, 26 SC-1000, 78 SC-500, and 430 SC-250 were also used. Civilian casualties totaled 568 killed and 863 seriously injured, a result still well beyond what RAF Bomber Command could achieve against German cities. British defenses were ineffective. Only a single Dornier 17Z bomber was shot down by anti-aircraft fire, even though Coventry's 40 anti-aircraft guns fired 6,700 rounds. The RAF Fighter Command mounted 49 night fighter sorties, resulting in 11 sightings, which led to 2 engagements, but no kills. Moonlight Sonata demonstrated that the RAF's putative air superiority could not prevent the Luftwaffe from destroying British cities at night. Dr. Jones and the Air Ministry staff worked quickly to counter the new German system, but could only deduce its characteristics. The RAF referred to ex-Gerät as ruffian. Jones incorrectly guessed Ruffian's operational frequency, and the Air Ministry's ELINT, Ansons, could not detect the signal. Existing jammers were ineffective. It was not until the 6th of November that Jones got a lucky break when a KGR-100 Heinkel 111H made a forced landing on the beach near Bridport. The ex-Gerät receiver was recovered, and examination revealed the actual operating frequency. In less than 2 weeks, the RAF had 4 jammers known as bromide operational and interfering with ex-Gerät signals. However, each jammer could only protect a small area, and KGR-100 was still able to use ex-Gerät against other targets, such as Southampton and Sheffield. British jamming on the night of the 14th to 15th of November, 1940, was ineffective and failed to protect Coventry. Jones also recommended that the RAF bomb the ex-Gerät transmitters near Cherbourg, which may have had some effect later during the Blitz. Even though the British could claim some success in electronic warfare by early 1941, the fact remained that British defenses against night bombing were minimal in 1940. Even without precision accuracy, German night bombing remained a very real threat, and British civilian casualties remained high throughout the Blitz. Britain's night-air defenses were much less effective than its daylight defenses. British anti-aircraft units employed a fixed azimuth system that mistakenly assumed that enemy aircraft would fly at constant speeds and altitudes. In reality, British anti-aircraft fire was mostly ineffective against Luftwaffe night raids. On one particularly good night, British anti-aircraft guns fired 8,326 rounds and managed to shoot down 2 out of 235 attacking enemy bombers. Nor were RAF night fighters much use at this time. On paper, the RAF night fighter force seemed impressive. 10.5 night fighter squadrons equipped with over 100 aircraft, 65 Blenheims, 21 Defiants, and 16 Hurricanes. At the start of the war, the British made a crash effort to develop and deploy a small aerial intercept radar on aircraft, and by July 1940, all of the Blenheim 1F night fighters were equipped with the A1 Mark III radar. On the night of the 22nd to the 23rd of July 1940, a Blenheim succeeded in intercepting and shooting down a Dornier 17Z bomber, the first A1 intercept in history. Unfortunately, the British night fighter system was not really practical in 1940 for a number of reasons. The A1 Mark III radar had a range of just 4 miles, so the aircraft had to be cued onto the target by ground-based radar. But Chain Home did not look inland. The British relied upon the Observer Corps to track aircraft over Britain in daylight, but this system did not work at night. In consequence, Blenheims were assigned to patrol areas along likely enemy approach routes and simply tried to detect passing bombers. Nor was the A1 Mark III radar very reliable, and it could not detect targets hidden in ground clutter, although the improved A1 Mark IV improved detection capabilities a bit. Even if radar contact was established, the Luftwaffe had repainted most of their bombers black, which made them extremely difficult to spot unless the night fighter was very close. Furthermore, the Blenheim was simply too slow to catch German bombers, except in the most favorable circumstances. Altogether, the Blenheim night fighters scored only a handful of victories in July to December 1940. By November, only 38 Blenheim night fighters were still serviceable, and only a handful of bow fighters were available, so sortie rates were too low. In desperation, Fighter Command assigned 3 squadrons, 85, 87, and 151, of Hurricane fighters to night fighter duty, even though they lacked radar. The concept was to institute standing patrols around cities like London and hope to spot enemy aircraft in searchlight arcs. A Hurricane from No. 85 Squadron succeeded in shooting down an HE-111 bomber on the 27th of October, but this was a rare event. Once again, a committee approach solved these problems in due course. The new Beaufighter, armed with 4 20mm cannons and the new A-1 Mark III radar, began entering service in small numbers in October 1940. The Beaufighter had the speed to catch German bombers and a powerful armament, but still lacked an effective cueing mechanism to put it into the target. Flight Lieutenant John Cunningham of No. 604 Squadron succeeded in shooting down a Junkers 88 in November, then one of KGR 100's Heinkel 111 bombers in December. But this was a drop in the ocean against over 7,000 German night bomber sorties conducted over England in this period. It was not until the introduction of the Type 7 GCI radar in January 1941 that a solution was found. Using the CHL radar as the starting concept, the new radar could scan in a 360-degree arc, which meant that it could track German bombers across Britain. With this new radar and more Beaufighters in service, British night fighters were able to score 3 victories in January and 4 in February against over 1,500 enemy sorties. By March, about 1 in every 150 German night bomber sorties was falling victim to an RAF night fighter, and this climbed to 1 out of every 80 by April. In April 1941, Flight Lieutenant Cunningham shot down 5 Heinkel 111 bombers with his Beaufighter, becoming the first night fighter ace. The new radar also improved the ability to vector Hurricane fighters into enemy bomber streams. Flight Lieutenant Richard Stevens claimed 2 victories in January 1941, then 5 in April, and 3 more in May. By the time that the main Luftwaffe offensive against Great Britain ended in mid-May 1941, the RAF finally had a means to inflict appreciable losses upon the German night bombers. Finally, the Luftwaffe did make some effort to develop jamming tactics against Chain Home, which could have influenced the conduct of Seelöwe. In July, a team from the German Laboratory for Aviation, Deutsche Versuchsanstalt für Luftfahrt, or DVL, built a simple jamming station in France, which had some effect against CH. Then a second, more sophisticated jamming station was built in September, which interfered with Chain Home's bistatic signals. Generalleutnant Martini's Funkhochdienst was able to collect a great deal of information on British radar systems and began to develop jamming techniques that would later be put to good use in supporting the Channel Dash in February 1942. At that time, Martini's efforts assisted the battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to sortie from Brest and remain undetected in the English Channel for over 13 hours. Martini pioneered the use of aerial jamming aircraft and electronic countermeasures which, while not available in September 1940, might have been available to support a Seelöwe conducted in May 1941. The ability to blind or deceive the British early warning networks would also have paid great dividends in the German air offensive against England and greatly reduced the effectiveness of fighter command. Luftwaffe. Operational choice of targets. In order to defeat Great Britain, or at least suppress its defenses, the Germans had to employ their limited Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine resources against the most critical targets. However, due to the lack of accurate intelligence assessments and a fickle mindset in the Luftwaffe leadership, Germany was slow to prosecute the most valuable British targets until the window of opportunity for Seelöwe had passed. Constant switching of targets prevented decisive results from being achieved, but that does not mean that they were not achievable. Starting with the pre-war Studie Blau, the Luftwaffe assigned each target in Great Britain an alphanumeric designator, beginning with the prefix GB. The targets were broken down into specific groups, which included military airfields, gasworks, waterworks, power plants, electrical substations, munitions plants, aircraft engine manufacturers, and factories producing tanks and other military equipment. For example, the Standard Motor Company plant in Coventry, which manufactured engines for the Blenheim light bomber, was designated by the Germans as target GB737. Yet, despite the available aerial imagery on these targets, the Luftwaffe had little or no other information available to inform them about current levels of activity in these targets or what they were doing for the British war effort. Within the Luftwaffe hierarchy, Schmidt's 5th Branch Group 3, 1C3, was responsible for selecting targets in Great Britain, but it failed to conduct a real assessment of the enemy's center of gravity, COG. Given the Prussian military theorist Karl von Clausewitz laid out the principles of analyzing an enemy's strategic center of gravity in his 1832 book, Vom Kriege, it is amazing that over a century later, the Wehrmacht was incapable of utilizing these principles to fight wars more efficiently. Instead, Group 3 simply provided Schmidt with a list of about 50 industrial targets in Great Britain, ranging from aircraft factories to power plants, ports, steel plants, and even food manufacturing centers. Schmidt then briefed Göring and Jeschonek on these possible targets, who then selected targets for attack based on no particular criteria. This method of target selection helps to explain why the Luftwaffe did not concentrate its bombing efforts against one key system, like the Allied bombing offensive would later attempt against ball bearings or oil. In essence, the failure of Schmidt's 5th Branch to provide a real intelligence assessment of how to cripple Britain's war effort allowed Göring and Jeschonek to scatter the Luftwaffe's bombing campaign across too many targets. Both Göring and Jeschonek initially favored bombing RAF Fighter Command's airfields, but these were not critical targets for 3 reasons. 1. There were too many airfields to neutralize with the available resources. 2. Early warning from radar prevented the Luftwaffe from catching significant numbers of RAF fighters on